a feeling he was never supposed to have is waking up inside him now. It's the weight of a name he thought meant nothing, a pull toward faces he told himself he'd forgotten. This forbidden ache for a place called home is tearing his world in two. And the life he built to escape it, all is rushing forward to meet the one he left behind. Xianxia became silent. Even though he had recovered from the repeated shocks, his heart still could not calm down. He originally treated this place as a completely foreign world. After becoming strong here, finding a way to return to profound sky continent would be his only goal. But now, all of his plans had been turned upside down. This was not just a distant and foreign world. It was a world he had many connections to. Xianxia asked this person what kind of place this Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley is. Jasmine suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was a place that number 1 under Heaven and Xianxia had respectively mentioned before, and said that it was the best place for training and fortunate encounters. However, the Yun family was no longer allowed to enter it. Are you suspecting that this Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley is related to the primordial divine beast, the Golden Crow? Xianxia asked. I don't think this is just a simple coincidence between the names, Jasmine said coolly. If this was any bit related to the actual Golden Crow, it would be interesting. Xianxia remained silent for a while before asking. Xianxia, what kind of place is the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley? You mentioned before. One of the reasons the strength of the Yun family is rapidly declining must be because you're unable to enter the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, right? Is it really that amazing? You don't even know about the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. Xianxia looked at him with a shocked expression. This is the first time I've come here, and my master has never told me anything about the illusory demon realm before. Thus, this is the first time I have ever heard the name Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. Xianxia was not lying, but given what he told Xianxia, he would not naturally think that Xianxia was from another world. He nodded and whispered, It's no wonder Brother Yun is so strong. Looks like you aren't the slightest bit distracted when you cultivate. Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley is a place I'm very familiar with, even though I've never entered there before. I grew up listening to its name because it is the origin of the ancestors of the illusory demon royal family. Origin? Xianxia was stunned. Yup. Xianxia nodded. Brother Yun, have you ever heard of the primordial divine beast, the Golden Crow? Yes. The vermilion bird, the phoenix, and the golden crow are the 3 supreme fire attribute beasts of the primordial era. Xianxia nodded. Within him flowed the blood of the phoenix. The reason the place is called the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley is because the Golden Crow divine beast's legacy lies within. Oh, Xianxia suddenly tilted his head. Within his head also rang Jasmine's voice. So that really is the case. But that's weird. Blue Pole Star is but a lowly planet. Why would there be so many legacies of divine powers? Phoenix, Dragon God, Golden Crow, and even the evil god's divine strength seeds exist in this world. Could something special have happened here during the primordial era? This is very weird. It's not just weird, it's extremely abnormal, Jasmine said. 9,999 out of 10,000 divine power legacies exist in the realm of the gods. Within the billions of planets in the boundless universe, it would be difficult to find a divine legacy existing in one of the billion planets. Even within the higher astral planes, not one legacy exists within the billions of planes. However, on this lowly blue pole star, there are already 4 of them. Oh, and we still need to include Xia Yuanba, who mysteriously possesses the war god's divine veins. The Yun family's profound handle might also be a mysterious ancient divine power. If this matter were to spread, even the realm of the gods would be shocked. Xianxia continued. The illusory demon royal family's ancestor was only a neon sparrow demon turned human back then. However, it accidentally inherited the legacy of the Golden Crow within Lightning Flame Valley and received the Golden Crow's bloodline and Golden Crow's flame attribute, becoming unbeatable within illusory demon realm. After that, all the clans decided that he would become the emperor. Henceforth, the first demon emperor of the illusory demon realm was chosen. Then, the clans that continued to prosper became the current illusory demon royal family, claimed that they were the descendants of the Golden Crow, and received the blessings of the Golden Crow divine beast. Thus, Lightning Flame Valley was renamed Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, becoming illusory demon realm's first divine ground. The elemental aura around Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley is dense, and its surroundings contain the strength of powerful flames and thunderclouds. which led to the constant growth of strong fire spirits, lightning spirits, and other fire and lightning-type demons. Similarly, certain rare materials and treasures are also easily found within that place. Therefore, not only is entering the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley a good experience, one can easily encounter something fortunate. Nearly everyone who entered Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley reaped massive rewards, and some were even able to shoot through the heavens. Those who are allowed to enter Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley are the illusory demon royal family and the 12 guardian families. They can enter once every 5 years. However, after what happened 100 years ago, our Yun family wasn't allowed to enter anymore. After the younger generation of the other 12 guardian family entered Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, many of their strength grew. But as for our Yun family, we could only stare in envy. Yun Xiao gradually sighed with a face of disappointment. At his age, and even being the Yun family's young master, he still never managed to enter Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley even once. He did not even have the chance to catch a glimpse of that place. I see, Yun Qi nodded, which means that the illusory demon royal family all possess the bloodline of the Golden Crow and its flames. No wonder they are the royal family. That's not right. Yun Xiao, however, shockingly denied it. Although the members' illusory demon royal family possess the bloodline of the Golden Crow, it is passed down through inheritance and the bloodline is already thin. The flames that they ignite, although several times stronger than ordinary profound flames, it cannot be considered as the Golden Crow's strength. The last person who wielded the actual power of the Golden Crow was the deceased demon emperor. Why is that? Isn't the bloodline of the Golden Crow an inheritance? Yun Qi asked in shock. Because only after being accepted and gifted by the soul of the Golden Crow can one receive the flame profound art Golden Crow's record of the burning world. Otherwise, one can only rely on the Golden Crow bloodline to ignite profound flames that contain the Golden Crow's characteristics. Among the illusory demon royal family, other than the demon emperor, everyone else cultivate other forms of fire profound arts. Golden Crow's record of the burning world. Does that mean the flame profound skills of the Golden Crow cannot be taught to others? Yun Qi frowned. The name Golden Crow's record of the burning world was something he had heard before. A few years back, Jasmine had mentioned to him before that the vermilion bird's consoling spirit song, World Ode of the Phoenix, and the Golden Crow's record of the burning world were the 3 great world-scorching heavenly books that once shook the boundless universe. That's right. The Golden Crow's record of the burning world is something that can only be obtained from the Golden Crow's soul. The Golden Crow's soul is located in the depths of the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, a place called the Golden Crow's Holy Land. It can only be entered once every 1,000 years, and the only key to enter it is the Demon Emperor's seal that has been lost in the profound sky continent along with my grandfather. Yun Xiao helplessly continued. The Golden Crow's Holy Land can only be entered once every 1,000 years, which is why the Demon Emperor also succeeds once every 1,000 years. 100 years ago, Lord Demon Emperor died under the hands of villains. When the little Demon Emperor was about to inherit the position and use the Demon Emperor's seal to enter the Golden Crow's Holy Land, to receive the powerful Golden Crow bloodline and the Golden Crow record of the burning world, the Demon Emperor's seal was lost. He was then never able to enter the Golden Crow's Holy Land and properly become the Demon Emperor. At that time, the little Demon Emperor could only helplessly inherit the throne. Due to not obtaining the legacy of the Golden Crow, he could only be called the Little Demon Emperor, and not the actual Demon Emperor title. The Little Demon Empress is the same as well. If we are unable to recover the Demon Emperor's seal, the Golden Crow's record of the burning world might vanish from this world altogether. No wonder the Yun family bore such tremendous blame after the loss of the Demon Emperor's seal. Yun Qi slowly said. Grandfather obviously did not lose it on purpose. Yun Xiao gritted his teeth lightly. Father said that grandfather and the Demon Emperor were like brothers. At that time, he did not see the corpse of the Demon Emperor, so he would not believe the Demon Emperor was dead. The Demon Emperor's seal was personally given by the Demon Emperor to be safe kept. Unless the Demon Emperor was really dead, the Demon Emperor's seal was not to be given to anyone else, even if it were the Demon Emperor's child. That was why he always kept it with him and never handed it to anyone else. Even when he went to the profound sky continent to look for the Demon Emperor, he did not allow the Demon Emperor's seal to leave him. This was how grandfather showed his loyalty. He obviously did not want to lose it more than anyone else. However, the members of the illusory demon royal family, Xianxia revealed a face of anger and did not continue. "Do you want to look for a chance to visit the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley?" Jasmine said in an interested manner. "Since you have that thing with you." "The flames of the Golden Crow and the flames of the Phoenix, which one is the stronger one?" Xianxia thought for a while and asked. "Among the three supreme fire attribute beasts, the vermilion bird is the strongest, followed by the Phoenix, with the Golden Crow being the last. However, if speaking purely in terms of the flame strength, the strongest is actually the Golden Crow," Jasmine replied plainly. "Then why is the Golden Crow ranked the last?" "Because this is not a ranking based on strength. The flames of the vermilion bird contain divine attributes. During the primordial era, it was the flame most feared by the devil race that lived along the god race. In fact, the flame used to be called the flame of salvation. The flames of the Phoenix possessed benevolent attributes. Not only can it destroy, it can also purify. It used to be called the flame of the world ode, which was also why you had to pass the third trial of the heart when you were undergoing the Phoenix trials. And the flames of the Golden Crow are purely the flames of utmost destruction. The Golden Crow is also called the Sun Bird, and legends say that it is an extreme divine being birthed from the sun's core. Its flames are as scorching and as violent the sun, and had no other use except for destruction. It is said that there is nothing that the Golden Crow's hottest fire cannot burn within the boundless universe. The ranking of the three supreme fire attribute beasts that I mentioned earlier is just the ranking of their recognition amongst the hearts of the masses. Even though the Golden Crow is not an evil beast, its emotions are just as violent as its flames, and naturally could not compare to the salvation and the world ode of the vermilion bird and the Phoenix. However, given the Golden Crow's personality, it would definitely not recognize this ranking. "So you want me to try to obtain the Golden Crow's legacy?" Xianxia asked after some thought. "Golden Crow's legacy." "Heh," Jasmine laughed plainly. "You're thinking too much. If you did not possess the bloodline of the Phoenix, there might be some chance of that. However, since you possess the flames of the Phoenix, you would not be able to obtain the flames of the Golden Crow. I want you to go there just to check if the legacy of the Golden Crow truly exists." "Why?" Xianxia was slightly stunned. "HMPH, is it really that hard to understand? The three supreme fire attribute beasts are all unhappy with each other, and all think that the flames they possess are the strongest flames in the world. If one person possesses the bloodline of one of the three, the other two would never allow their own bloodline and strength to coexist, especially the Golden Crow. Its personality is extremely irritable and unyielding. Wanting to make it give its legacy to someone who possesses the Phoenix bloodline is definitely an impossible task." "That Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, can one enter it normally?" Xianxia asked. "Of course not." Xianxia decisively shook his head. "After every entry, the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley would be closed by the illusory demon royal family, and then it would be given 5 years to replenish its resources. Although a span of 5 years is short, with the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley's terrifying energy of flames and thunderclouds, the nurturation of various spiritual bodies and treasures are extremely quick. Usually, the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley can never be entered, and even the illusory demon royal family themselves are not able to either. Flames, thunderclouds. Since the Golden Crow's inheritance is situated there, it's very natural for it to contain flames. But why does lightning exist there as well?" Xianxia asked skeptically. "I don't know about this either. It seems like this has also been an unsolved mystery of the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. I heard from Father that it might be possible that a certain formidable lightning profound beast is living in a certain place within the Golden Crow's Lightning Flame Valley. Or it might even be due to a lightning profound treasure. But these are all mere speculations of his." Xianxia nodded. Then he looked towards the north of Demon Imperial City. Although he did not know where this Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was located, he possessed the power of a phoenix, so he far surpassed ordinary people in sensing fire profound energy. In a certain place north of the Demon Imperial City, he could faintly sense the existence of an aura of flames. Most probably, that was the direction where Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was located. The profound sky continent was divided into 7 countries. The 4 great sacred grounds were transcendental existences which surpassed the 7 countries, and though they proclaimed themselves as guardians, they were more like sanctioners. While even though the domain of illusory demon realm surpassed the profound sky continent, it was not separated by territories. Instead, the illusory demon royal family was the core of the continent. Just by power levels alone, the demon imperial city which Xianxia was currently located in was comparable to the four great sacred grounds of the profound sky continent. Unquestionably, the moment they entered the demon imperial city. The presence of profound energy had become incomparably dense. It was extremely rare to see a throne in the 7 countries of the profound sky continent. However, this place was filled with them. Even the incomparably rare overlords resided in large numbers. During the journey towards where the Yun family was, the auras of overlords he sensed did not number less than 20. It was evident in regards to how large the strength of demon imperial city was. However, in the end, the illusory demon royal family were still the ones who got the short end of the stick in the confrontation between the illusory demon royal family and profound sky continent. Furthermore, there had never been any movements to exact revenge. It seemed like, in overall strength, the illusory demon royal family was still a little inferior than the 4 great sacred lands. We're almost there. The huge gate in front that's shining with a purple radiance is the place. Xianxia pointed downwards in front of him. The Yun family was not as large as he had imagined. Putting aside comparing with the Divine Phoenix sect, the size of the family's territory was even smaller than the Burning Heaven clan he had destroyed. This was definitely out of Xianxia's predictions. However, when he recalled that his biological grandfather and biological father seemed to only have a single son, he once again subconsciously thought that, could the existence of the profound handle have suffered the envy of the heavens, which thus caused their reproductive ability to be limited? When they arrived at the sky above the Yun family's main gate, Xianxia, along with Xianxia, slowly descended. Looking at the overly familiar family gate merely inches away from them, Xianxia, however, saw a hint of hesitation flashing past Xianxia's eyes. "Brother Yun, Xianxia said hesitantly. "Even though I am the young patriarch of the Yun family in name, a large number of people seems to dislike me, so if there's anyone who is discourteous, there's no need for Brother Yun to take it to heart." Xianxia's heart stirred, and he nodded. "Amen, I understand. Don't worry, my main reason here is to greet the Yun family's patriarch. Anything else doesn't matter at all." Xianxia followed Xianxia as he entered the main gate of the Yun family. The moment he stepped through the main gate, Xianxia's emotions uncontrollably fluctuated intensely for an instant. The ground underneath his feet, the air he was breathing, everything in his sight were all so foreign. It was the first time he had stepped into this place in this life, however. This place was where his true family was. The bloodline that was flowing through his body came from this exact place. His biological father and biological mother were both here as well. I have really returned to this place. The injuries on Xianxia were very severe, however. He evidently did not want the people of the family to realize he was wounded. When he entered the main gate, he forced himself to calm his expression and straightened his back. However, just as they entered through the main gate, in front of them, a male youth who looked around 20 to 30 years old walked over. The moment he saw Xianxia, his face instantly revealed a hateful smile. "Yo, isn't this the great young patriarch Xianxia? Why are you back so early today? Did you not find any fun outside, or have you, This youth immediately discovered Xianxia's injuries. His eyes narrowed, and then gloatingly he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha. And I was wondering why, so you were actually injured. Just which family's young master have you sparred with? Hey, at the very least, you're still the young patriarch of our Yun family in name, yet you actually lost in a spar with someone else, and have actually been injured to such a miserable state. What a disgrace to our Yun family." The words this person directed at Xianxia were especially poisonous and piercing to the ears, and although he referred to Xianxia as young patriarch, his attitude did not show the slightest bit of respect at all. Even his expression was filled with ridicule and sarcasm. Xianxia's hands tightly clenched, yet he forced himself to ignore him and directly spoke to Xianxia. "Brother Yun, ignore him. I shall bring you over to see father." After saying that, Xianxia pulled Xianxia and directly walked past the male youth's side. He had suffered too much of such similar encounters, to the point where he had seemingly grown numb and had gotten used to it. In these years, what he had trained the most in was tolerance. Even if it was not for himself, he had to do it for his father and mother. Xianxia left. However, the male youth did not let up his ridiculement. Turning around with an incomparably scornful, cold smile, he said, "Yo, oh great young patriarch, just where did you find this little mistress? With such smooth and tender skin, even I wish to try touching it." It seems like the great young patriarch finally understands that he's unable to lay his hands on that heavenly crane of the elf clan, and has switched to playing with a little bitch, speaking of which. Compared to dreaming daily of laying his hands on a heavenly crane, raising a little bitch is more realistic. Ha 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 ha, Xianxia's footsteps suddenly stopped. This was no longer ridicule, but an incomparably venomous humiliation. After listening to Yun Zio's description and the attitude of the people of the Under Heaven family towards him, Xianxia knew that although Yun Zio carried the title of young patriarch, his life in the family wasn't that pleasant. However, he never expected that it would actually be vile to such an extent. Yun Zio could tolerate it, but that did not mean he could. If he were to tolerate it like this, then he wouldn't be Xianxia. At the moment Xianxia was about to turn around, a clear berating voice came from behind. "Yun, how can you show such disrespect to the young patriarch? Hurry and apologize to the young patriarch." Xianxia's attention shifted as he looked towards the source of the voice. A male youth wearing cloud-white clothes was walking over. He looked around 25 years old, and his expression was thriving with heroic spirit. Although he was young, the profound aura from his body was incomparably dense. At the very least, it had surpassed the half-step overlord Yun Zio by several times. "Ah, Brother Xinyu." Seeing this person, Yun Hao instantly changed the vile expression he had when he was facing Yun Zio earlier and greeted him like a lapdog. "Brother Xinyu, are you heading out? This little brother rarely sees you head out at a time like this." "HMPH?" The male youth coldly stared at him and berated. "Didn't you hear what I had just said? Hurry and apologize to the young patriarch." Yun Hao shrank his neck back, yet he did not dare to disobey. Facing towards Yun Zio, he gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Yun Zio hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Brother Xinyu, there's no need. Yun Hao is simply joking around, it's not a big deal." That's right, I was just joking around." Yun Hao hurriedly nodded while chuckling. Then he gave Yun Zio a dark glance, revealing an "at least you know what you're doing" expression. "Xianxia, HMPH." The male youth once again snorted coldly. "The young patriarch is gentle and generous, but every day you blind people constantly bully him, so if I were to see this again, I won't be lenient." "I have learned my lesson, Brother Xinyu. I definitely won't dare to do it again next time." Yun Hao agreed to it with a playful smile. After that, however, when he retreated behind the man, he gave Yun Zio a cold smile with his teeth bared. The male youth's expression calmed, and his face revealed a gentle smile as he spoke to Yun Zio. "Little brother Yun Zio, if anyone dares to bully you again, there's no need to endure it. Oh, looking at your state, you're injured." "What happened?" Yun Zio hurriedly shook his head and said, "Nothing, it's not really a very serious injury. I will recover in 10 to 15 days. There's no need for Brother Xinyu to put it to heart." The male youth did not continue with his questions either, as he said with concern, "Look at you, no matter how I see it, it doesn't seem to be a light injury. Hurry and get yourself treated, oh right." He shifted his gaze towards Xianxia. This is a friend that I have just made, Xianxia," Yun Zio introduced. When he was facing this person, his expression was evidently very relaxed. "Brother Yun, this is my family senior, Brother Xinyu." Xianxia nodded and greeted. "Oh, this person is surnamed Yun as well. Now that's really a coincidence." Yun Xinyu cupped his fist towards Xianxia. "It's rare for little brother Yun Zio to bring a friend over. I believe Brother Xianxia must be a dragon amongst men. If there's time in the future, I hope that we can have a nice chat." "Of course, Brother Yun is really incredible," Yun Zio said with a prideful expression. He saw that several people were coming over from afar and hurriedly said, "Brother Xinyu, there's matters I have to meet my father for, so I will take my leave first. Thank you, Brother Xinyu, for helping me resolve this once again." "Go then." Yun Xinyu lightly smiled. Xianxia's gaze lightly swept past Yun Xinyu, turned around, and followed after Yun Zio as he sprinted towards where his father was. However, after he walked for a few steps, an ice-cold chill suddenly swept past for a moment from behind him. Xianxia's brows slightly twitched, however, he did not stop his footsteps. Killing intent. This was something Xianxia definitely wouldn't make a mistake in recognizing. And this killing intent wasn't directed at Yun Zio, but directed at himself. Today was clearly the first day he had entered the Yun family. Before this, other than Yun Zio, he had never met any other people from the Yun family. Furthermore, he had never come into the demon imperial city before this. The number of people he knew could not even number more than the fingers he had, so why would someone harbor the intent to kill him? Before he arrived at Demon Imperial City today, the thing he did seemed to only be that very incident. Then there was only one possibility. Yun Zio, who is that Yun Xinyu? His prestige seemed to be much higher than yours as the young patriarch. Yun Qi suddenly spoke out to ask. Yun Zio scratched his head and smiled a little helplessly and embarrassingly. It's natural for Brother Xinyu's prestige to be higher than mine. His father is 7th Elder Yun Weishan, the strongest among the 36 elders of the Yun family, while he himself is also the strongest expert among this generation of the Yun family. At the age of 27, he is already at the 4th level of the Tyrant Profound realm, and had even awakened the one and only Scion Profound handle in this generation. In addition to his Profound handle, there has never been any opponents at the same level capable of defeating him, to the point where he has the ability to challenge someone at the 5th level of the Tyrant Profound realm. He's been referred to as the hope for Yun family to rise again, and within the family, it's been spreading around that he is the most qualified to become the next. When he spoke till then, Yun Zio's voice suddenly stopped. However, it was sufficient for Yun Qi to guess what he did not want to say. Your impression of him seemed to be really good. Yun Qi asked a question that did not seem to be really important. Amen. Yun Zio nodded. Not only is Brother Xinyu's aptitude extremely high, his personality is very gentle. Because of some bloodline matters, I have often suffered from various criticisms, ridicule, and bullying. But Brother Xinyu has never ridiculed. Instead, he often resolved the issues for me, to the point where he had even stepped in to lecture those people that bullied me. I have always been really thankful to him. Because of some bloodline matters, what do you mean? Yun Qi looked to the side and asked. Yun Zio, who had unintentionally exposed himself, revealed a slight fluster. No, nothing much. It's just a small matter. Yun Qi did not continue with his questions. Instead, he changed the subject. Do you think that he's really suitable to become the next patriarch of the Yun family as well? Yun Zio completely did not expect that Yun Qi would actually such a direct question. He blanked for a moment and voiced out with a bitter smile. Although I hold the name of the young patriarch, you have seen it yourself. When I hold this name, it's merely a joke. In regards to strength, persuasiveness, and the most important, in any case, I know that it's impossible for me to become the next patriarch. If it's Brother Xinyu, I think that I will be very supportive as well. After all, Brother Xinyu might really be the hope for our Yun family to rise once again. Yun Qi looked at him deeply and said with an ambiguous smile, This Yun Xinyu really isn't simple. Of course he isn't simple. In the Yun family, he's the well-deserved #1 person in our generation. Even the people from the illusory demon royal family are especially watching after him as well. Yun Zio said a little pridefully. However, he did not know that the isn't simple, which Yun Qi had said, and the isn't simple he had said himself, were two completely different concepts. Yun Zio, I'm about to ask you a question that might be a little rude. Yun Qi looked at Yun Zio and said with a stern expression, Usually when you're meeting up with 7th sister, have you always been doing it secretly? Ah, Yun Zio was caught off guard from the question. His face revealed an embarrassed expression, which then turned dejected in the next instant. With a low sigh, he said, You saw it yourself. The Under Heaven family basically looks down on me, and 7th sister is also the one and only princess of the Under Heaven family, the most precious pearl of the entire elf clan. They feel that I'm basically not worthy of 7th sister, and that if I were to really be together with 7th sister, it will even destroy their entire family's reputation. In the very beginning, they severely objected to it. However, 7th sister's personality is very unyielding, so later on, they gave a strict order to forbid 7th sister and I from meeting each other. Thus, it became even more difficult for 7th sister and I to meet. In this entire past year, we have only managed to secretly meet up 3 times. Every single time, we had to leave at least 25 kilometers from the city to prevent others from finding us. In less than 3 months, it will be Little Demon Empress's 100-year reign ceremony. The 12 guardian families are all busy preparing for this occasion, which thus allowed 7th sister and I to finally manage to use this opportunity to meet up. But we never expected that. Yun Qi held his chin with hand and said as he pondered, Regarding this matter about you meeting with 7th sister other than the 2 of you, was there anyone else who knew of this or had seen it? No, definitely not. Yun Zio shook his head very decisively. I definitely wouldn't dare to allow anyone to know about it. Because not just the Under Heaven family, even my own family basically do not support the idea of me being with Seventh Sister, to the point where they would mock me behind my back. Even if I don't care about myself, I have to take Seventh Sister into consideration. So I definitely wouldn't allow anyone else to know about it. Seventh Sister definitely wouldn't have told anyone else about this either. You and Seventh Sister were assaulted, and not only did they do a perfect cover-up, their goal was especially clear as well. Evidently, they had made very sufficient preparations. Yun Chi slowly said, if they hadn't known that the both of you would meet at that place, they basically wouldn't be able to prepare so adequately. Since you're so sure that only the two of you know about this, then the biggest possibility is, when you were sending a voice transmission to Seventh Sister, it was overheard by someone nearby. Just like Seventh Sister, when she was sending you her voice transmission, she was overheard by her sixth brother. Ah! Yun Zio was startled for a moment and then shook his head even more forcefully. That's even more impossible. When I was sending the voice transmission, I was in my own courtyard, so it shouldn't have been heard by anyone else. Even if someone really had somehow overheard it, it could only be someone from our Yun family. Our Yun family never had any sort of grudge with the Under Heaven family, and in our current declined state, we definitely aren't willing to offend any other families, so how could something like this happen? And even though those three black-clothed people were all concealing their profound arts, if they practiced our Yun family's profound arts, I still would have been able to recognize it very easily. Yun Chi nodded and went silent for a moment. After giving it a deep thought, he then said with a relaxed expression, I guess so. Never mind. There's no need to think about this for now. The Under Heaven family definitely has more things to worry about than us. Let's just leave it to them to investigate. But what I'm even more doubtful of, Yun Zio, although the Yun family is currently in a severe decline, at the very least it had once stood at the peak, and currently it still belongs to one of the 12 guardian families. Not to mention that you're still the young patriarch of the Yun family in name. With such a family history, based on identity alone, Seventh Sister, and you clearly should be the perfect match. No, wait. Your status should still be a little higher than Seventh Sister. In any case, even if your father isn't the patriarch but is instead a regular elder, they still shouldn't be rejecting it this intensely, to the point where it could even elevate to a problem that would affect the family's reputation. Yun Zio's expression instantly stiffened. Yun Chi glanced at Yun Zio's expression and continued. Not to mention, even the attitude of your Yun family members towards you is a little too abnormal. Take that Yun Hao earlier, for example. He was utterly disrespectful towards you. His words were basically filled with sarcasm and humiliation, but from looking at you, you seem to have already gotten used to such treatment. Putting aside the matter about you being the young patriarch, at the very least, your maternal grandfather is still the master of the Mu family. No matter how it is, you shouldn't fall into such circumstances in the Yun family. Is there some sort of hidden reason for this? Yun Zio's footsteps stopped for a moment. As he lowered his head, his face revealed a deep anguish. Yun Chi smiled apologetically. I seem to have asked a question that I shouldn't have. I apologize, don't take it to heart. No. Yun Zio, however, gently shook his head. When he raised his head, his expression was already sufficiently calm. Even if it's someone else, when they see my current circumstances, they will all feel that it's really strange as well. Actually, in regards to the various rumors concerning me, seemingly everyone in Demon Imperial City knows about it. Brother Yun, you saved my life and have even treated me as a friend, so there's no need for me to hide anything from you. The reason why I'm not liked by people is because ever since I was young from the mouths of others, I have always been a bastard child who had been picked up. Yun Chi glanced to the side. What do you mean? Yun Zio laughed out miserably. What the Yun family is prideful of is the one and only power of the profound handle, which is also a core ability that ranks supreme among the 12 guardian families. However, I have always been unable to light up the profound handle mark from my arm. When my profound strength reached the sky profound realm, I was still unable to awaken a profound handle. In the Yun family, as long as it is guided by the power of bloodline, the profound handle mark can be lighted up on the arm at the age of 5. And then, according to the color of the profound handle mark, it will be used to distinguish aptitudes and to see if there's a need to pay more attention in raising. When our profound strength has reached the sky profound realm, the profound handle will awaken, and from then on it can be summoned out. This is Yun family's bloodline power. As long as one has the Yun family's bloodline, that person will definitely have the profound handle ability, with no exceptions. I, however, never had it since the beginning, and this has clearly proved that I do not possess the Yun family's bloodline as well, in the knowledge of the Yun family, the entire demon imperial city, and even the entire illusory demon realm. This is an ironclad proof. Yun Chi. About the news that I do not possess the profound handle mark. On the year I was 5 years old, it had already been spread out by an unknown person, making it known to the entire city. And then, when I was unable to summon a profound handle after I broke through to the sky profound realm, it was spread even more widely. During that time, the entire city was spreading rumors of how I wasn't my father's and mother's son. And the most severe problem was, I was brought back from the profound sky continent by my father and mother, while I was a baby. The Demon Emperor and Little Demon Emperor both died in the hands of the people of profound sky continent. The Demon Emperor's seal and mirror of samsara were also lost due to the infiltration into the profound sky continent. The Demon Imperial City had always hated the profound sky continent to the bone. Hence, I, a bastard child who came from the profound sky continent, would always receive cold glares, scorn, and even humiliation and hate wherever I go. Yun Zio did not continue after that. Yun Chi silently listened, and he could feel how Yun Zio had walked in these past few years, before he was 16. Because of his crippled profound veins, he had always passed his days amidst other people's scorn and ridicule, and Yun Zio was even worse off than him. The things that Yun Zio had endured were much more heavier than his, and because of this, he was able to clearly understand what kind of mentality Yun Zio had these past few years. The two of them were both people who had been played by fate. There wasn't a reason for the illusory demon realm to not hate the profound sky continent. As Yun Zio was most possibly someone who belonged to the profound sky continent, even if he held the title of the Yun family's young patriarch, how would he be liked here? And how would the dignified under heaven family be willing to betroth their one and only princess to someone like him? That was indeed not merely a hierarchical problem of status. It truly involved a family's reputation and pride. Perhaps, if it wasn't the Yun family, the matters regarding Yun Zio's bloodline could still be concealed. But it just had to be the Yun family. The profound handle was the indisputable proof. Your father and mother, do they treat you well? Yun Chi slowly asked. Father and mother treat me really well. Yun Zio lightly nodded as warmth flashed past his eyes. Because of the profound handle, even I had deeply suspected my own bloodline. But father and mother said that I'm their biological son. Even when they were facing colossal amount of suspicions, they have never admitted it. And ever since I was young, they have treated me lovingly, and they were never willing to have me suffer the slightest of wrongs. Otherwise, with the demon imperial city's hatred towards the profound sky continent, I might not have lived till today. So, because of your father and mother, you desperately cultivated and had willingly endured all of the criticisms and unfair treatment without retaliating in the slightest, Yun Chi said. Number 7 under heaven had said before that ever since he was young, Yun Zio had never received a large amount of resources. And with his average aptitude and scarce resources, he was actually able to cultivate to half-step tyrant profound at the age of 22. In the profound sky continent, this was already an achievement at the very top level, and had even surpassed Feng Ziluo, who had once claimed himself to be number 1 in the younger generation of the 7 nations. Just by imagining, it could be known how hardworking he had been with his cultivation in these past few years, or it could be said to be desperate. Amen. Yun Zio lightly nodded, as he slightly gritted his teeth and said, I'm the grandson of the Demon King, the son of Yun Qingheng and Mu Yuru. I definitely will not make them lose face, nor will I give them any trouble. In the future, if there really comes a time when we're in a difficult situation, even if I have to risk my life, I will use all my strength to protect my father and mother well. After saying all that, he noticed that Yun Chi's eyes were a little strange. His expression stiffened and said uneasily, Brother Yun, will you look down on me because of all these as well? Of course not. Yun Chi shook his head without the slightest hesitation. On the contrary, I admire you even more, and I really should give you my proper thanks. Ah, thank me. Yun Zio blanked. Ha ha! Yun Chi lightly laughed as he reached out and pressed his hand on Yun Zio's shoulder. Yun Zio, after meeting Senior Yun later, why don't we become sworn brothers? Yun Zio opened his mouth wide and his face was filled with complete disbelief. Sworn brothers. Me and brother Yun. That's right, Xianxia said with a slight smile. All right, it is indeed a little abrupt for me to say something like this so suddenly. If you're not willing, then forget it. And no, it's not that. Xianxia hurriedly waved his hands. He was so excited that even his words began to stutter. This, Brother Yun is so amazing. While you saw and heard it for yourself as well, how could someone like me be worthy of being with Brother Yun? So you're saying you yourself think that you're not worthy of seventh sister as well? Xianxia interrupted him and said, I don't sell yourself short. Xianxia patted on his shoulder with a firm and earnest expression. You're worthy of seventh sister, worthy of the identity of the Yun family's young patriarch, and even more so, worthy of becoming sworn brothers with me. In these past few years, you have always been the only one silently enduring everything. After becoming sworn brothers, we will naturally have to overcome the difficulties together. I will shoulder everything with you. If you want to be together with seventh sister, then I will help you with everything I can. If you want to protect your father and mother well, then I will protect them together with you. If anyone were to bully you or your father and mother, then in your place, be it old or new debts, I will make them pay. Xiao's eyes stirred. Amidst his throbbing emotions, he was unable to calm down for a long while. In his days of growing up, every day, he was living in the odd gazes of everyone else. Although his identity sounded grand and honorable, forget about the young masters of the other families. Even Yun family's servants were unwilling to approach him. Xianxia's speech and his firm expression undoubtedly dealt an overly huge blow to his soul. The moment he tried to speak, his voice was already choking. Brother Yun, Xianxia understood that this was still the first day he and Xianxia had met. Suddenly speaking such words, even if it was someone else, it would still be hard for that person to digest everything in an instant. With a smile, he said, Bring me over to see Senior Yun for now. We can talk about other matters later. The Yun family household wasn't huge. After a short walk, Xianxia stopped at an elegant courtyard. Xianxia turned around and said, This is my father's residence. Because of his body, he rarely heads out. At this hour, he should be inside. The courtyard was not big, and as the residence of the family head, there wasn't any evident difference between it and the surrounding courtyards that could be seen. Xianxia swept his eyes across the surroundings. The traces of footprints here were very sparse. Clearly, not many people came to visit normally. And the family head's residence of a prominent family should be a place that was frequently visited. Let's head in. Xianxia slowly adjusted his breath, allowing his own complexion to look a little better, and then reached out his hand to touch his back in order to confirm that the new clothes he changed into did not have any traces of bloodstains. Only then did he have a peace of mind and took 2 steps forward. Just as he was about to step into the courtyard, however, he realized that Xianxia did not follow after him. Turning his eyes to the side, he saw that Xianxia was currently staring straight to the front, as though he was already out of sorts. Brother Yun, what's wrong? Xianxia asked. Xianxia looked back at him and then lightly shook his head. Nothing much, let's head in. Hopefully, we're not interrupting your father from resting. We won't. My father doesn't usually rest at this hour. Xianxia said with a smile and then reminded with a soft voice. You definitely cannot tell my father that my injuries are very severe. Otherwise, if father and mother know about it, they will definitely be unable to sleep in peace for several days. Amen, Xianxia promised and took a step forward. Even Xianxia was able to see that he was a little spaced out. A small courtyard, a short pavilion, a stone table, 4 stone stools, a small field of emerald green arbors. Next to the arbors, there was a rattan chair which looked a little old. Next to the chair was a weapon rack that looked even older. However, there weren't any weapons hanging on it. Rather, there didn't seem to be any traces of weapons being hanged there before. This was everything which Xianxia saw in the courtyard. Xianxia stood in front of the main house and said with light voice, Father, are you inside? I brought a friend over. He wishes to meet you. A slight movement could be heard from inside the house. Right after, the voice of a middle-aged man sounded. Oh, a friend? Ho. This seems to be the first time Xior has ever brought a friend over. Come in then. The voice was very gentle but was completely unenergetic, revealing a trace of frailness. As a doctor, just by hearing this voice, Xianxia was able to confirm just how unbearable the state of the body of the voice's owner was. His heart suddenly stirred uncontrollably, to the point where there was a needle-piercing pain in the depths of his heart. Unconsciously, he reached his hand and pressed it on his own chest, the part where his heart was located. He had always believed that the only people who were able to give him such feelings were his grandfather, little aunt, and Kang Yue, whom he had married. He was unable to understand why the frailness that could be heard from the voice of a person he had never met, and had even once hated in secret before, would cause him to feel this slight, yet incomparably heartbreaking pain could this be, the connection of blood that was stated in stories. Right now, the person who was only separated by a single wall away from him, whom he only had to take another few simple steps to meet, really was. Then we're going in, Brother Yun. Ah, Brother Yun, Brother Yun. Yun Chi looked dumbfoundedly at the front. His eyes had blanked and his four limbs had stiffened, as though his soul had suddenly left his body. Yun Zio had to call him continuously 3 times before he finally regained his senses. Possessing huge, heavenly-breaking guts, he, who dared to single-handedly exterminate an entire burning heaven clan, who dared to break into the divine phoenix sect by himself. When facing this unlatched door which was currently only 3 steps away from him, his heart was actually beating incomparably haphazardly. That was an incomparably foreign excitement and apprehension he had never felt before. These feelings were something he couldn't explain nor describe. He had experienced 2 lives. In his first life, it was his teacher who raised him up, and in his second life, it was grandfather Zio who raised him up. In both lives, he never had any parents. Even the foster parents of this life had both left the world before he was consciously aware of his surroundings. Father was a concept that could not be more familiar for normal people. However, to him, it had been incomparably foreign and distant. From his grandfather, Yun Kanghai, he found out the names of his own biological father and mother, and found out the reason they had left him back then. At that time, the hatred he had towards them had completely disappeared, and in his subconsciousness, he was wishing that he could meet them as well. However, right now, when he was just about to meet them, currently his own state of mind that he had thought was as tough as steel was in a huge mess, and was at a complete loss. I'm fine. Yun Chi's smile was very forced. He tightened his fists, and only then did he realize that his own palms were already completely drenched in sweat. I have always longed to see Senior Yun, and now that I'm about to see him so suddenly, I'm a little too excited. Let me calm down for a moment first. Is it really this exaggerated? Yun Zio scratched his forehead, indicating that he did not really understand. Yun Chi pressed his hand on his chest. After continuously taking in a few breaths, he then let out a long exhale, and his expression had finally calmed down a little. He looked at the door in front of him for a short moment and finally said, Yun Zio, let us go in. The door was pushed open. With Yun Zio at the front and Yun Chi in the rear, they slowly walked in. Right after, the door was closed. In front of the hardwood table, which was at the side of the door, a figure dressed in green clothes slowly turned around from the table. This was a middle-aged man who looked about 50 years old. His face was white, but even an ordinary person could see that this form of whiteness was paleness due to being ill. As a formidable, profound practitioner, his body should have been maintained in an extremely young state in the first place. However, what was seen from his body was an heavily aged state, and even his hair was mixed with about 30% of white hair. However, these factors were completely unable to conceal the extraordinary temperament which transcended a normal person's. His forehead was even more so, revealing a very light form of grace and calm. Although his face was drawn with the traces of old age, his facial features still carried a refined look that could hardly be concealed. No matter who it was, they wouldn't suspect that he was definitely a handsome man who was rarely seen when he was young. Zior greets father. Father, are you currently drawing? Yun Zio asked when he saw the paper on the table. After Yun Chi entered, his gaze had been looking at the green-clothed man unblinkingly, and the green-clothed man was similarly sizing him up as well. He did not give Yun Zio a direct reply, and instead gave a smiling nod. Zior, is this the friend you were talking about? His looks are unordinary, while his temperament and bearing are even more extraordinary. I wonder how I should address you. After Yun Chi entered, he did not immediately give his greetings. Facing his question, he was startled and had entirely blanked for a few seconds. When he finally managed to calm himself down, he slightly arched his body and politely said, This junior is surnamed Yun, with the given name Chi. This junior has always longed to meet the Yun family of Demon Imperial City, so when I saw Senior Yun for the first time, I lost a little of my composure. I hope Senior will forgive me for my disrespect. Oh, your surname is Yun as well. Yun Qinghang's forehead loosened as he gave a slight smile. Yun Qi, ho, a good name. What a really good name. When your parents gave you this name, they must have hoped that you would live a worryless life without experiencing any suffering or illness. Ho, cough, 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 cough. Yun Qinghang simply gave a light smile, but immediately after he began to cough severely. Yun Zio hurriedly stepped forward and anxiously said, "Father, are you all right? Have you drank the medicine today?" Very quickly, Yun Qinghang recovered. Lightly waving his hands, he said with a smile, "Your father is fine. The medicine that I should have taken had naturally been taken as well. Otherwise, your mother wouldn't forgive me." Oh, Yun Qinghang's expression suddenly underwent a slight change as he instantly grabbed onto Yun Zio's hand. "You're injured. What happened?" It's not really a huge injury." Initially, Yun Zio hesitated. However, knowing that he was unable to hide the matter till the very end in an evasive manner, he gave a brief recount of the incident, where he encountered an assassination when he was meeting with number 7 under heaven outside the city. The person they wanted to kill was 7th sister, and had even clearly specified that they wouldn't harm me. But back then, the situation was really extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Yun Zio pointed at Yun Qi. Fortunately, Brother Yun lent a helping hand. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Their target was 7th sister, so I have only received a little small injury. It's not that severe. Look, I'm still lively right now. Yun Zio's wounds were naturally not light. If his clothes were removed, it would still be possible to see a dripping red bloody hole on his back. However, looking from the outside, it was after all merely an exterior wound. Not to mention, it had even stabilized, and it was sufficient to fully recover within a single month. What Yun Qi was more worried about was Yun Qinghang. He was actually only able to find out that Yun Zio was injured at such a close distance. It could be imagined just how dull his spiritual sense had become. Yun Zio was unable to see how severe and dire Yun Qinghang's current situation was, and Yun Qinghang naturally wouldn't allow Yun Zio to find out either. However, it was impossible to escape from his eyes. He was very sure that if this continued, Yun Qinghang basically wouldn't live past another 3 years. Yun Qinghang himself should be aware of this in his heart as well. Hearing Yun Zio's words, Yun Qinghang's brows tightly knitted and did not say a word for a moment, as though he was pondering on something. After that, he gave Yun Qi a light smile and raised his own hands towards him. "Little brother, thank you for the kindness of saving my son's life. My body is in an inconvenient state, so—" The moment Yun Qinghang raised his hands, Yun Qi jumped to the side out of shock. He definitely dared to accept respects from even the King of Heavens himself, however. He definitely couldn't bear to accept it from this person in front of him. Before he could even finish, Yun Qi hurriedly said, "See, Senior, this won't do. Saving Yun Zio merely took a small effort on my part. It definitely isn't worthy of having such great respects from Senior. There's completely no need for Senior to take it into heart." Yun Qinghang slightly blanked for a moment. He was simply planning on giving a bow with his fist cupped, which was a concept so distant from the words, "great respects." And he had even saved his son's life, so giving 100 thankful bows wouldn't even be exaggerated. Yun Qi's reaction had truly shocked and puzzled him. Yun Zio was also puzzled from Yun Qi's exaggerated reaction. However, after pondering for a moment, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly explained to Yun Qinghang. "Father, it's actually like this. On the way here, we have already agreed. After greeting you, Brother Yun and I will be becoming sworn brothers. If that's the case, my parents will also be Brother Yun's parents. That's why Brother Yun definitely wouldn't dare to accept Father's thanks." "Oh, becoming sworn brothers." Yun Qinghang looked towards Yun Qi and then nodded with a smile. "I see. Great, excellent. Zior has a stubborn temper, so he usually spends his time alone. If he has a friend who he can mutually rely on, then things couldn't be better. As his parents, we will be happy and feel at ease as well." Although Yun Qinghang's expression showed approval and joy, Yun Qi could clearly see doubts in his eyes. Indeed, as someone who had just suddenly appeared, whose identity and background were unknown, whom he had only met for a single day, being suspicious and vigilant was the most common reaction. "Father, let me tell you this. Brother Yun is truly incredible. The 3 people who attacked us were all level 1 overlords. Brother Yun simply used a single move and easily killed one of them, causing the other 2 to wet their pants out of fright and run with their tails between their legs. Furthermore, Brother Yun is only 22 years old today, merely a few months older than me. Even if it's Su Zhizhen of the Su family, He definitely wasn't as amazing as Brother Yun when he was 22 years old. Father. Father, what are you thinking about? When Yun Zio was speaking excitedly, he realized that Yun Qinghang's eyes were looking straight at Yun Qi, and his expression was a little dazed. Under his call, Yun Qinghang retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Nothing much. I simply felt that little brother Yun is a little familiar all of a sudden." Yun Qi, familiar. That's impossible, though. This is still the first time Brother Yun has left his sect to train, and it's even more so his first time in Demon Imperial City. Father, you must have definitely remembered wrongly. Yun Zio said, Ho, the familiarity Father is speaking of is that little brother Yun looks a lot like me when I was young. After saying this out, he really looks even more similar. Yun Qi. Really? Yun Zio looked at Yun Qinghang and then looked at Yun Qi. Then suddenly he broke into a grin and said, Heh! Father, earlier you even said that Brother Yun looked extraordinary. Now you even suddenly said that Brother Yun looks like you when you were young. You're clearly trying to brag about yourself. Mother had said that you were very smug when you were young. As expected, she wasn't the least bit wrong about you. Ha 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 ha! Yun Qinghang laughed out loud from Yun Zio's words. However, after he had only laughed for a few short moments, he was suddenly out of breath and began to cough severely. Cough, 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 cough. Ah, Father! Yun Zio was startled, and then he pressed his palm on Yun Qinghang's back. However, the moment he was about to circulate his profound energy, his back and internal organs began to ache in intense pain. His expression instantly paled, his body wobbled, and the wound on his back was even close to splurging out blood. Fortunately, Yun Qinghang did not sense his abnormal behavior, as he said with a wave of his hand. I'm fine. This is merely an old ailment. It's not like you don't know about it either, little brother Yun. This Yun's body has been ill for many years. For providing you with such bad hospitality, it sure is embarrassing. Yun Qi shook his head. Senior, not at all. Seeing Yun Qinghang's current state, his hands trembled. In the end, he was no longer able to endure it, as he took a step forward and said, Senior Yun, do you mind letting me take a look at your injury? This junior has learned medical skills from my teacher and can be said to have small achievements in it. There's a possibility that I might be able to ease Senior's illness. Ah, Brother Yun, you know medical arts as well? Yun Zio said in astonishment. Once again, Yun Qinghang seriously sized up Yun Qi. With his 100 years of experience, he should have been able to easily see through the truths and lies of a youth, and from Yun Qi's expression, what he saw was actually seriousness, sincerity, and even a hint of urgency. This was incomprehensible to him. When facing such extremely irregular circumstances, his initial reaction should have been to silently raise his guard. However, unknowingly, even though it was clearly the first time he had met this youth who was filled with mysteries, no matter what he did, he was actually unable to raise his guard nor feel averse. Instead, he felt a form of indescribable trust and intimacy towards him. In his entire lifetime, this was still the first time he had ever experienced this sort of strange feeling. He looked at Yun Qi for a long while, and his heart was strangely throbbing. However, he was completely unable to discern the source of this throbbing. He lightly smiled and said, Little brother Yun is so young, yet already has such accomplishments. I believe your medical skills are definitely extraordinary as well. It's just, my body is not suffering from an average illness, but an old sickness that had worsened throughout the years. Back then, I sought all the famous doctors in the world, yet none of them could do anything. Now that 20-odd years have passed, it has long seeped deeply into my blood marrows. I'm afraid that even if the great shifting golden deity himself descends into the world, there would be nothing he could do either. You having such sincerity already makes me exceptionally grateful. It's best that you don't waste your efforts. Yun Qi, however, was unmoved, as he slowly and calmly said, This junior does not agree with Senior Yun's words. When this junior first began practicing medicine, my master has taught me before that in this world, everything mutually reinforces and neutralizes each other. The countless matters of this world are constantly in a cycle of cause and effect. If a perfectly healthy person can become sick, then there's definitely a way to treat a sick person back to perfect health. In this world, there definitely doesn't exist any true terminal illness and injuries which cannot be healed. Even if it cannot be treated, that would simply mean that the treatment method has not been found for the time being. This junior's teacher is the world's greatest medical saint, and this junior's medical skills all come from my teacher. Under my teacher's tutelage, ever since this junior was young, I have never believed that an incurable illness exists in this world. So I hope Senior Yun will give this junior a try. Yun Qinghang had made contact with countless famous doctors, yet he had never heard such words from a confident and prideful doctor, to the point where he was unable to refute a single word. And these words had even been spoken by a youth who was merely a little over 20 years old. Yun Zio's mouth was wide open. Suddenly, he recalled the mysterious, profound energy he received from Yun Qi. He was severely injured, and in an instant he said excitedly, "Father, let Brother Yun try it out. Earlier I was injured by those 3 black-clothed men. Even though my injuries weren't very severe, they were still a little heavy. And Brother Yun simply used a very short span of time to completely stabilize my injuries, to the point where I'm seemingly unable to feel any pain. It might be possible that Brother Yun has a way to treat Father's body as well." Since the two had already put it that way, Yun Qinghang naturally couldn't refuse again. With a light smile, he said, "Fine then, but do not strain yourself. In regards to the condition of my body, I myself know best." Yun Qi did not speak further as he took 2 steps forward. Standing in front of Yun Qinghang's body, he then stretched out his left hand. "Senior Yun, first allow this junior to inspect the condition of your body using my profound energy. Please do not resist it." Yun Qinghang gently nodded, and then he slightly adjusted his sitting posture. His expression was very calm, and calmness signified that he was not holding on to any hope. After all, just as he had said, in regards to the condition of his body, he himself was more clear than anyone else. 20-odd years ago, not a single one out of all of the famous doctors in the world could heal him. Now that the illness had settled for 20-odd years, even more so, the possibility of healing it could no longer exist. Yun Qi reached out his palm and carefully pressed at the place where Yun Qinghang's heart was on chest, and then closed his eyes. Profound energy gently and slowly entered his body. At the side, Yun Zio retreated a few steps back, and his 2 hands were tightly clutching onto his own chest. He wasn't as calm as Yun Qinghang. Instead, he was incomparably wishing for the appearance of a miracle. In merely a second, Yun Qi's brows furrowed fiercely. This reaction caused Yun Zio's heart to skip a beat as well. From Yun Qinghang's complexion and superficial aura, he knew that the condition of his body was definitely extremely poor. And only after the inspection did he shockingly realize that Yun Qinghang's condition was much poorer than he had predicted. His internal organs were all failing to a large extent. It was seemingly impossible to find a complete internal organ. His heart, lungs, and profound veins, every single one of them was carved with scars which looked as though they were slashed by a sharp sword. And when an expert's internal organs were damaged, as long as sufficient time was given, they could be recovered with their own profound energy. However, these sword scars still existed even after 20-odd years. Evidently, the source of these internal injuries was definitely not ordinary, most likely caused by an extremely strong sword energy. Sword energy, mighty heavenly sword region. The most frightening part wasn't his internal injuries, but the failures of more than 90% of his tendons. They were failures, not torn apart. Even if all the tendons in a person's body were to be completely torn apart, Yun Qi would still have a way to reconnect and fix them. However, a failure like this was even more terrifying than tears. If a regular person's tendons were to be compared to the roots of life, then more than 90% of Yun Qinghang's tendons had basically wilted. Seemingly, the existence of not even a hint of vitality could be sensed. Similarly, his profound veins had failed as well. The damage received by his profound veins were not heavy, however, like a dried-up quagmire, they were devoid of life. It could be seen just to what extent he had overused his own profound energy and stamina back then, to be able to cause his profound veins and tendons to fail to such a state. Recalling Zio Li's simple description back then, 22 years ago, when they fled to floating Cloud City, their entire bodies had already been covered with injuries, and they were nearly burnt out. And after that, it was unknown just how long and how dangerous of an escape they had experienced. Perhaps from that moment on, their consumption at every second were all complete overusage of their energy. With such overuse of their strength, how would they still have the mental capability to care about their injuries? In their escape that made use of all of their strength and willpower, their injuries had undoubtedly worsened with every step, and for them to persist to such an extent was most probably because of that child in their embrace back then. If they were merely the failures of his profound veins and tendons, and the worsening of his internal injuries, after recuperating for more than 20 years, Even if Yun Qinghang was unable to restore his profound energy, they shouldn't be able to extinguish his flames of life to such extent. Very quickly, Yun Qi found the answer. In Yun Qinghang's body, he discovered something that had already invaded every corner of his body: cold poison. And the reason why he was frowning so heavily was precisely because of what type of cold poison it was. Because this cold poison was exactly the same as the cold poison Ru Xiaoya, Hua Minghai's wife, had suffered from. Back then, bringing along Ru Xiaoya, whose body had already been struck with the cold poison, Hua Minghai had stolen a large number of purple-veined heaven crystals to extend her life, and had even constantly searched for various mysterious medicines. Yet, he was only able to maintain a short few years of her lifespan. If he had not encountered Yun Qi, Ru Xiaoya would have already passed away a year ago. While the cold poison in Yun Qinghang's body had existed for more than 20 years, this cold poison had long completely invaded his blood veins, bone marrows, and even his vitals. Compared to Xiaoya's condition, it was countless times more dangerous. Hua Minghai had once said that Ru Xiaoya's cold poison was cast by the Sun-Moon Divine Hall's deadly hands. Could it be that those villains back then were not just the mighty Heavenly Sword region, but the Sun-Moon Divine Hall as well? After a long while, Yun Qi slowly shifted away his palm from Yun Qinghang's chest. His pair of brows were kept tightly furrowed, not loosening in the slightest, and even his expression was a little heavy. With an anxious expression that was filled with expectations, Yun Xiao looked at him. However, even after waiting for a long while, Yun Qi still did not speak up. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he voiced out, "Brother Yun, my father's body, how is it?" Yun Qi did not reply immediately. Instead, he lightly exhaled before speaking up. Senior Yun's profound level back then must have been at the very pinnacle. If it was an average person, forget about living till now, I'm afraid that the person wouldn't even live past 3 years. I once heard from my mother that father's accomplishments back then could be said to have shocked the entire illusory demon realm. At just the age of 36, he had already broken through to become a monarch, and he was the absolutely youngest monarch in all of illusory demon realm's history. Adding the power of his profound handle, before father encountered this incident, in the entire illusory realm, among the people of the same age, not a single one of them was father's match. Back then, although grandfather and the 10 great-grand elders were no longer in the family, and the family was even shouldering a grave sin with father's presence, no one dared to belittle our Yun family. Yun Xiao slowly explained. When he brought up Yun Qinghang's glory back in the days, he wasn't proud, but simply anguished. Then, when father had successfully broken through to the middle stages of the sovereign profound realm, he was no longer able to suppress his worry for grandfather. Along with mother, who had just broken through to the sovereign profound realm, they used the family's secret device to enter the sky profound continent. But in the end, 36 years old monarch, to Yun Qi, the realm of the sovereign profound was simply too distant. And that's exactly why the concept of a 36-year-old stepping into the sovereign profound realm had struck an incomparably immense blow to his heart and soul. He was the youngest monarch in all of illusory demon realm's history, and most probably, even in the sky profound continent, there still wouldn't be anyone that could break this record. If he had not encountered such a disaster, his future heights would have been unforeseeable. However, the heavens just had to be envious of geniuses, causing such a catastrophe to befall upon him. He was once a monarch, and was even a middle-stage monarch. His wife was similarly a monarch as well, the realm at the very pinnacle, which even until now he could only desperately look up to with his head raised. The two of them were actually so incredible, standing at a height which common people could only look up to. Ho, there's no point in bringing up matters of the past. Fate is determined by the heavens. No matter how strong a person is, it's destined that he can never win against the heavens. And since such is fate, then the only choice is to calmly accept fate. It's been more than 20 years, and I have long gotten used to it. Yun Qinghang's voice was calm and gentle, and his every word was casual and light. His expression was even calmer, as though he had long accepted everything and resigned to his fate. However, from a single glance, Yun Qi could see that, within his calm eyes, he was concealing a deep grievance. His words sounded as though he was calm and had resigned to his fate. However, what Yun Qi heard even more was instead anger and unwillingness. That's right. No matter how open-minded a person was, how could he possibly accept such a cruel arrangement of fate? Brother Yun, my father's body, you can't do anything either, Yun Zio asked a little dejectedly. From Yun Qi's extremely heavy expression, he had actually obtained his answer. Yun Qinghong chuckled and said, Little brother Yun, there's no need to put it to heart. Earlier, you should have seen the condition of my body as well. It definitely isn't because your medical skills are lacking, rather, it's because my body is indeed incurable. In actuality, this way is fine as well. At the very least, my life is much stable than before. Turning his head, he glanced outside the window and lightly sighed. In another 2 months, it should be time for my identity as the patriarch to be transferred to someone else. When that time comes, I will be completely relaxed, and I will no longer have any worries. Even though he said that he would no longer have any worries, in the depths of his eyes, a deep pain and eagerness flickered. Transferring the title of patriarch to someone else. Yun Zio was stunned. What's going on? When is this going to happen? Why have I never heard about it? Was this decided by the great elders? Yun Qinghong shook his head and lightly smiled. Zior, do not mind it. I have sat on the position as the patriarch virtually for 100 years. It should have long been given to someone else. Although there hasn't been anyone who brought up about the matter of having me giving up the patriarch position. But in 3 months, it will be Little Demon Empress's 100-year reign ceremony. During the grand ceremony, there would definitely be another battle between dragons and tigers of the 12 guardian families, and a big incident might even occur. Big incident? What big incident? Yun Zio asked in shock. You will know when the time comes. Yun Qinghong's calm voice was filled with a deep helplessness. The glow in his eyes had slightly dimmed, however. It was still projecting out wisdom and farsightedness that could seemingly see through everything. But with his weak constitution, even if he was able to see through everything, he was powerless to face it. He continued, In the 100-year ceremony, our Yun family will definitely have to face it with all we can as well. Otherwise, there's a possibility that we might face the crisis of being expelled from the 12 guardian families, and even from the demon imperial city. What? Yun Zio gasped out in shock. In times like this, we, father and son, should best be abandoned. Yun Qinghong closed his eyes. His face was expressionless. In order to face the Little Demon Empress's 100-year reign ceremony, our Yun family will conduct a competition within the entire family in 2 months. During that time, it will also be the moment where I step down from my position. But Zior, there's no need for you to worry. After all, your maternal grandfather is still here, so the Yun family will not dare to mistreat us. Even if we really have to leave, it's not like we have no place to go. To our family of 3, leaving the Yun family, which is currently a dusty land and a pile of mess, isn't really a bad thing. Yun Qinghong said many words which Yun Zio was unprepared for. He could only stare dumbfoundedly. Furthermore, he did not hide this topic from Yun Qi, and before this, he did not tell Yun Zio even the slightest bit of this matter. Evidently, the matter of Yun Zio and number 7 under heaven being assaulted during their meeting had allowed him to clearly sniff out a certain odor. In 2 months, the competition within the Yun family. In 3 months, the Little Demon Empress's 100-year reign ceremony. Yun Qi's chest slightly fluctuated, and following after, he gritted his teeth as a strange, clear glow flashed past his eyes. He looked at Yun Qinghong and said with firm words, Senior Yun, if your body is able to fully recover within 2 months and is able to even restore all of the profound energy that you once had, will you still consider stepping down from the patriarch position? Yun Qi's sudden question stunned both Yun Qinghong and Yun Zio at the same time. Yun Qinghong twitched his brows and then said with a bitter smile, There's no if. The existence of a full recovery is basically impossible. Restoring the profound energy that I once had back then is even more of a myth. Disregard the possibility for now. Yun Qi's tone did not change as his eyes faced Yun Qinghong's in a straight line. Senior Yun simply has to answer this, Junior. If in 2 months your body and strength returns to the ones Yun Qinghong had 25 years ago, then will you still be willing to give up the patriarch position, even if the people within your family were to force you with harsh measures? Yun Qinghong looked firmly at Yun Qi. In his eyes, he could see something that was causing his heart to fiercely tremble. He was silent for a short moment, and then he shook his head slowly with incomparable decisiveness. No, this patriarch position has been passed down from generation to generation, from my great-grandfather to my grandfather, and to my father. It is the identity and responsibility my father had bestowed upon me. If I were to give up this position to someone else, even if there comes a day I will buried under the yellow earth, I still wouldn't have the face to meet my father. And the crisis of the Yun family is similar to thousands of kilograms of weight being held on by a strand of hair. A few lowly thieves are even plotting something secretly in their hearts. If I had sufficient strength, I definitely won't be ignoring them with my eyes closed like I am right now. And only I am able to revive the Yun family. Yun Qinghang's final few words were no longer the least bit calm like usual. What appeared was a form of decisiveness and pride that was carved deep in his bones. Good, Yun Qi slowly nodded. Senior Yun, if you're willing to believe and cooperate with me, I have a way to restore your body and your profound strength to their perfect state back then in 2 months. Ah, ah, Yun Qi's words had undoubtedly thundered in Yun Qinghang's and Yun Zio's ears. Yun Zio especially had instantly cried out involuntarily. With quick steps, he charged over and uncontrollably grabbed hold of Yun Qi as he said with incomparable excitement. Brother Yun, why you is what you said true. No matter if it's father's body or profound strength, do you really have a way to restore them all? Yun Zio was a little incoherent with his words due to excitement, however. This demonstrated that he seemed to believe Yun Qi's words at the very least. He was filled with immense hope. As Yun Qinghang had been paralyzed for more than 20 years, if anyone else were to hear Yun Qi's words, they would simply feel that he was just making up stories. However, Yun Zio had a strange form of indescribable trust towards Yun Qi. Even if his words were as inconceivable as such, Yun Zio would still involuntarily wish to trust him. Yun Qinghang was dumbfounded. However, he naturally would not be as agitated as Yun Zio. From Yun Qi's expression and his eyes, even with his lifetime worth of experience, he was unable to see a hint of false intent and pretense, but only resolution after a firm decision had been made. Facing such an expression, eyes, and tone, Yun Qinghang felt that his own suspicion had actually been shaken. Looking a little out of sorts, he stared at Yun Qi and said, "Little brother Yun, you really have a way?" Yun Qi did not reply. Instead, he focused, reached out his hand, and once again pressed it on Yun Qinghang's chest. Yun Qinghang's body had been crippled for more than 20 years, and he had long completely resigned to his fate, as even he himself had long lost any belief that there was a method which could restore his body in this world. Restoring his profound strength was even more of a dream that he did not dare to even think of. Hence, no matter how much he was guaranteed with mere words, it was impossible for him to really believe them. The only thing that could allow him to believe what Yun Qi had said was to have his own body experience the truth. Yun Qi closed his eyes. The great way of the Buddha began to circulate, and then, taking the absorbed nature energy with profound energy as a medium, he slowly and carefully inserted it into Yun Qinghang's body. Then he carefully guided it to every corner of his body. The condition of Yun Qinghang's body was incomparably severe. If it was allowed to recuperate with mere medical skills and medicine, even if his body could recover, it would still take at least several years. And many of the spiritual herbs needed for this process were extremely rare and precious. There were even some that could not be bought with mere money. Yun Qi naturally would not choose the method of treating with medical skills and medicine. To have Yun Qinghang, who was crippled for more than 20 years, recover in a short span of 2 months, his only choice was to use the nature energy brought by the great way of the Buddha. His own body had suffered countless heavy injuries. There were even several times where his entire body was nearly destroyed and his organs were severely ruptured. However, as long as he still harbored a single breath and a hint of will, he would be able to use the great way of the Buddha to speedily recover. With his current 4th level of the great way of the Buddha and his dragon god's physique, no matter how heavy his injuries were, he would be able to completely recover in less than 48 hours, with not a single scar left behind. At the same time, under the power of heaven and earth, the recovery speed of his profound energy was 12 times faster than an average person. The nature energy brought upon by the great way of the Buddha could heal oneself, so naturally, it could heal others as well. Based on speed, it was much slower than healing himself, however. A month should be enough. After his body and profound veins were restored, there would still be a month worth of time which could be used to restore profound strength. However, though using nature energy to undergo treatment for others sounded especially simple, reality was definitely not the case. Yun Qi's body held affinity with nature energy. However, Yun Qinghang did not possess the great way of the Buddha. If the nature energy that entered his body went out of Yun Qi's control, it would turn into a completely destructive force. At the same time, The medical knowledge which Xianxia possessed played a very important role in this process. He was familiar with the positions of every meridian, every acupuncture point, and even every muscle in the human body. Hence, the directions which the nature energy flowed under his control was vividly circulating in his mind. If it was someone else, even if he possessed the same fourth level of the great way of the Buddha like Xianxia, it would be basically impossible for him to treat Yun Qinghang. In the beginning, Yun Qinghang felt a warm flow of energy surge from his chest that was in contact with Xianxia's palm. Then, the warm flow of energy spread throughout his entire body. Its aura was extremely calm and was different from all the profound energy he had known about in his life, causing him to secretly feel astonished. Following after the constant surging of the calm aura, the warm flow of energy in his body became even denser, and the flowing began to slow down. At this moment, he felt the meridians of his limbs, which had been frozen for more than 20 years, suddenly warm up. And at the same time, his sternocostal, which had long become dormant, to the point where the dozens of veins that existed within it had almost been forgotten, experienced a piercing pain, as though it had been stabbed by a needle. At that one moment, Yun Qinghang's entire body stiffened, as his face revealed an expression of utter disbelief. Right after, his eyes stirred intensely, and his hands had even began to tremble with incomparable intensity. Ever since Xianxia was consciously aware of his surroundings, the father he had known of had always been as calm as water and non-competitive. He had never seen his father being enraged, and had rarely seen him laugh out loud either, as though everything in the world was unable to stir the waves in his heart. He had lived for nearly 22 years, yet this was still the first time seeing his father losing control of his emotions like this all of a sudden. He worriedly said, "Father, what happened to you?" "My senses." Yun Qinghang's eyes stirred, and his entire body was still uncontrollably trembling in excitement. "A part of my veins have regained their senses." "Ah!" Yun Qinghang's words to Xianxia were like a heavenly message that came from the boundaries of the sky. Seeing Yun Qinghang's body trembling in excitement, he was so joyous that it seemed as though he was about to collapse in tears right there and then. Is that true? Father, you really? Do not speak for now." Yun Qinghang forcefully suppressed his excitement. In front of him, Xianxia's eyes had been closed the entire time. His brows were knitted tightly, and his forehead was drenched in sweat. His current state showed that he was concentrating with all his might. Xianxia hurriedly reached out his hand to cover his own mouth. He looked at Xianxia, then looked at Yun Qinghang, and no longer let out the slightest sound. However, the stirring in his eyes had clearly showed the tumbling in his inner heart. However, the excitement in his heart was naturally unable to compare to Yun Qinghang's by a long margin. The warm flow of energy continued to swim in his body. After passing through his sternocostal, those dormant veins were sending out senses one after another, as though they were awakened by a long, deep slumber. As for these veins, which were completely wilted and wouldn't be exaggerated if they were deemed dead, he had initially thought that it would be impossible to restore them again forever. Those genius doctors whose names could shake the illusory demon realm had all told him that his meridians could never be restored. However, currently, he was clearly and incomparably truly sensing the existence of these veins once again. Among these wilted veins, even if only one of them could be restored, it would be sufficient for him to believe that it was an incredible miracle. However, what he was sensing was one vein after another being restored consecutively. The increasing painful sensations that were either light or heavy did not cause him to reject them in the slightest. Instead, they excited him, as though he was in a dream where he was stepping into the heavens. Initially, he was merely someone whose body had been completely crippled more than 20 years ago, who had long lost all hope and was even calmly waiting for his death. In order to not worry his wife and son, what he expressed had always been an adaptable, breeze-like calm, as though he was seeing light of everything. However, no one could understand that was merely a form of displaying an unfathomable degree of helplessness, pain, and despair. And no one could understand the degree of excitement and ecstasy he was currently feeling at this moment. Xianxia maintained the same unmoving posture, and only sweat was flowing in streams from his head. Very quickly, his clothes were completely drenched as well. Yun Qinghang looked at this male youth in front of him who bestowed him this heavenly surprise and boundless hope. An overwhelming surge of feelings fluctuated in his inner heart. This youth, who is he? Naturally, senses being restored to his veins did not represent a complete recovery. To completely restore them, even with the profound great way of the Buddha, it would still require a considerably long time. What Xianxia was currently doing was to once again infuse these veins, which were initially completely wilted, back into the source of life. This was the first step he had to take in order to treat Yun Qinghang. Having senses being restored to a few of his veins was enough to excite Yun Qinghang to think that it was all a dream. When he realized that this awakening was quickly spreading, and seemed to be awakening all of his wilted, profound veins, even with his frame of mind, he felt a very heavy, heavy sense of surrealness. And this miracle in 2 hours had truly emerged within his body. 2 hours later, following after the disappearance of that warm flow of energy in his body, all of his wilted veins had been completely awakened. Although it was still impossible to infuse energy into these veins which were just awakened, nor were they able to support his stamina, this was already a miracle among miracles, and it had even lit up an incomparably bright and glaring hope within him. Xianxia heaved a long sigh and finally opened his eyes. He retracted his arm and took a step back. Right after he swiped away the beads of sweat from his forehead, on his fatigue-looking face, he revealed a light smile. "Senior Yun, now are you able to believe this junior's words? Little brother, you." Looking at Xianxia, he felt that foreign sensation all around his body. This was the first time in Yun Qinghang's life that he was unable to say anything out of excitement. "Brother Yun, you're really, really too incredible." Yun Zio's pair of eyes glowed. His fists were clenched, and he was so excited, even his limbs were not listening to his instructions somewhat. "Brother Yun, earlier you said that you're able to have my father completely recover in 2 months. Is that true?" Xianxia nodded. "Of course it's true. How confident are you?" Yun Qinghang hurriedly spoke out right after. Currently, his face had long lost the calm and lightness he had earlier. Xianxia said with a slight smile. 100% confident, of course. Senior Yun, don't worry. Since this junior dares to say it, I will definitely make it possible." Earlier, Yun Qinghang would definitely not believe these words from Xianxia. However, right now, after personally experiencing the awakening of all the veins in his body, and knowing that it even merely took an incredibly short time of 2 hours, his belief had now far suppressed his suspicion. Xianxia picked up a piece of paper from the table, speedily wrote down 2 rows of words, and passed it to Yun Zio. "Your Yun family should have its own medicine storage. According to the amount listed here, go pick out these 14 medicinal ingredients and bring back at least 109 silver needles which are at least 3 inches long." "Ah, all right." Currently, Yun Zio was treating Xianxia's words as a royal decree. He speedily glanced through it and realized that all of the ingredients listed were very common medicinal ingredients. Thus, he could not help but ask, "Just by using these ingredients, it's possible to heal my father's body. These are not used for Senior Yun, but for you," Xianxia said while shifting his eyes over. "Your injuries are not light, and earlier you were overly impulsive. Now that your blood flow is in a mess, if it's not kept under control, I'm afraid it can't be healed even after 2 months. Only the silver needles are used for Senior Yun." The cold poison in Senior Yun's body had already invaded his entire body, and even his vitals have been completely invaded. The regular methods of expelling the poison would all have very huge risks. Hence, the only choice is to use silver needles to slowly expel the poison from the various parts of his body. "Hurry and go." When Xianxia said the words "cold poison," and looked as though he actually had the confidence and method to expel the cold poison, the glow in Yun Qinghang's eyes once again stirred intensely. "All right, I'm going now." Yun Zio jogged out. Just as he reached the door, he once again stopped his steps in an instant and turned around. "Oh, right, Mother, where did Mother go? Since Brother Yun is able to cure Father, then he's definitely able to cure Mother as well," Yun Qinghang said. "Your uncle came over in the afternoon, so your mother followed him back to the Mu family. She should be back very soon." Ho-ho, Yun Qinghang's final light laughter at the end was a laughter filled with ease and comfort. Although his wife's state was similarly severe, it should be a little lighter than his. Since the youth in front of him dared to say that he was 100% confident in healing him completely, then he would naturally be able to treat his wife. Just as Yun Qinghang's words fell, the voice of a rough man suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard. "Brother-in-law, we're back, MN, a guest." When Yun Zio heard that voice, he turned around and shouted, "Mother is back," in a low voice. He did not care about the wounds on his body and rushed out impatiently with steps as swift as an arrow. Xianxia did not follow him out. Instead, His gaze shot past the door that had been pushed open by Xianxia, and he looked at the two figures which had just entered the courtyard. His eyes turned hazy and something seemed to be caught in his throat. It was almost as though he had forgotten how to breathe, as his entire body started to gently tremble. Xianxia's voice quickly came from outside. "Uncle!" "Ah, mother!" "You're back." As Xianxia's voice fell, a woman's gentle yet anxious sounded out. "I heard that you were ambushed outside the city and had even gotten injured. Quick, let mother see. Where are you hurt? Are your injuries serious?" Mother, how did you know about my injuries?" "Huh!" A somewhat boorish male voice rang out. The man said evenly, "This old man was helping your mother recuperate when news suddenly came, saying that you and that girl from the Under Heaven family were ambushed by someone. This almost scared your mother half to death, so she anxiously rushed back home. Kiddo, let me see to your injuries." "Big brother, how are Xiaor's injuries? Are they heavy? I heard that the ones who ambushed them were 3 overlords. How could Xiaor withstand any blows from them?" The woman's voice trembled heavily, and she was obviously beside herself with worry and anxiety. "These wounds are not light, but do not worry, they are all external injuries. As long as he rests for a while, he will make a full recovery." The man's rough voice rang out once more, and it carried with it a slight undertone of suspicion. "Kiddo, who helped to treat your injuries. Such serious external injuries, yet they were suppressed to this level in such a short amount of time." "My injuries are fine." Xiao's heart was filled with joy, and he did not even care about his current state. He said in a hurried voice, "Mother, come quickly. I have some extremely good news for you. Both your injuries and father's injuries can be healed. I met this incredible big brother, and he has a way to help your bodies recover completely. It's true." The voices of the 3 people crept closer and closer. When Xiao's voice fell, they had stepped into the room. Qi's gaze regained its clarity at this moment, and his wildly beating heart had been forced into a calm state. He looked at the 2 people who had followed Xiao into the room. The man looked to be roughly around 30 years old. He was tall and broad, and his beard filled his face. He seemed to be a person who was unconcerned with his appearance, but his eyes were as fierce as a wild tiger's. They were forcefully imposing. As his gaze swept across Qian, a kind of indescribable pressure suddenly assaulted over a monarch-level pressure. These supreme existences which had only existed in legends. In just one day, Qian had met them one after the other. This didn't mean that the illusory demon realm had numerous super-powerful sovereign profound realm practitioners. This was the demon imperial city, and it was the core of the illusory demon realm, where the peak of its profound world was gathered. And when Qian had initially arrived at this place, the people he had met were all from the demon imperial city's most illustrious families. Moreover, they were all peak existences within their respective families. Greatest ambition under heaven was the current patriarch of the elf clan. He was an individual who could cover the sky of the illusory demon realm with one hand. And the tall and broad man in front of him was from the 12 guardian families' Mu family, Mu Yubai, the well-known young patriarch of the Mu family and the future patriarch of the Mu family. He was similarly a supreme existence who could shake the entire illusory demon realm. But what this clearly entailed was that within the short span of a few years, Qian had, under the instruction of Jasmine and his own desperation and hard work, begun to close in on the realm of the mightiest existences within both the profound sky continent and the illusory demon realm. Mu Yubai snorted in contempt as he heard Xiao's words. "Allow your father and mother to fully recover. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" "Uncle, mother, what I said is completely true. If you do not believe me, ask father," Xiao continued hurriedly. The miracle that had happened to Yun Qinghang caused him such joy that he felt like blood was rushing throughout his entire body. It could be said that in his entire lifetime, he had never been as excited as he was right now. "And this is..." The woman whom Xiao supported did not seem to hear his words at all. After she entered the room, her gaze fell directly on Qian and did not move at all after that. Qian also looked at her, his lips repeatedly closing and opening, yet he did not utter a single word. The years did not leave many marks on her body, but it seemed to have left her with many scars. Anyone could see that in her youth she had been a peerless beauty. Her appearance was gentle and elegant, her disposition graceful and noble. Yet her disposition was not so much one of excessive nobility. It was more like she exuded an aura of melancholy, a deeply engraved melancholy that seemed to sit between her brows and in her soul. The melancholy was so deep that it seemed like even 1,000 years would not be enough to clear it away. Even if an insensitive person saw her, he or she would clearly be able to feel her sorrow. Her face showed the same kind of paleness as Yun Qinghang. Even though she could walk, each step showed a noticeable weakness. Even her eyes seemed to be covered in with a layer of haziness. Her current state might have been slightly better than Yun Qinghang's, but it was not better by much. She is my birth mother, mother. Could it be that you are the young man who saved this kid and the under-heaven family's girl? Mu Yubai measured Yun Qi with his eyes. When he felt his profound strength level, his brows making an obvious movement. Amen, amen. Yun Xiao nodded his head, his expression filled with excitement as he said, "Let me introduce him to you. Mother, uncle, this person is Brother Yun. When seventh sister and I were ambushed by the men in black, he was the one who saved us." Mother, are you all right? Why do you keep staring at Brother Yun?" Yun Xiao waved his hand in front of Mu Yuru's eyes a couple of times. It was only after this that she recovered from her stupor. After which she gently laughed. "It's nothing, I am just very grateful. This child seems to feel so close and familiar to me. It is as if I had seen him once very long ago." "Yun Qi, so your surname is also Yun. I am Yun Xiao's mother. Thank you for saving my Xiaor." After saying this, Mu Yuru wanted to raise her body slightly, but Yun Qi hurriedly stepped forward. "Oh, Aunt Yun, please do not salute me. When I first saw Yun Xiao, it was like meeting an old friend. Also, we have the same surname, and saving him was as simple as lifting a finger. Moreover, we are preparing to become sworn brothers, so please do not salute this junior in any way whatsoever." "This?" Mu Yuru was slightly startled. "Ho ho," Yun Qinghang laughed, and looking at Yun Qi, he said, "Yuru, you and I both share this same feeling like we have seen him somewhere before. Just now I even said that he looked like me in my youth, or perhaps he really does share some great affinity with our family. Yubai, how did the two of you find out about Xiaor being ambushed?" Mu Yubai sternly declared, "The precious daughter of the under-heaven family was almost killed. Greatest ambition under heaven would definitely go wild with anger, so this old man quickly learned about this matter. But unfortunately, Yuru also heard it." "HMPH?" Mu Yubai's expression became dark. "Looks like some people think that they've been living too comfortably, so they're in a hurry to court death. This matter has already drawn my attention, and that old dog from the under-heaven family is definitely even more focused on it. I believe that it will only be a short while before we ferret out these bastards who are clearly tired of living. I'm just afraid that this current situation is a tad more complicated than what you think it is," Yun Qinghang said while sighing. Mu Yubai's eyes flashed. "Brother-in-law, did you perceive something? Let's turn our minds to other things first." Yun Qinghang did not want to continue on this topic. His gaze turned to Yun Qi and he said, "Little brother, is it possible for you to examine my wife's condition? If you can cure my wife, this Yun will definitely in this life." "Senior Yun's words are too serious," Yun Qi swiftly said, interrupting Yun Qinghang mid-speech. "Yun Xiao and I are as close as brothers. Senior Yun and Aunt Yun are like half my family. This junior will definitely put in all of his effort. As for words of politeness or gratefulness, you really don't need say them." Yeah. Yun Xiao swiftly nodded his head. "Mother, hurry and sit and let Brother Yun examine you. Brother Yun is extremely skilled in medical arts." "Father's dead?" Pooh. I mean father's meridians that had been in deep sleep for 20-odd years. Brother Yun woke them all up in less than 2 hours. Right now, father is beginning to regain feeling in various parts of his body." "What?" Mu Yubai brows jumped violently. He surged forward and rested his extended hand on top of Yun Qinghang's shoulder. Quickly, the expression on his face became awash with violent emotions. "Big brother, is it true?" Mu Yuru asked excitedly. Mu Yubai released his grip and slowly nodded his head, saying, "It's true, his previously dead meridians have completely recovered their vitality. Even though they are still relatively weak, as long as he devotes all his attention to becoming well, in no more than a few years, he can make a full recovery. This is practically a miracle." "This is true." Mu Yuru's body shook violently, and she was so excited that she nearly fainted on the spot. "Ho, even though this is my own body, even I myself nearly thought that I was dreaming." Yun Qinghang slowly lifted both his hands. Although he had calmed down from his previous excitement long ago, his ruddy face still bore traces of it, as it manifested the great waves in his heart. "Right now, I can clearly feel the existence of every single meridian in my body. All of this is thanks to the efforts of Brother Yun," Yun Xiao declared with great enthusiasm. Brother Yun even said that he is confident that he can help father recover not only physically, but also help him recover his profound strength. all within the span of 2 months. Complete recovery? Mu Yubai gaze shot towards Yun Qi and he started to appraise him yet again. Did you really say such a thing? Yes, Yun Qi nodded his head. Mu Yubai furrowed his brows as his gaze turned grave. You used a mere 2 hours to help a completely crippled person's veins make a full recovery, so you do needed have godly skills. In the 200 years that I've lived thus far, I have not heard of such a thing before. But before I question your medical ability, let me explain that what he suffered from was not a simple injury. It was a complete crippling due to him overdrawing on his own strength. Besides his meridians being crippled, his profound veins and internal organs are all on the brink of failure. Moreover, there is still an extremely terrifying and uncleansable cold poison in his system. Do you really have the ability to help him make a full recovery and even help him recover his strength? Yun Qi looked straight at him, his expression calm as he answered, Doctors do not tell lies. I can resurrect Senior Yuns from the grave in 2 hours. I also have the confidence that within 7 days, I can help them fully recover. I will be able to completely cleanse the cold poison in Senior Yun's body in the following 3 days with not a single trace remaining. As for the failure of his profound veins and 5 viscera, even though it is troublesome, I have confidence that I can help Senior Yun make a full recovery within 1 month. Give me another month, and I can help Senior Yun regain all his profound strength. Mu Yubai. The more this junior speaks, the harder it will be for Senior Mu to be convinced. In 2 months' time, everyone will naturally witness the results. Yun Qi declared with determination. The gaze which Mu Yubai used to regard Yun Qi grew more and more concentrated, while his heart was in a constant state of upheaval. The young man standing before him was only at the sky-profound realm, but under his imposing manner and his gaze did not waver, nor did his face change color. Both his eyes were clear as clean water. He could not even detect a hint of falseness or inadequacy. Moreover, every word he said, to the ears of those who was familiar with Yun Qinghang's condition, sounded too fantastic to be true, but somehow they possessed the ability to cause people to unwittingly believe. Good, Mu Yubai nodded his head. If you can really do as you have said and cure my little sister and brother-in-law, then at that time, whatever request you make of me, even if you want me give my life for you, I won't even furrow a brow. This was the young patriarch of the Mu family, yet he actually vowed to give his life to another. Yun Qi was absolutely the first and only person he had ever made this vow to before, and this undoubtedly showed his deep concern for Mu Yuru. Yun Qi looked at him with a few more degrees of respect, a kind of instinctive respect. This junior only has one tiny request, Yun Qi said. In regards to the healing of Senior Yun and Aunt Yun before I have succeeded, please do not speak of this to anyone. Ah, why? Yun Zio said in confusion. But he immediately saw that both Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru did not express any suspicion or surprise. Instead, both of them looked deep in thought. Yun Qi continued, Even though this is Junior's first time coming to Demon Imperial City, after hearing about some things concerning the Yun family and the 12 guardian families from Yun Zio, then witnessing the attack against Yun Zio and number 7 under heaven, I can faintly guess a few things. Coupled with the fact that in 3 months' time, it will the little demon Empress 100-year reign ceremony, and that the Yun family clan competition will be held in 2 months. During this period, there won't be any peace within the Yun family, and there will also be an undercurrent of unlawful elements abounding as well. If this junior's ability to heal both Senior Yun and Aunt Yun is leaked outside, forgive this junior for speaking frankly, what may come from the rest of the Yun family might very well not be delight. And in 2 months' time, if Senior Yun and Aunt Yun still present themselves as cripples at the family competition, you might perhaps be able to unearth even more truths. Yun Qinghang and Mu Yubai stayed silent for a short period of time. Then Mu Yubai nodded his head and said, You are correct. This matter definitely cannot be discovered by anyone else. On my side, I will only tell this to my father to raise his spirits. Xior, always bear this in mind. You definitely cannot let anyone else know of this matter. Do not reveal even a trace of information. Even if that girl from the Under Heaven family who has got you wrapped around her little finger comes calling, you are not to reveal anything at all. Do you understand? I understand. I definitely won't tell anyone else. Yun Zio nodded his head vigorously. Even though he did not fully understand Yun Qi's words, he knew what was important and what was not, and he also knew what he should and should not do, so he was very clear about this. Kid, is this really your first time coming to the Demon Imperial City? Mu Yubai stared at Yun Qi as he spoke. It's my first time. In fact, this very day is my first day within the demon imperial city, Xianxia said with extreme steadfastness. Not a single one of the words he spoke was a lie. Kid, you're not simple, Mu Yubai said seriously. The words that I have said to you just now, I definitely won't go back on them. If you can really completely heal them both, not only this family, but even I, Mu Yubai, will owe you half my life. Yun Qinghang lightly nodded. He was exceedingly clear on the kind of shocking appraisal that would actually cause the words, not simple, to come out from Mu Yubai's mouth. Yun Qi nodded his head, after which he turned to Mu Yuru. Yun Zio, bring Aunt Yun over here. I will help her awaken her meridians first. Mu Yubai's eyes suddenly flashed, while Yun Qinghang gently said, Just now, your act of awakening my meridians have already caused you to be drenched in sweat, and it must have consumed a lot of your strength. I think it would be better if you had a rest first. No need. Yun Qi shook his head, because we must first unblock the veins before we can begin to cleanse the cold poison. Every breath the poison remains within the body increases the damage it does and the danger it poses. Senior Yun might have suffered more severe bodily harm than Aunt Yun, but Aunt Yun's constitution is slightly weaker than Senior Yun. If Senior Yun's condition is left unattended, he can still endure for roughly another 3 years. But even though Aunt Yun can walk, the cold poison in her body can completely invade her life vein at any time. This also means that there is a chance the cold poison in her body could completely flare up at any time. Therefore, we cannot wait even another second. Yun Qi did indeed wear himself out in order to treat Yun Qinghang earlier, but he had no exaggerated in the slightest about Mu Yuru's condition. So even though he was dead tired, he would definitely not allow any more delays to occur because she was his birth mother. Ah! Yun Qi words frightened Yun Zio greatly. He had never thought that his parents' conditions had worsened to this degree. His voice practically shivered as he asked, Is this really true? He himself was the most clear on the current status of his body, so after hearing what Yun Qi had said, Yun Qinghang's confidence in him suddenly rose by several degrees. He lightly said, If that is the case, then we will have to trouble you. Yun Zio helped Mu Yuru sit down. Yun Qi stood in front of Mu Yuru, and his palms gently pressed down on the pit of her stomach. There was only a distance of half a step between the both of them, and Mu Yuru's gaze was very close. And it was only this gaze that Yun Qi did not dare meet, because he was afraid that the gentleness of that gaze would cause him to lose control there, and then. In the past, he was very certain that he was completely indifferent to blood ties which did not exist at first. Even if he met his birth parents, it would not cause a single ripple in his heart. But after seeing Yun Qinghang and meeting Mu Yuru, he knew then that he was wrong, and what a great wrong it was. Or perhaps it was better to say that the bond of blood was not something that could be controlled by willpower or fear. Child, I have troubled you. Please do not feel too much pressure. Even if you cannot heal me, we will forever be grateful to you, Mu Yuru said in a gentle voice. She viewed the man in front of her up close, and she found that it was hard for her to draw her gaze away from him. A strange feeling caused her heart to beat chaotically. It was only that she could not figure out the reason for such a bizarre feeling. Yun Qi nodded his head lightly. After that, the great way of the Buddha was completely active, and he regulated his profound energy control until it was at its most gentle state. He used this profound energy to slowly and gently infuse the energy of heaven and earth into Mu Yuru's body. Mu Yubai's eyes opened wide, and he stared unblinkingly at Yun Qi's movements and expression. Once Mu Yuru's veins had been fully awoken, her body started to transmit signals of pain to her, and this caused the young patriarch of the Mu family, who could shake the entire illusory demon realm, to jump up and down excitedly like a little kid. He started to circle Yun Qi and Mu Yuru excitedly, while his 2 hands rubbed together so vigorously that they almost generated sparks. Seeing the result and witnessing the process was naturally 2 completely different matters altogether. Mu Yubai viewed Yun Qi with passion, but also as if he was some kind of monster. Yun Qinghang was extremely quiet throughout the process. The expression in his eyes switched from joy to wonder and back again. At the same time, he also mutely gazed at Yun Qi as he sank into deep thought. This time Yun Qi only used 1 hour to successfully clear all of Mu Yuru's veins. After he had accomplished his mission, he swayed once, then collapsed to sit on the floor with his entire body soaked in sweat. Brother Yun! Yun Zio rushed over to support him. Yun Zio, help me arrange for a quiet room. Senior Yun, Aunt Yun, Senior Mu. This junior has slightly exceeded the limits of his endurance, so I will have to excuse myself first. After he had finished speaking, the scenery in front of him became a blur, and he could not hear a single sound. Soon after, he descended into a deep sleep. In the state where his mind was relaxed, he only wanted to have a good sleep. If he was in another place, even if he was not surrounded by enemies, he would never allow himself to descend into such deep slumber. But the ones around him, even though he had only known all of them for a day, were all people who had true blood ties to him. The indescribable bonds established by blood was not something he could defend against, or was willing to defend against with his great willpower. It would not be exaggerated in the least to state that below the divine profound realm, Xianxia's recovery rate had no equal. When Xianxia awoke, the sky had already turned dark, and he had roughly recovered all the mental and profound strength he had exhausted. After he woke up, he realized that he was lying on a small, fluffy bed. The surroundings were quiet and the room's furnishing was simple yet elegant. He directed his gaze outside the window. Xianxia could tell with a glance that he was no longer in Yun Qinghang's small courtyard, but he should be in one of the guest rooms that were to the side of the main hall. Xianxia perked up his ears, and he could faintly make out the conversation that Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru were having on the other side of the wall. In order not to disturb his rest, the voices of the two were very quiet. Xianxia jumped off the bed and quickly organized his thoughts. After that, he picked up his sound transmission jade and located the sound transmission imprint left behind by number 1 under heaven. Brother under heaven, there is one matter in which I require your help for. Xianxia sent out his message via sound transmission. In a few moments, the sound transmission jade shone with a flash of profound light, the revolving profound formation emitting number 1 under heaven's good-humored voice. Brother Yun, you just need to say what you want and it will be done. Xianxia said in a very frank and matter-of-fact tone. In 2 months' time, the Yun family, in order to prepare for the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony that is coming in 3 months, will be holding a family competition, and at that time, I hope that Brother under heaven can also be present. As for the reason why, please forgive me for not being able to say it right now, but all will be revealed to Brother under heaven at that time. Without letting Xianxia wait for too long, number 1 under heaven's voice transmitted over once again. You do not need to explain the reasons to me, because in comparison to the fact that Brother Yun saved my little sister's life, this small matter is not even worth mentioning. When the time comes, I will be there. I definitely won't go back on my words. Number 1 under heaven was an extremely straightforward person, so the entire process was much smoother than Xianxia had predicted. After all, he did save number 7 under heaven's life. And because number 1 under heaven had a naturally proud personality, he was not willing to owe anyone favors. To top it all off, this arrangement had already been made previously, so even if Xianxia did not explain himself, he would absolutely not reject Xianxia. The door was pushed open as Xianxia, who had heard the sound of voices, hurriedly rushed into the room. Looking at Xianxia, he joyfully cried, Brother Yun, you're awake. Amen. Xianxia nodded his head. Xianxia, it's good that you have come, because now we can begin the ceremony. Ceremony? Xianxia grabbed Xianxia and hauled him down into a kneeling position. After which, he pointed his fingers towards the sky and he began speaking methodically. I, Xianxia, from this day forward will become sworn brothers with Xianxia. I will be the elder, Xianxia the younger. And from this day forward, we will share both our joys and sorrows. Xianxia's relatives will be my own, and my relatives will be Xianxia's own as well. These words have been witnessed under the blue sky. If any of us violate them, may he be damned by both heaven and earth. Xianxia knelt there dazed, and he had not regained his sense yet. After Xianxia had said his vows, he patted him on the shoulder. All right, now it is your turn. Xianxia turned his head, and his face was filled with bewilderment. He moved his lips and hurriedly said, Brother Yun, I. Why? You don't want to be sworn brothers with me? Xianxia asked with a laugh. No, of course not. Xianxia shook his head, then he stared straight at Xianxia and said with sincerity, Brother Yun's talents reach the heavens and your medical expertise has reached a point where it startles everyone. Moreover, you have done so many things for me and my parents. But even though I am the Yun family's young patriarch in name, you saw my true status today. I have only known you for a day, yet your light is so dazzling that I do not even dare to gaze upon it directly. In front of Brother Yun, I am practically a firefly to your bright moon. I don't understand why Brother Yun would be willing to become sworn brothers with me. And not only that, you even took the initiative. Yun Zio's temperament was warm, and he always did things in a manner that was tolerant and circumspect, but he definitely was no fool. So Yun Qi would definitely not blame Yun Zio for having suspicions about him. He looked at Yun Zio and said in an even more sincere tone, "Yun Zio, for you to have such suspicions is absolutely normal, and the misgivings your parents have towards me are definitely even greater than your own. Indeed, there is no such thing as free lunch in this world, and no benefits are given for no reason at all. It is the same with me as well. But Yun Zio, please believe me. I do not have any schemes hatched against you or your family, nor do I have any ill intentions towards all of you. I will never bear any malice towards any of you, not now or ever. I sincerely want to become a real brother to you, and I am even more sincere in my desire to have your family become my own as well. As for the reason for all of this, I cannot divulge that at the present moment, but give me at most 6 months, and I will clearly explain all my motivations to you. If any of the words I have said to you are false, then may I die a dog's death." "Ah!" Yun Zio heard the curse Yun Qi directed at himself, and it frightened him tremendously. If he still had some suspicions before, the resolute and decisive words uttered by Yun Qi and his resolute, sincere eyes had completely wiped it away, causing Yun Zio to not be able to manifest even a shred of ill feeling or guard against Yun Qi. He nodded his head and faced forward. Raising his fingers to the sky, he uttered the exact same words that Yun Qi did. "I, Yun Zio, from this day forward will become sworn brothers with brother Yun Qi. Brother Yun will be the elder, I the younger. And from this day forward we will share both our joys and sorrows. Brother Yun's relatives will be my own, and my relatives will be brother Yun's own as well. These words have been witnessed under the blue sky. If any of us violate them, may he be damned by both heaven and earth." Yun Zio's feelings were way more agitated than Yun Qi. Yun Qi had told him there was really a reason for all of this, but what had given him much more clarity was Yun Qi's heartfelt sincerity. Moreover, there was also the urgency and concern with which he treated Mu Yuru's condition when he helped her clear her veins, to the point where he finally fainted because he had exhausted his mental strength beyond his limits. Even though he did not understand the reasons behind it at the moment, he was extremely convinced that Yun Qi would not hurt him or his family. Or maybe he was really a divine being sent by the heavens to save his family. Younger brother Yun Zio greets elder brother. Yun Zio knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yun Qi in a sincere and moved manner. Yun Qi accepted his kowtow, then lifted him up. After Yun Zio got up, both of them laughed and nodded their heads. Yun Qi said, "From now onwards we will be just like blood brothers. No matter what happens from now on, we will mutually rely on one another and no one is allowed to hold back." "Good. Hee, I have a big brother now, and what a powerful big brother he is. It's as if I'm dreaming." Yun Zio's face was red. It was still suffused with excitement. "It's only that I am really not up to the mark to be your younger brother. I don't know how much more I will owe big brother from now on." "Ha, since we are already brothers, don't say such cold things." Yun Qi gave off a hearty laugh as he looked at Yun Zio's emotional appearance. He sighed in his heart and thought, "Yun Zio, you may think that you are the one who owes me. But the people I saved are my very own birth parents, whereas your birth parents, along with your grandmother, died because of me. Your grandfather had to endure intense pain akin to his flesh being torn apart as he raised me under the most bitter of circumstances. Your little aunt became my most gentle spiritual support in my youth. And even you had to bear such humiliation and indifference for 22 years. All because of me. If you want to talk about owing someone, it is I who owe you. What I owe your family can never ever be repaid. The only thing I can do is to make sure that you are no longer bullied or humiliated and to allow you, grandfather, and little aunt to reunite, while also finding the true culprit behind my foster father's death. And that is all I can really do. Let's go. Your parents' meridians have already been unobstructed, so we can begin a process of ridding their bodies of the cold poison," Yun Qi said as he strode towards the door. "Ah, now," Yun Zio said worriedly, "but big brother, you just fainted from overexhaustion and you have only just awakened. What if you get hurt due to exhaustion? Why don't you rest first and then begin again tomorrow? There's no hurry really. Do I look exhausted to you?" Yun Qi stretched and twisted his neck, then sternly declared, "I already said this, but your parents are now my parents as well. And seeing that your mother's condition is already precarious, even if you are willing to wait until tomorrow, I am not. Let's go." "Ah, okay." Both of them pushed open the door of the main hall together and strode in side by side. They saw Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru sitting there, smiling at the both of them. Yun Zio wore a slightly embarrassed expression and said with a small laugh, "Father, Mother, did you hear everything Big Brother and I said a while ago?" The only thing that separated the two rooms was a wall that was not thick at all. Moreover, the volume they used just now was not soft, so even if it was a normal person, he or she could have heard everything clearly. "Ho-ho, we did not miss a single word," Yun Qinghang said as he laughed gently. "Zior, congratulations on gaining such a fine older brother. Even I can feel that Yun Qi has not even a single iota of ill intent towards our family. And as for the so-called reason, it actually isn't even important anymore." Mu Yuru's eyes were watery as she said softly, "Husband, since they have already become sworn brothers, what say we accept this child as our foster son?" Yun Qinghang laughed heartily. "If we could have such an illustrious and exceptional son, it would of course be perfect. But as to this, why don't we see what Yun Qi has to say first?" Yun Qi's chest swelled up violently. He took a step forward and immediately kneeled on the ground. "Your child Yun Qi greets foster father and foster mother." Mu Yuru and Yun Qinghang shared a glance as a joyous and delighted smile appeared on both their faces. Yun Qinghang clasped both his hands lightly and he sighed in a clearly emotional manner. "Good, good. I, Yun Qinghang, have resented the heavens for these past few decades. But today can be counted as some compensation towards our family to allow us to have yet another son." "Child, stand up, the floor is cold." Mu Yuru stood up and gently raised Yun Qi up. Looking at her warm gaze, which seemed to melt everything, Yun Qi nearly lost control of himself and said in an emotional voice, "Can I not address you as foster father and foster mother, and call you father and mother instead, like Yun Zio?" Once he had said those words, Yun Qi immediately regretted it. It was merely a day, but he had become sworn brothers with Yun Zio and recognized them as foster parents. These actions in and of themselves were way too impulsive, and these words he had just uttered were impulsive beyond belief. He hurriedly explained, "Since a young age, my birth parents had left me, and the foster parents who had taken me in soon left the world not long after I had been born. I was too young to even remember their faces, and it was always grandfather who had raised me into adulthood. So I don't even know the feeling of being able to call someone father or mother, so—" Yun Qi's words inadvertently pierced Mu Yuru's heart. Her eyes instantly became hazy as she answered, "You are truly such a pitiful child. Chair, as long as you don't mind, we will be your father and mother from now on. And we will love and cherish you as though you are our very own. You can call us whatever you like." Yun Qinghang also lightly nodded his head. Yun Qi's heart violently jumped and he knelt down once again. He gazed at them as he shouted softly, "Father, mother." Even though he tried his best to control his voice, when he called out those two words, they still carried a heavy tremble. This was the first time in both of his lives, the first time he was yelling out these two words which were beyond familiar to most people. Moreover, the ones he were addressing them to were his very own birth parents. "I am finally someone who also has parents now." Yun Qi closed his eyes, basking in the feeling of being able to greet his parents. At this moment, he felt like his life had instantly gotten closer to completion, and the hole that had always quietly existed in his heart, the feeling that he was lacked something, vanished as well. It was also in this moment that he truly understood what it was that he lacked all this while. "Good child," Mu Yuru mumbled softly as she supported Yun Qi. Her eyes were completely hazy and her tears instantly poured out. "Ah!" After seeing his mother suddenly tear up, Yun Zio was shocked and he hurriedly rushed over. "Mother, what is the matter? This is a joyous occasion. Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Mu Yuru shook her head and she tried using her hand to wipe her tears. But the tears simply would not stop flowing as her eyes soon turned completely red. She said in a voice that was choked with emotion, "I am all right. Maybe it's because I have another son now, so I am too happy." When Yun Qi called her mother, she could feel her heart fiercely shake, and her tears started streaming down uncontrollably. Even she could not explain why this was so. "Ah, your mother, her most unique characteristic is that she loves to cry. When she was young, she used to cry once every 2 days and wail once every 3. Even after she became a mother, she still retained her love for crying. Ho-ho." Yun Qinghang laughed as he shook his head while giving Mu Yuru a look filled with affection and love. He guessed that it was from the moment Yun Qi had uttered, "Since a young age, my birth parents had left me," that her heartstrings had been pulled all these years. Every time she thought of that child, she had shed a rainstorm of tears. Mu Yuru wiped her tears and rolled her eyes at Yun Qinghong. She said with a small pout, "I have just become Yun Qi's mother, but you chose to tease me right in front of him. Just wait for Xiaor and Chair to leave first, and then you'll see how I will take care of you, Chair. Don't believe his words, I was just too overjoyed. Hurry, get up." Yun Qinghong straightened his shoulders and said in a merry voice, "We now have yet another son. This is a momentous happy occasion. No matter what, we should have a few drinks today. Chair, you haven't eaten anything today, so you should be starving. Let's go, let this old man first drink his fill, ha-ha-ha." Yun Qinghong laughed uninhibitedly, and it was obvious that he was in an extremely good mood. But Yun Qi shook his head and replied, "As long as father is willing, I will gladly accompany you. However, at the moment, we must attend to a more important matter, and that is the cold poison which is still within the both of you. Especially the cold poison that remains within mother. This is the most pressing matter currently. Let me get rid of the cold poison within both your bodies first. You were already so tired before. Don't force yourself, I will be all right. Regarding getting rid of the poison, we can deal with it tomorrow," Mu Yuru said in a gentle voice. But Yun Qi shook his head without hesitation. "This is a huge matter which concerns mother's health and safety. I am not willing to delay any treatment." Yun Qinghong nodded his head gently. Chair seems to have recovered most of his mental strength, and what he says is undeniable. Good. Let us follow Chair's suggestion. Yun Zio, why don't you get some rest first? You're still suffering from your injuries and you've been running around for the entire day. If you don't get some rest soon, not only will your injuries not stabilize, they might even worsen. Yun Qi told him with a serious expression. Yun Zio had actually been enduring the stress that his wounds were giving his body all this while. He did not force the issue. Due to the fact that he also had extremely great confidence in Yun Qi, he nodded matter-of-factly and replied, "Okay, I will go rest first then. Big brother, I leave father and mother in your capable hands." Once Yun Zio left, Yun Qi did not delay any further and swiftly began the process of expelling the poison from Mu Yuru's body. He asked Mu Yuru to sit up straight, then he took out the box of long silver needles which Yun Zio had brought along. He held 10 of these silver needles in one hand, and with a light flick of his fingers, all the needles flew out silently. They pierced Mu Yuru's clothes easily, penetrating her body. When Yun Qi had lifted the hand with the needles, Yun Qinghong's eyes jumped, and he involuntarily opened his mouth and raised his hand. But before any sound emerged from his mouth, his entire body stiffened up as he stared in shock at the spots where the 10 needles were inserted. Those were clearly the 10 core acupoints located on the back of any profound practitioner. Normal doctors would not only require their patients to disrobe, so they could ascertain the locations of these acupoints before they could perform acupuncture, but they also needed to insert the needles one by one in a most careful and prudent manner. But Yun Qi did this all with clothes covering the body. Not only that, he inserted all 10 needles at the same time, and every single one of those needles unerringly hit their mark. This could only be described to be a godlike skill. Yun Qi kept switching his position. The 5 fingers on his right hand seemed to dance and weave in an illusory fashion. After a short period of time, 100 silver needles had been inserted into Mu Yuru's body. During this whole process, not only did she not hear a single thing, she didn't even feel the slightest hint of pain. The cold poison within Mu Yuru's and Yun Qinghong's body had settled in far too deeply, so Yun Qi could not use the sky poison pearl directly to cleanse it. Instead, he had to use profound energy to direct it, using the silver needles as a medium in order to draw the cold poison out of various parts of the body. It was only after this that he could swiftly cleanse the cold poison using the sky poison pearl. Moreover, it was easy to use words to describe the method, but undertaking it was incomparably difficult and slow. After inserting all the silver needles, Yun Qi sat behind Mu Yuru, his palm pressed against the middle of her back, while he slowly and gently infused his profound energy into her. Yun Qinghong did not leave. Instead, he witnessed every single movement that Yun Qi made as well as every slight change that was happening to Mu Yuru. He wanted to see just how Yun Qi could expel the cold poison, which various famous genius doctors thought was impossible to do so. After a whole 4 hours passed in silence, a deep blue color slowly appeared on the inserted 109 silver needles. The deep blue color was dull, but when it was gazed upon, one's entire body would filled with a kind of dread which made them shiver all over. Yun Qinghong's gaze froze and he couldn't help but let out a low sigh. Could it be that this is actually? After he mumbled these few words to himself, he immediately quietened down so as to not disturb Xianxia. It was at this moment that Xianxia opened his eyes and said, "That is right. This is the cold poison that is within Mother's body." After he finished speaking, Xianxia removed his palm from Mu Yuru's body. In the instant that he removed his palm, it flared with a flash of green light. All of a sudden, the deep blue color on the needles vanished completely. The poison had been cleansed so deeply that nothing remained. In contrast, Mu Yuru's eyes closed as she descended into sleep. "Does this mean that you have already succeeded?" Yun Qinghong said as he struggled to restrain his excitement. Xianxia shook his head and replied, "Not yet. The cold poison that I drew out just now was only a tiny portion of what is in her body. The cold poison has circulated within Mother's body for over 20 years, and it has embedded itself too deeply. We cannot be greedy and advance rashly. Even though I only drew out a small portion, it was still unavoidable that it would also carry some part of Mother's vitality with it. Because Mother lost some of her vitality, she grew tired and fell asleep. But do not worry, Father, this loss of vitality was not heavy. As long as we proceed at a slow pace, there will be no lasting damage done to Mother's body, and she can quickly recover any vitality she has lost." Having suffered from the cold poison for over 20 years, both of them had long ago become intimately familiar with this deadly cold poison. And at this moment, Yun Qinghong could clearly tell that the cold yin energy in Mu Yuru's body had lessened by 20%. Following this, his last suspicions regarding Xianxia vanished into thin air as well. What remained was only a heart filled with delight, hope, and admiration. In regards to Xianxia, Yun Qinghong was rendered speechless by his overwhelming gratitude and astonishment. He could only nod his head heavily while his eyes moistened. "Father, allow me to regulate my breathing first. After that, I will begin to help you expel the cold poison," Xianxia said with a relaxed expression. "I am in no rush. Do not overexhaust yourself because of us," Yun Qinghong said in a light tone. Even though he was extremely suspicious over why Xianxia would treat his family of 3 in such a grand fashion, he could not detect the slightest bit of falseness in Xianxia's sincerity and heartfelt concern towards them. After staying quiet for a little while, Xianxia's mental energy had recovered by more than half. He once again opened his eyes and hurriedly said, "Father, I can feel that within Mother's heart that there is some sort of great frustration. Her wounds and poison are not as deep as Father's, but her physical condition is way worse than yours. This emotional torment is one of the reasons for it, the thing that is troubling Mother. What is it? I want to know if there is any way that I can help share this burden." "Ah," Yun Qinghong let out a lengthy sigh. "Now that's a long story. She does indeed have a pent-up frustration in her heart. And in these past 20-odd years, she has never once truly smiled from her heart." Yun Qinghong did not continue after this. Xianxia unwittingly bit his lips. After that, he said in a gentle tone, "Even though I have just reached the demon imperial city, I have also heard rumors that Yun Zio is actually not the biological son of you and Mother. Is this really true? I am merely curious, and at the same time I am indignant on behalf of Yun Zio. If I have asked an inappropriate question, please do not be offended by it, Father." Yun Qinghong shook his head and laughed dully. "This matter is actually known by the entire illusory demon realm. There is nothing inappropriate about saying it in front of me." He stopped for a moment as he hesitated momentarily. He quickly came to a decision and continued in frustrated voice, "Perhaps I should find someone whom I can pour out my heart to about this matter. Xior is already an adult, but there are some things we have always been hiding from him. However, this concerns his life and his origins. He should know about it. It's just that we have not found a suitable time to speak to him. You and Xior have become sworn brothers, and in the future you will definitely be a huge help to him. Perhaps I should confide in you first, so this will be better for Xior in the long run." Xianxia raised his head. "Father is saying," Yun Qinghong gently said, "it is as the rumors say. Xior, he truly is not our biological son. Xianxia, I think that you have also heard the rumor that he actually comes from the profound sky continent. This rumor is also true." Yun Qinghong gave Xianxia a sidelong glance as he watched his reaction. For him to tell all of this to Xianxia was definitely not done in impetuousness. Those from the illusory demon realm bore an extremely deep ill will towards the people of the profound sky continent. The fact that Yun Zio was actually from the profound sky continent would also inevitably come to light one day. Besides, there were already some people who had long uncovered most of the truth. It was only the final remnant which they doggedly guarded that was left to protect him. Yun Qi and Yun Zio had just become sworn brothers. If he also held malice towards people from the profound sky continent, then to let him know about this matter right now was far and away better than letting him know that later. But he immediately discovered that Yun Qi did not seem to care about this revelation in the least. Instead, he asked in a straightforward manner, "Could it be that Yun Zio is a child from the profound sky continent that you took in?" Yun Qinghang shook his head and directed his gaze outside the window as his gaze grew misty and distant, his memories bringing him back to that unforgettable time. 25 years ago, your mother and I decided to use the Yun family secret device to travel to the profound sky continent to rescue my missing father. We decided to stake all we had on this one throw, and we entered the profound sky continent. In the profound sky continent, we attempted to infiltrate a place called Mighty Heavenly Sword region, but we were discovered by our opponents. Our power and influence was meager there, so we had no choice but to flee. In the midst of fleeing, I used my profound handle's ability to invade the soul, and I discovered that my father was not dead from one of Mighty Heavenly Sword region's members. Instead, he was secretly locked up in one of the 7 nations of the profound sky continent, Blue Wind Nation, in a place known as the Heavenly Sword Villa. So we evaded the pursuit of the Mighty Heavenly Sword region, and we traveled a huge distance before we finally reached that Blue Wind Nation. And after we had just landed in Blue Wind Nation, I got to know the best brother I have ever had in this life, Yun Qi. It was in the eastern region of the Blue Wind Nation, in a place not far from a city known as Floating Cloud City. Even though over 20 years had passed, and Floating Cloud City was a little-known name in the profound sky continent, it was still engraved in his heart. The way he and I met was a complete coincidence. At the time, he seemed to have traveled outside to train, and he encountered a bunch of villains who were roughing up a girl. He stood up for her with no hesitation, but his profound cultivation was not high, and he was heavily outnumbered. So it quickly turned into a situation where he was defeated by the bandits as well. Your mother and I treaded very carefully while we were in the profound sky continent, and we never poked our nose into other people's business. But when I witnessed the resolute and unyielding character of this man after he had been defeated and was being held under the blades of those bandits, I could not help but get myself involved, and I rooted those scoundrels. And this, Senior, what was his name? Yun Qi did his utmost to say this in the calmest tone possible. He was called Zio Ying. Yun Qi. So that was how we met, and after interacting with him for a while, I discovered that even though his profound strength was poor, he was filled with righteousness and had a firm and unyielding character. It was impossible to not like such a man. Moreover, his temperament was highly compatible with my own. At first, I thought that I had only rescued a passerby, but once we struck up a conversation, we began feeling an immense regret that we did not meet sooner. At that time, Yuru had been injured, and I reminded Zio Ying that the two of us were being pursued, and we could meet great danger at any time. However, he did not display the slightest hint of rejection towards use, and instead had even helped us find an extremely good place to hide away and recover. In the period that Yuru was recovering from her injuries, Zio Ying would visit us every single day, and without fail, he would bring along good wine and good food as well. He asked me to instruct him about the way of the profound, and I asked him regarding what was happening in the profound sky continent. As time passed along, we increasingly felt that we were extremely compatible with each other, and not long after, we exchanged our vows under the moon and became sworn brothers. Yun Qinghang let out a long sigh. I, Yun Qinghang, had never imagined that the closest and most intimate friend I would have in this life, whose heart intersected with mine, would actually hail from the most hated profound sky continent. We stayed at that place for 3 months, and it was during those 3 months that Yuru had unexpectedly become pregnant. At that time, your mother and I did not know of this. After Yuru had fully recovered from her injuries, we bade farewell to Zio Ying, took the map he had personally drawn for us. We headed towards that Heavenly Sword Villa, the place where my father was locked up. But what we did not expect was that there had already been a trap laid there long ago, merely waiting for us to appear so they could spring it. As we drew nearer to Heavenly Sword Villa, we were surrounded and attacked by strong individuals from Mighty Heavenly Sword region, and all of those who attacked us were peak-level experts. Even though your mother and I had managed to escape somehow in the end, we both suffered injuries, and after that, we were relentlessly pursued by Mighty Heavenly Sword region. But of course, Your mother and I were definitely not weak, and in the entire profound sky continent there were very few individuals who could detain us. Even though the pursuit of mighty heavenly sword region put us in a difficult situation, it was not enough to kill us. However, after a few months, besides mighty heavenly sword region, another group of people began pursuing us as well. They caught us off guard, and we fell into their poison formation, causing us to be inflicted. Both of our bodies were invaded by a deadly poison that we were unable to expel with profound energy. That deadly poison is the cold poison present in our bodies right now. At that time, Yuru had already begun to appear pregnant, and she knew that she was indeed with child. In order to not allow the deadly poison to harm the child in her womb, she put in all her effort to drive the poison into her own organs, and for a whole 6 months, she endured heart-drilling pain night and day. Xianxia. What happened after that? Xianxia's hands tightened quietly as he asked in an urgent tone. After that, your mother and I were tolerably dealing with the pursuit from mighty Heavenly Sword region and had been continuously looking for a chance to return to Heavenly Sword Villa to find my father. But after another party suddenly joined in the pursuit, and we were struck by the cold poison. All of this, in addition to Yuru's pregnancy, and the fact that she did not dare to use too much profound energy, caused our escape route to become incomparably difficult and treacherous. At that time, we didn't even dare hope that we could return to the Heavenly Sword Villa because even preserving our own lives had become exceptionally difficult. I protected Yuru, while she protected the child inside her womb. Till the child's birth half a year later, we doggedly resisted against all odds. We had been married for several decades, and now we finally had a child. But we could not feel any joy because our child was born in the midst of great danger. What pained your mother, and I the most, was that despite Yuru's best efforts, the cold poison had invaded our child's body. And the only comfort we had left to us was that the 6 months of pain Yuru had endured to protect this child did bear some fruit. The cold poison in our child was very shallow, and it was not enough to take his life immediately. As he said this, Yun Qinghang's face did not show the slightest hint that he was comforted. He closed his eyes and sighed sorrowfully, but we were unable to force it outside the child's body. As we were left with no other options, your mother and I were forced to make a most painful choice. We used profound energy to force that slight amount of cold poison into his immature profound veins. After which, we would use lightning profound energy to destroy the cold poison, but at the same time, we also completely destroyed his profound veins. Yun Qi's chest violently heaved. In this moment, he had found out that his crippled profound veins was not the result of someone's attack, but it was because of the cold poison. Even though more than 20 years had passed, every time he thought of it, Yun Qinghang's expression would become clouded with pain. To personally destroy his own child's profound veins was akin to destroying his child's entire life, and the pain of doing so was 10 million times worse than his own crippling. He sighed while continuing. That child had just been born, and his profound veins had not even grown yet. For them to be crippled at that age, he would have been condemned to be a cripple for his entire life, but that was the only way for us to protect his life at that time. If not, once the cold poison had spread, he might not even have lasted 7 days. I know, Yun Qi said in a soft voice, that after that child has grown up, he will definitely understand your difficult situation, and he definitely will not blame you. Yun Qinghang shook his head in response. It's just a pity that though we managed to preserve his life, even to this day, we have never had the chance to see him again, because 20 years ago we had left him in the profound sky continent. What happened afterwards, Yun Qi already more or less knew. He quietly and attentively listened to Yun Qinghang recount his tale. We desperately fled with our child. We fled directionlessly until one day we came across a very familiar place. We entered a small city and unexpectedly met my sworn brother, Xiao Ying. It was then we found out that it was the floating cloud city he lived in. At that time we were covered in blood, and we had used up our profound energy to its very last drop. We had already prepared ourselves for imminent death, but after meeting brother Xiao Ying, he berated me. He said that if we didn't want our child to grow up without any parents, we had to desperately protect our lives and escape from this place. After that, he arranged for a large amount of clothing, food, and medicine to be prepared for us in the shortest amount of time. He also drew a map for us and instructed us on the best escape route and safest haven for us to conceal ourselves in. We were extremely unfamiliar with the profound sky continent, and when we had fled all those other times, It was as though we were headless chickens running amok. With the instruction and help of brother Xiao Ying, we successfully shook off the people who were pursuing us and hid under a waterfall. If not for brother Xiao Ying's help and instruction, we wouldn't have escaped, and it would have been impossible for us to continue surviving. Our lives were preserved entirely due to his efforts, even to the point where, during the time he sheltered us, he secretly swapped his newborn son for our own when we were unaware. It was only after we put in all effort into fleeing, and we found the safe haven that we discovered this. Yunqi. Truth be told, after meeting brother Xiao Ying, I had thought of leaving the child to him before Yuru, and I went to meet our deaths. But I was deeply afraid that this would cause a calamity to engulf Xiao Ying's entire family. However, I did not expect for brother Xiao Ying, in an effort to preserve our family line, to secretly swap both our sons. Yun Qinghang shut both his eyes as the corners of his eyes trembled uncontrollably. For I, Yun Qinghang, to have such a brother in this life is the greatest gift ever bestowed to me by the heavens. So this means that your own child was left in the profound sky continent, in that place called Floating Cloud City, and that Uncle Zyro's child is actually Yun Zyro? Yun Qi asked lightly. Yes, Yun Qinghang gently nodded as he replied. This is the truth behind Xiaor's origins. After we had broken away from our pursuers, we did think of returning to Floating Cloud City, but at that time, both of us suffered great injuries while also suffering from the cold poison. As a result, we were on our last legs and left only with a sliver of our previous strength. If we had returned to Floating Cloud City hastily and exposed ourselves, not only would we die, we would also bring a huge calamity upon Xiao Ying and his family. So the only thing left for us to do would be to commit all of our energy to surviving. No matter what, we had to protect his child. At that time, I understood very well that brother Xiao Ying swapped our sons to not only protect our bloodline, but to also stimulate our will to life to the point where we would give it our all. So how did you escape in the end? Yun Qi asked. Our Yun family has a secret device which we can use to step across space. But every time we use it, we would need to wait for another 3 years before it can be used again. 3 months after we had successfully hidden ourselves from our pursuers, the secret device regained its strength, and we were able to return to the illusory demon realm. If you had a secret device which could directly transport you to the profound sky continent, why didn't you use it again to go back there and find your own child? Yun Qinghang shook his head and laughed lifelessly. After being invaded multiple times by the people from the illusory demon realm, the powers in the profound sky continent had set up an extremely powerful net of defenses and alerts. We could indeed use the secret device again, but once we entered the profound sky continent, we would have been found out immediately. We had already been crippled by then. If we had used the secret device, we would only be going to our deaths. As for the others, why would they risk it all just for our child? Thus, we could only treat Xiaor as our own flesh and blood in order to conceal the truth of his origins. But the descendants of the Yun family all possess a profound handle which exists within their bloodline. As he grew up, more and more people came to doubt his status as our true son, and he had to grow up under the weight of unceasing reproach. We had long ago known that this would happen, but there was nothing that we could do. Yun Qi had more or less figured out the truth of what happened all those years ago in these last few years. But after listening to Yun Qinghang give his own recount of those events, he felt as if a tidal wave of emotion had washed over him, and making it hard for him to keep calm. The ambitions of the 4 great sacred grounds had caused the Demon Emperor's clan to suffer greatly. And at the same time, these ambitions also caused great tragedy to befall both the Yun and Xiao families. The lives of both him and Yun Xiao had also been completely turned on its head due to these events. For you to tell me all of this, is it in hopes of a future where Yun Xiao and I venture forth together to the profound sky continent, so we can find his real family? Yun Qi asked in a low voice. Yun Qinghang gently nodded his head and replied, Even though I do not know why you have treated our family with such kindness, I can tell from the good things that you have done for Yun Xiao and the way you called us father and mother, that there isn't a trace of falseness or hypocrisy within your heart. And while I still have too many suspicions about you myself, I can't seem to reject you whatsoever in any way. Instead, there seems to be a kind of indescribable intimacy and trust that I feel towards you. He gave a small chuckle, as though he was enjoying this strange sensation. Because Xiaor is suspected of being from the profound sky continent, he has been rejected and excluded by everyone else, and he never had any friends since he was young. This year he is going to be 22. Yet you are the only one who has ever been willing to be brothers with him. Even though I have said all of these things and have put you in a rather difficult position, Xiaor's talent is not first-rate, so the only one who can help him return to the profound sky continent and reacquaint him with his ancestral lands is you. Because it is only fitting for him to return there one day, as that is where his home truly is, and Xiao Ying's family is surely there, eagerly waiting for his return. Then do the two of you miss your own child? Yunqi asked in a voice so low it could barely be heard. Yun Qinghang squeezed both of his eyes shut, answering in a voice that sounded as light as the wind. As for myself, I can still cope, because I fully trust that my brother Xiao Ying will definitely not mistreat my son. As long as brother Xiao Ying is around, not only will he not suffer from any ill treatment, he will definitely be living an extremely happy life. On this matter I can be sure. But as for Yuru, all these years, she has been missing our son every day and night, and she has shed an ocean of tears over him. To the point where she sometimes cries in her sleep until she wakes up. She keeps thinking about whether our son is all right, and because his profound veins were crippled, she keeps worrying over whether he is being bullied or mocked. At the same time, she also blames and hates herself. And even after all these years, not only did her worries not lessen, the frustrations in her heart grew heavier and heavier. As a result, she keeps falling ill these past few years. Other people all think it is because the cold poison keeps flaring up, but only I know the truth, that it is her grief which leaves her bedridden. The only thing supporting her right now is Xiaor. She treats Xiaor as her very own flesh and blood, and even better than that, all in the hopes that our own child will receive the very same treatment that Xiaor receives. By the time he completed the process of expelling the poison within Yun Qinghang's body, the sky had already turned dark. Under the aftereffects of the expulsion of the cold poison, Yun Qinghang and his wife had drifted off into a deep slumber. Yun Qi exited the room and stood in the middle of the courtyard. He raised his head as he gazed at the incomplete moon which had long ago risen into the sky. The night breeze brushed past his face, rustling the hair which fell across his forehead. Why don't you just tell them who you really are? You have so many ways to prove that you are actually their son. Blood test, profound handle, the mirror of samsara, any of these things will do. Jasmine asked in a bland voice. Now is not the right time yet. Yun Qi silently gazed at the scenery in front of him. At least it is completely unfair to Yun Xiao. The right time. HMPH, so what do you intend to do next? Yun Qi raised his head once more and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since fate has seen fit to bring me to this place and has also allowed me to find my true family and my birth parents, then I must definitely do all that I can. All those years ago, grandfather severed his own life vein in order to allow me to escape that place. My life was bought using grandfather's life. I will help him carry out his wishes and will. Grandfather was left to rot and die for 100 years, all for the sake of the demon royal family. But all he got in return was recrimination, and even the rest of the Yun family was implicated in his crimes. On what grounds do they have to do that? Yun Qi gritted his teeth in anger. Because of the demon royal family. I lost grandfather. Because of grandfather, my father and mother became crippled for over 20 years and received the same disdain that I received all those years ago when I was crippled as well. I am the grandson of Yun Kanghai, the son of Yun Qinghang, and while the both of them possess an unshakable loyalty to the illusory demon royal family, I do not. All I can see is the immense debt that they owe my family. What the illusory demon royal family owes my grandfather, owes my parents, and owes me. I want them to pay back it 1,000 times over. Jasmine made a petulant noise. Aren't you getting into character rather quickly? Even though they are your parents at the moment, they are essentially mere passers-by who share a blood relationship with you. Before today, you did not even have any interaction with these people before, but now you want to risk your life for them. Yun Qi calmly stated. This family relationship thing turned out to be a lot greater than I had previously thought. Yesterday, I had never even seen their faces before, and we were perfect strangers. But today, a desire to protect them at all costs has uncontrollably birthed within me. This should be how humans instinctively react to their own family, an instinct which is engraved within our very blood. HMPH? Jasmine's voice was filled with disdain. That is merely because you have good luck and you have parents who are worth protecting. In this world, not all familial relations are so perfect, and there are some which will cause you to hate them to the core. Jasmine's voice was clearly mixed with threads of dark hatred. This caused Yun Qi to be stumped for words. He furrowed his brows as he asked, "Jasmine, I remember you telling me that you dearly loved your big brother and that you also dearly loved your mother. So the meaning of your words?" "Ha!" Jasmine laughed coldly. "Big brother and mother are the most important people to me in my entire life, but both of them are already dead. And as for that person, the person that I am forced to call Royal Father, one day there will be reckoning and I will kill him." As Jasmine said these words, a bone-chilling killing intent was released, and it caused Xianxia's entire body to seize up in an instant. Royal Father, that should be referring to her father, but when she mentioned her father, what was revealed was shockingly deeply rooted hate and killing intent. "You hate your father? Why?" Xianxia asked as he tried to probe further. "That is nothing you need to be concerned about," Jasmine replied coldly. However, Xianxia refused to give up and frankly asked, "Your royal father sounds like he is the king of some place, and if you are already so powerful, then this royal father of yours must be even more powerful, right?" Jasmine's voice did not contain the slightest bit of emotion as she replied, "Do you want to know just how powerful he is? I can tell you it is a power that you cannot even imagine." Xianxia rubbed his jaw and asked softly, "Could it be the divine profound realm of legends?" "Divine profound realm?" Jasmine sneered as she laughed dully. "Have you ever heard of the term World King?" "World King? What sort of title is that?" Xianxia asked. "Since you don't know, then stop wasting my time asking these useless questions. Once you truly understand what the two words World King represents, then you will naturally know just how powerful that person is. However, no matter how strong he is, one day I will definitely kill him." Xianxia. So Xianxia stayed with the Yun family from that time onwards, and he poured all his efforts and energy into helping Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru recover. After just 5 days of treatment, the cold poison in their body had been completely expelled, and no trace of it was left. This caused the couple, along with Yun Xiao, to rejoice in tears. After that, it was time helped their meridians, profound veins, and body make a complete recovery. Under the miraculous effect of the great way of the Buddha coupled with Xianxia's absolutely perfect medical skills, the two of them, who were previously crippled, recovered at a miraculous pace. Within 10 days, Yin Qinghang could walk about freely, and on the 15th day, his profound veins began to recover, and it enabled him to use the profound floating technique for a short period of time. Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru's had been weathering great storms and huge waves their entire lives, and their very existence was filled with valleys and peaks. But for the past few days, they felt as if they were living in a dream. The matter of letting Xianxia stay with the Yun family did not incite much disturbance within the Yun family. The fact that Xianxia and Yun Xiao had become sworn brothers, and that Xianxia had been taken in by Yun Qinghang, and his wife spread very quickly throughout the Yun family. But once they found out that his profound level was only at the sky profound realm, nobody could even be bothered to care about what happened after. In order to prepare for the family competition and the little demon empress 100-year reign ceremony which was to take place after, everyone was scurrying about as they anxiously prepared for both events. This was especially true for those young disciples who were eager to make a name for themselves. So it was like this. That 1 month passed peacefully as Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru's meridians, profound veins, and body made a full recovery. As they celebrated with great joy, they also quietly began to recover their profound strength as well. Back in their prime, the couple had reached a level of profound strength that far exceeded Xianxia. But Xianxia's great way of the Buddha still had a powerful supplementary effect in helping them to recover their power. He also did not need to be spent and weary the entire day like he was during the previous month. He requested for a training room from Yun Xiao, and he began to spend all his free time increasing his own power. The sky slowly turned dark as night quietly descended. Ding! A frozen-end illusory mirror that was 16.5 meters in diameter expanded in the center of the expansive training room, and it isolated all the noise within this room from the outside world. After repeatedly confirming that there was nobody trying to observe him in secret, he retrieved a jade scroll which released a dull luster from the sky poison pearl. Clearly carved on the jade scroll were the 3 words, Extreme Mirage Lightning. This was the extreme mirage lightning that Hua Minghai had delivered to his doorstep on his own initiative. At that time, because of his own scruples, he had not opened the scroll, but now that he was in another world and he did not even know when he was able to return to the profound sky continent, he no longer had any reason to reject this profound movement skill, which had an extremely strong ability to preserve one's life. Xianxia slowly browsed the jade strips. Following the touch of his fingers, profound energy moved forth, and the profound art engraved there slowly entered his mind. Only now did he realize that extreme mirage lightning was not just a pure movement skill. It consisted of two parts. The first part was named hidden flowing lightning. Only the second part was called extreme mirage lightning. Extreme mirage lightning. This was Hua Minghai's movement skill, a skill that even gods and devils could not fathom. And this hidden flowing lightning caused an even greater joy to be birthed in Xianxia's heart. It was astonishingly and incomparably powerful profound concealment skill. When hidden flowing lightning was performed, it allowed the user to suppress his profound energy aura within a range determined by the user. And it also allowed the user to display a profound energy that would seem far weaker than it actually was. But the most important thing was that once hidden flowing lightning had been cultivated to its peak, it would allow the user to perfectly conceal his presence, to the point where even individuals who were far stronger than him would have extreme difficulty detecting. And the power of hidden flowing lightning had been perfectly and eloquently expressed by Hua Minghai himself. His ability to escape from the pursuit of the Divine Phoenix sect relied completely on extreme mirage lightning, but his ability to quietly infiltrate the Divine Phoenix sect, which was littered with overlords and overflowing with thrones, definitely relied completely on this hidden flowing lightning skill. Hua Minghai's profound strength was in the later stages of the Emperor Profound realm, but Divine Phoenix sect had so many overlords, yet not a single one was able to detect him. He was even able to enter their treasure room whilst they were unaware. And if not for the fact that Hua Minghai had carelessly activated a profound formation, Divine Phoenix sect would not even have known that anyone had infiltrated their premises. Xianxia recalled that the first time he interacted with Hua Minghai, he could not even detect a trace of his presence. It was only relying on those instincts cultivated by many years of constant vigilance that he could feel that someone was watching him. To allow you to be able to cause people who surpass you by an entire realm to not be able to detect your presence, this is practically a divine skill for a thief, Xianxia exclaimed in his heart. After that, he swiftly focused his mind and heart as he began to comprehend hidden flowing lightning's profound formula. There was a key difference between hidden flowing lightning and frozen cloud wall, frozen end illusory mirror. The difference laid in the fact that the effect of the frozen cloud wall and frozen end illusory mirror was isolation. It could isolate strength, presence, and sound. But hidden flowing lightning allowed the user to block off his own presence, or even make it disappear, so its effect was concealment. Xianxia originally possessed the basic foundation that he practiced in the Azure Cloud continent. Coupled with his strong comprehension ability, it only took him less than 4 hours to achieve full mastery of this endlessly mysterious profound formula within his heart. Following a rotation of his internal energy, the profound energy aura that his body exuded began to slowly weaken. In 4 hours, he had achieved initial mastery of hidden flowing lightning. Xianxia had confidence that he needed at most half a month to get to Hua Minghai's level. As the night grew deeper and deeper, Xianxia continued to practice in silence for slightly more than 6 hours. The profound strength aura he exuded had dropped to middle stage Earth profound realm, and even if others were to sense him, they would not even feel that anything was out of place. At this time, Xianxia opened his eyes and bounced to his feet. He stretched out his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Hunger, come out!" Following a flash emitted by the scarlet sword mark on his arm, a beam of blood-red lightning resounded in Xianxia's hand, after which it transformed into the huge heaven-smiting Devil Slayer sword. Under its terrifying weight, Xianxia's arm dropped with a fierce abruptness, and there was a rumbling sound emitted beneath his feet as both his legs sank deeply into the ground. The initial heaven-smiting Devil Slayer sword was already exceptionally taxing for Xianxia to control, but after hunger had completely consumed Dragon Fault, its weight had clearly increased by quite a bit. Xianxia regulated his breathing. After a long period of time, he managed to hold the heaven-smiting Devil Slayer sword with a steady grip, and his legs could steadily stand on the ground without wobbling. Following his low cry, the heaven-smiting Devil Slayer sword began to dance in his hands. Suddenly, a storm was released, and it battered the surrounding frozen and illusory mirror to the point where it was on the verge of collapse. The grand ceremony was approaching fast. He needed to get used to the weight of the heaven-smiting Devil Slayer sword in the shortest amount of time in order for him to be able to release the greatest amount of power. Awa, Master is so annoying. I was clearly having such a nice nap, but you chose to wake me up. Woo, Hunger said in a voice full of dissatisfaction. Within the round pearl in the middle of the sword, a mini Hunger could be seen rubbing her drowsy eyes and patting her cheeks. She seemed to be very moody. "I'll go find something delicious for you to eat tomorrow. That should make up for this, right?" Xianxia said as he gasped for breath. Once these words came out of Xianxia's mouth, Hunger's weary and drowsy eyes instantly lit up and became shiny. She exclaimed, "Really? Wah, Master, you must mean what you say, okay. Master is indeed the best. Master, you definitely mustn't forget about this tomorrow." Xianxia could clearly hear the sound of Hunger gulping down her saliva without ceasing. He had found out from Xianxia that there was a place in the demon imperial city that sold Sky Profound and even Emperor Profound swords. But because both continents used different currencies, he could only use Xianxia's money, and the money that Xianxia had stashed away could probably buy a Sky Profound sword at best. But this should be enough to temporarily sate the hunger of this mischievous girl who only knew how to eat, sleep, and play. Time passed quickly as Yun Qinghang and his wife made a full recovery while Xianxia also practiced the extreme mirage lightning. In the blink of an eye, yet another month passed by. Tonight, Xianxia was not practicing. Instead, he chose to have a good night's rest. By the time he woke up, the sky had already begun to brighten. He leaped off his bed and lifted his arm as light flashed from the profound handle on his arm. He mutely gazed at the profound handle for a while as the image of Yun Kanghai emerged in his mind. "Grandfather, don't you worry. I definitely will not allow the Yun family to fall into decline, and I definitely will not allow your reputation to be tarnished in the slightest bit," Xianxia declared to himself in a low voice. Even though Xianxia had gotten up at an early enough time, the Yun family had long ago started to bustle with action, because today was the day of the Yun family's family competition. Xianxia arrived at Yun Qinghang's courtyard and saw that he was in front of the arbors which were awash in verdant green. He was sitting on that rather old-fashioned wheelchair, and this wheelchair was being pushed by Xianxia. After he saw Xianxia, Xianxia hurriedly ran over to welcome him and said in a fervent tone, "Big brother, for you to wake up so early today, were you disturbed by the noise? Oh right, today is the day of our Yun family's family competition, and it will start at 9 o'clock. Will Big Brother want to go over and take a look later?" "Of course I want to go have a look. I am very interested in this event. By the way, where is Mother?" Xianxia asked. "Mother is still in her room," Xianxia replied. Xianxia nodded his head and said in a mild tone, "Why don't you go and call for Mother? There are already sounds of fighting coming from the sacred cloud arena, so we should be going over soon. I also have some words I want to tell Father in private." After 2 months of living together, Xianxia had practically deified this sworn brother of his within his own heart. So even though he was intensely curious on what Xianxia wanted to tell Yun Qinghang, he did not ask any further as he let go of the wheelchair. "Okay, I'll go straight away." After Xianxia left, Xianxia faced forward, took out a small, delicate jade tablet, and placed it in front of Yun Qinghang. He said in a whisper, "Father, this is for you." "Oh," Yun Qinghang inclined his head. But after Xianxia opened up his lightly clenched fist and showed that jade tablet that rested within, Yun Qinghang, who was normally as tranquil as water, looked like he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. His eyes instantly widened by several times, and he practically grabbed that piece of jade in a fluster. He used both hands to clasp the tiny jade tablet and felt the presence being emitted by it. His hands began to violently tremble as he stammered, This is..." His head jerked up abruptly, and he gazed straight at Xianxia. "Chair, this thing, how could it be on your person? Where did you get it from?" Xianxia was not taken aback at all by Yun Qinghang's violent reaction. If it was anyone else, that person would have completely lost control of their emotions. He calmly told Yun Qinghang, "Father, in less than 2 hours, the family competition will begin. Now is not the time to discuss the origins of this item. If Father can preserve his own position as patriarch and re-establish your reputation, I will tell you all about its origin, down to the smallest detail." Yun Qinghang stared straight at Xianxia, his expression full of unrest. It was only after a long period of time that he finally calmed down and gently nodded his head. "All right, but when the time comes, you must tell me everything that I wish to know without withholding anything." "I will." Xianxia nodded his head without hesitation. He looked at Yun Qinghang's wrist and asked to confirm, "Father, can the profound sealing buckle that you and Mother have trick everyone? Even though we cannot guarantee that it will be 100% effective in the eyes of everyone present, I have been a cripple for over 20 years, so they should not deliberately or meticulously examine my current state." Yun Qinghong replied. But those years ago, for your mother and I to keep on escaping from our pursuers, the contributions of these two profound sealing buckles cannot be overestimated. As Yun Qinghong said this, he pulled on the sleeves of his robe, concealing what he was wearing on his arm. Today was the day of the Yun family competition. Such a huge family event was occurring, but up to this very moment, the courtyard where the family head, Yun Qinghong, was still quiet and lonely, and not even a single junior came to notify them. It could be seen how empty Yun Qinghong's position of patriarch was to the rest of the Yun family. From Yun Qi's expression, Yun Qinghong could tell what he was thinking, so he laughed dully and said, "It doesn't matter what world it is, profound strength always comes first. Who else would even pay attention to a cripple who is not long for the world, besides his own family and intimate friend? I am cripple, yet I continue to retain the title of patriarch for these past 20-odd years. That is solely due to the support of the Mu family, and even this should be the very limits of what they can do as well. Don't tell me that they have so easily forgotten who it was that established the Yun family, and who it was that commanded and guided the Yun family to the very peak of the illusory demon realm. If not for the bloodline of you patriarchs, these clan members, could they even possess their current positions and glory?" Yun Qi's brows sank heavily as he spoke. In the time that he had stayed in the Yun family, his understanding of the current situation grew all the more clear. All these years, the Yun family succession has only ever been passed down from the line of the initial patriarchs. And these initial patriarchs, in order to eliminate all struggles for succession, 6,000 years ago, they set down a rule of sole inheritance through the generations. Each current patriarch could only have one son. Yun Canghai was the only son and Yun Qinghong was his only son. And at the moment, Yun Qinghong only had one son as well. In every generation, the Yun family patriarch had been outstanding beyond compare. And it was this line of patriarchs that allowed the Yun family to become head of the 12 guardian families, the very same families which shocked and awed the entire illusory demon realm, to the point where they were an otherworldly existence, second only to the illusory demon imperial family for thousands of years. But now, in Yun Qinghong's generation, the title of patriarch had come to such a frivolous and lowly state. Yun Qinghong shook his head and gave self-deprecatory laugh. They will not think of these things. What they will pay attention to are only the things that will be beneficial to their own future. This can be said to be the instincts of a human being. In Yun family's 10,000-year tradition of inheritance, the succession of the next patriarch has never been about profound strength. It has always been decided by blood lineage. Every single member of the Yun family should be extremely clear that even if you have become a cripple, you are still the only person who has the qualification to assume the mantle of patriarch. But it seems like everyone has subconsciously forgotten this particular point. Yun Qi gave a cold and faint laugh. Moreover, not only do they disregard your position as patriarch because of your crippling, they do not even accord you the most basic respect or the slightest bit of importance. Yun Zio, as the scion of the current patriarch, is easily bullied by even common disciples within the Yun family. And in regards to this huge event that is the family competition, in this period of 2 months, not even one person came to you to discuss it. I do not believe that the Yun family, which was at its peak for so many years, are such a bunch of selfish and immoral people. Yun Qinghong gently closed his eyes and replied in an airy voice, "Regarding this competition, there really wasn't any need to discuss it with me. Because this so-called family competition is only a pretense, the real motive is to get this cripple to relinquish his position. Because in 1 month's time, it is the little demon Empress 100-year reign ceremony, and this grand ceremony is certainly not common in the least. It is extremely likely that it will decide the direction that the entire illusory demon realm will move in from now on. And even more than that, it will definitely decide the fates of the 12 guardian families. The fate of the Yun family especially hangs in the balance. So at this critical juncture, for them to want to remove my position as patriarch due to my crippling can be said to be within reason. At first, I had already silently accepted this inevitable and impending result, but I never thought that I would meet you." Yun Qinghong gave a quiet laugh as his face filled up with melancholy. Once Yun Zio and Mu Yuru came out, they did not linger much longer. Soon after, Yun Zio began to push the wheelchair Yun Qinghong was seated on, and the 4 of them gradually strolled towards the center of the Yun family household, which was the venue of the family competition. The true center of the Yun family was where their ancestral monument, which constantly released a purple profound light, was erected. This ancestral monument was more than 100 meters tall, and the names of the patriarch belonging to every single generation was engraved on its surface. And amongst these names, the most eye-catching one was Yun Kanghai, because to the right of this name were two words, Demon King, engraved in a fiery scarlet color. Among all the patriarchs of the Yun family, only Yun Kanghai was accorded the rare honor of being called Demon King. And this was not only the personal glory of Yun Kanghai alone, it was also the glory of all the generations of the Yun family. But this glorious light, which caused the rest of the guardian families to feel incomparable jealousy and admiration, had descended into darkness at the speed of a falling star. In front of the ancestral monument was a giant plaza, and this plaza was filled with seats that were spread out over the entire area. And at the heart of these seats was 100-meter-tall square dais. This was the sacred cloud arena, which the Yun family used for their internal competitions. By the time Yun Qi's party of 4 had arrived, there were 2 young Yun family disciples currently battling in the sacred cloud arena. The family competition would only officially begin in slightly more than an hour's time. But there were a few Yun family disciples who were unable to contain themselves anymore, so they had already began to compete with one another. Yun Qi's party had actually arrived reasonably early. Even though this place was already full of noise and commotion, most of the crowd came from the young disciples. When these young disciples saw Yun Qinghang and his wife, there were some who would come forward and pay their respects. But there were also some who directly moved away or directed their gaze towards the sacred cloud arena, as if they did not see them at all. Yun Qi swept his eyes across these Yun family disciples and took note of their clothes. Basically, they were all the children of the elders in the Yun family who held real power. They had never experienced glory days of the Yun family when they were being led by Yun Kanghai, and they did not witness how Yun Qinghang's formidable might in those days had shocked and awed an entire generation of the illusory demon realm's outstanding heroes. In their eyes, they only saw a crippled individual who held a hollow title, someone who could not even compare to their seniors, and someone who was about to be stripped of the title of patriarch. So they naturally did not condescend to pay their respects to Yun Qinghang and his wife. Yun Qinghang had long ago become accustomed to this type of behavior. At this moment, in the sacred cloud arena, 2 young Yun family disciples were dueling. Both of them looked to be a match for each other, the sounds of their swords ringing out while purple lightning roiled about. 2 orange profound handles closely clashed with one another, and endless waves of shouts and heckling rang out from below. Finally, one of the 2 duelists grabbed an opportunity and used a beam of lightning to strike down the other. This was followed up by the furious advance of the disciple's profound handle as he knocked his opponent off the sacred cloud arena. The 2 disciples that were in the arena were young, but amongst the Yun family disciples of the same age, they were definitely considered excellent. After he had finished watching the both of them compete, Yun Qinghang covertly shook his head as disappointment flashed across his face. He furtively inclined his head and said, "Xiaor, go up there." "Ah." Yun Xiao was caught off guard, but he nodded his head and replied, "Yes." After speaking, Yun Xiao jumped up in one crisp movement, and as purple light flashed in midair, he landed on the stage, his hand gripping a long sword which had a purple light coiled around it. This was the Emperor Profound sword that Yun Qinghang had bequeathed to him when he was 11 years old, Galloping Lightning. And from then on, he kept using this sword, and it never left his side. Combined with the Yun family core Profound Art Purple Cloud Art, it could exhibit an enormous amount of power. "Brother Yun Qiu, please instruct me." Yun Xiao tightly gripped Galloping Lightning as his gaze focused on his opponent. His expression was grave and sincere as he blocked out all the chaos and noise from his ears. All these years, as he grew up, the pressure of public opinion he had to bear and the suspicious glances thrown his way had only grown heavier and heavier, more and more numerous. But he had silently endured through all of this. For the sake of trying to bring credit to his parents, for the sake of gaining the strength to protect his parents in the future, he desperately trained. Despite not having a profound handle, he made up for it with his effort. Despite not having any resources, he compensated with even more effort. The result of this was half-step overlord at the tender age of 22. Among the people his age, even though all the opponents he faced were Yun family disciples who were innately born with a profound handle, he was still among the best. and no one knew how much effort and hardship he had put himself through. All this time, he had always had his parents' safety at heart, so he was never willing to compete with anyone. Even if he was bullied and humiliated, he merely endured and swallowed his own words. But today, it was time for him to finally showcase himself before his parents and before everyone else. Seeing that the person who had suddenly jumped onto the stage and issued a challenge was Xianxia, Yun Qiu was taken by surprise. Because normally, Xianxia would keep such a low profile that he was no different from dust, and he had never appeared at competition before. His face immediately started to grow grave. Even though Xianxia was younger than him and he did not have a profound handle, he had heard that Xianxia was already half a step into the tyrant profound realm. Moreover, he, like many other Yun family disciples, had secretly mocked Xianxia numerous times regarding the matter of his blood lineage. So if he was defeated in public by someone who not only did not have a profound handle, but was also universally mocked as well, it would be something that he would find hard to live down. He immediately let out a low cry and tried to grab the initiative to draw first blood. His arm flashed, and a chain of lightning flew out from his sword. At the same time, his profound handle materialized as a yellow-colored sharp sword which descended sharply through the air to pierce straight through Xianxia. Xianxia's expression never wavered. The tip of his sword thrust forward, and a similar chain of lightning flew through the air. But the chain of lightning which he released was exceptionally solid and concentrated, and it looked like an actual chain. Its surface even released a dense, sparkling purple light. The entire chain looked like it was made of purple crystals. Just from looking at that chain of lightning alone, anyone could tell with a glance who had a better grasp of the purple cloud art. Two lightning chains entangled with one another, but within the span of a few breaths, Yun Qiu's lightning chain broke with a snap. Xianxia did not take the opportunity to attack Yun Qiu with his lightning chain. Instead, it soared into the sky and smashed into the profound handle with an explosive roar, blasting the profound handle far away, after which, it simply disappeared in midair. Yun Qingheng slowly nodded his head, and he wore a quiet smile on his face that displayed his happiness. Yun Qiu staggered back and forth for a few moments before he plopped to the ground on his buttocks while falling into a daze. His profound strength was not up to par with Xianxia's, but it was not far off either. So he had originally believed that, with the advantage of his profound handle, he would definitely not be easily defeated. He never expected that the Xianxia, who was always timid and cautious, who never dared to offend anyone and was perceived as somewhat cowardly, had cultivated his profound strength and the purple cloud art to such a deep level. In the span of a few breaths, he had been completely suppressed and wiped all over the floor. Xianxia, he actually took the initiative to enter the sacred cloud arena. That certainly is a rare sight. Did this guy take the wrong medicine today? Heh, it is clear that he knows that his so-called position of young patriarch is about to be taken away, so he wants to at least display some prowess to gain back some prestige. Yun Qiu was defeated so easily. This Xianxia normally does not display his talent, but to think that he was actually this strong. This is definitely because Yun Qiu had already defeated quite a few challengers beforehand, so he had exhausted a large amount of his profound energy. Even though Xianxia's profound strength is slightly greater, without a profound handle, how could he defeat Yun Qiu in such a straightforward manner under normal circumstances? In regards to Xianxia's easy victory over Yun Qiu, the Yun family disciples were not only extremely shocked, they were also extremely upset. This was because, in their eyes, Xianxia was not even a member of their clan. He was some bastard who was picked up from the profound sky continent, and even the entire illusory demon realm knew about it. In the past, Xianxia had never participated in anything involving direct combat, but this time, he took the initiative to enter the stage and even beat Yun Qiu. To them, this was basically equivalent to their clan member being beaten up by an outsider, so they were naturally upset. Despite what he said in the past, looks like he is still hanging on to the name of young patriarch. But after today, let's see who will still protect him. For him to be kicked out of our family is only a matter of time, but he actually dares to try to steal our thunder at this time. See how I'll beat him down. Another Yun family disciple immediately vaulted onto the stage and stood in front of Xianxia. With an arrogant expression, he said, "Come, let us exchange pointers with one another." As his words fell, he exploded into motion and swept up all the shadows in the sky as tens of lightning sword beams interweaved to form a net of purple swords which rushed straight at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was grave and he retreated half a step. With a single brandish of galloping lightning, 7 lightning edges screamed forth. The sound of space tearing was akin to a knife cutting glass. It was extremely ear-piercing. Bang, 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 bang. A succession of sounds that sounded like the shattering of crystals chaotically rang out together. At the same time, both Xianxia and his opponent were clashing together in the shadows cast by the lightning swords. And most of the sacred cloud arena, which was several tens of meters in diameter, was immediately enveloped in a screen of lightning. "The great elders have arrived!" As the two people battled atop the stage, a shout rang out. Yun-Chi tilted his head to look, and he saw more than 30 people flying towards them at a slow pace from different directions. Every single one of them exuded an indomitable and powerful aura from their body. None of them deliberately activated their profound energy aura. But because of their appearance, the surrounding space seemed to have been completely solidified. Every single person in this group were all peak-level powerhouses who could shake the illusory demon world. These are the 36 elders who comprise the core of our Yun family's elder council. Yun Qinghang told Yun-Chi in a dry voice. Among the 36 core elders, the strongest is the great elder Yun Weishan. He is the head of the elder council, and for the past 20-odd years, his words have carried the highest weight. Yun-Chi slowly nodded his head. He also understood that the reason why Yun Weishan was the head of the elder council wasn't just because his strength was the greatest or he had lived the longest. There was an even more important reason. His youngest son was Yun Xingyu, Yun family's greatest hope to rise to ascendancy once more. He did not need Yun Qinghang to tell him. He could tell who was great elder Yun Weishan with a glance, because he had come together with Yun Xingyu. The 36 elders took their seats in proper succession. In regards to Yun Qinghang, some of them nodded their heads towards him. Others pretended not to see him, and there were even those with complex emotions in their eyes. As the people who made up the elder council, they were the most clear on the events which were going to happen today, because they were the ones who had come together to decide today's events. An elder who was ranked among the last of those in attendance passed by Yun Qinghang and whispered to him in a suppressed voice, "Qinghang, the real agenda behind today's family competition. I believe you have already guessed it. The majority of the elders have thrown their support behind Yun Weishan. Even the 3 grand elders have also, even though we are not content. We are powerless to change anything, ha." Yun Qinghang laughed faintly and said just 5 words in a carefree manner, "Do not brood over it." That elder shook his head and didn't speak any further. He sat down in his designated seat with a complex expression on his face. At the very center of where all the elders were seated, Yun Weishan had already taken his place, and Yun Xingyu was seated at his right-hand side. A junior was actually seated with the rest of the elders, but not a single person felt that it was inappropriate. Just from that, it could be seen how esteemed and important Yun Xingyu was to the Yun family. As the two people in the sacred cloud arena continued to duel, they had reached a momentary deadlock, but Yun Xiao was beginning to steadily gain the advantage. After seeing Yun Xiao actually enter the sacred cloud arena and exchange blows with the Yun family disciples, the various elders displayed astonished and complicated expressions. Yun Weishan first flicked a glance at Yun Xiao, who was on stage, and then slanted his eyes towards Yun Qinghang. He gave a cold snort, expressing his contempt. He then turned his gaze to his own son, and his face immediately swelled up with pride. Over 20 years ago, Yun Qinghang was the most celebrated son of Demon Imperial City, and was the youngest ever monarch in the history of the illusory demon realm. His light was simply too dazzling, and even though Yun Weishan was more than 50 years his senior, he could only look up at Yun Qinghang. But who could have expected for there to be such a dramatic reversal of fortunes? The person who he could only look up at and envy in the past had become a cripple, and it was common knowledge that his son was not even his own. He then thought of his current position and status within the Yun family and thought of his own son, and he felt a kind of superiority that was simply way too refreshing. Ha 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 ha! A burst of candid laughter suddenly rang out, and in the sky, a huge figure appeared out of nowhere, and an ear-splitting voice which carried a hint of brashness rang out, "Mu family's Mu Yubai has specially come to join this Yun family gathering." None of the Yun family thought that it was strange for Mu Yubai to pay them a visit at this time. They were well aware of the purpose for his visit. and they had also prepared well beforehand to deal with his intrusion. And after seeing that only Mu Yubai had come, the various elders all sighed silently in relief. All of them stood up one after another, because in a few decades, Mu Yubai would naturally succeed the position of Mu family's patriarch, and his status would be greater than all those present, so they naturally got up to greet him. Yun Weishan stood up, clasped his hands, and said, "Young Patriarch Mu's arrival is most delightful and welcome. Please have a seat." "No need." Mu Yubai waved his hand. "I'll just choose a seat on my own." Having said that, his body flashed, and he instantly appeared at Yun Qinghang's side. After that, he sat down in a grand and ostentatious manner and did not pay attention to any other people. "Senior Mu," Yun Qi greeted. Mu Yubai nodded his head, and he looked at Yun Xiao, who had steadily gained the advantage. He rubbed his jaw and said, "Tusk, this kiddo ain't too bad. Big brother, you came by yourself? I had thought father would come as well," Mu Yuru said in a soft voice. Mu Yubai's face grew grave, and he said in a low, suppressed voice, "Dad originally wanted to come as well, but I talked him out of it." Before he continued, his eyes suddenly shot in the direction of Yun Weishan, and his voice dropped a further octave. "While Dad and I were investigating the attack on Xiaor and the girl from the Under Heaven clan, we managed to uncover an incredible clue. Today, some people from the illusory demon royal family may pay this competition a visit as well." Yun Qinghang's brows jumped violently. "Illusory demon royal family?" Mu Yuru's brows also sank. "Big brother, what exactly did the both of you manage to find out? Who exactly were those people who wanted to harm Xiaor that day?" Mu Yubai gently shook his head. "We only managed to uncover a tiny clue, but we cannot confirm anything, nor do we have any concrete evidence. We will have to adopt a wait-and-see approach. If the situation spirals out of control, HMPH, this position of the Yun family patriarch, it's fine if you don't have it. Bring your entire family to our Mu family. It will be far more comfortable than staying in this wretched place." Mu Yuru took a look at Yun Qinghang and let out a silent sigh. Mu Yubai could say it easily, but she knew that Yun Qinghang would definitely not be willing to leave the Yun family. After all, the Yun family and its name carried the lives, efforts, pride, and glory of his bloodline of patriarchs. How could he be willing to leave the Yun family and give his position away to another family branch within the Yun family? At this time, an even voice descended from far away. "Unparalleled under heaven has come to pay a visit." These few words. The first word sounded like it came from 5 kilometers away, whereas the last word sounded as if the speaker was right next to you. The robust, profound power contained within the voice stirred emotions within all the 36 elders present. And this voice, as well as the name that accompanied it, caused all of them to stand up as one. 2 figures had suddenly appeared in the air. Yun Qi recognized the person on the left. It was number 1 under heaven. And to his right stood a middle-aged man with a gentle countenance and a sincere smile. His position was even further forward than number 1 under heaven, and the words that he had announced, "Unparalleled under heaven," was his very own name. "Unparalleled under heaven? What is he doing here?" Yun Qinghang had a flabbergasted expression on his face. Following that, he gave Yun Qi a thoughtful look, but he did not ask him anything. Instead, he candidly explained, "Among these 2 people, you are already acquainted with number 1 under heaven. The person beside him is called Unparalleled under heaven, and he is around my age. He is the younger brother of the elf clan's patriarch, greatest ambition under heaven, and he is also the person in the elf clan whose power and position is second only to greatest ambition under heaven." "Oh," Yun Qi slowly nodded his head. 2 months ago, he had sent a sound transmission to number 1 under heaven and invited him to the Yun family competition. But he did not expect that not only would he come, he would even bring such a heavyweight with him as well. It was pretty obvious that number 1 under heaven had guessed his true motive. The debt he owed Yun Qi for saving his sister burned in his heart. His position, status, and nature dictated that he would definitely be unwilling to owe anyone a favor. So not only did he come, he brought Yun Qi a nice surprise as well. However, this bunch from the Under Heaven clan and the names that they were given, each one truly surpassed the last. If it was only number 1 under heaven who had come, any one of the elders could have welcomed him, because even though number 1 under heaven was the young patriarch of the Under Heaven family, he was still a junior. But with the arrival of Unparalleled under heaven, the entire situation changed. Yun Weishan hurriedly soared into the air, and he solicitously greeted the new arrivals. "So it is Elder Unparalleled and the young patriarch of the Under Heaven family." "Heh heh." unparalleled under heaven, gently smiled. His gentle demeanor and his complete lack of an imposing manner clashed with the grand name, unparalleled under heaven. We have come uninvited, and we hope that no one takes offense. What are you saying, Elder Unparalleled? Since the both of you have come, our young family will definitely welcome you with open arms. Please have a seat. As the two people took their seats, number one under heaven crossed eyes with Xianxia, and they mutually nodded their heads inconspicuously. One used his gaze as greetings, the other used his gaze to express his thanks. The Yun family competition that was taking place today was destined to be extraordinary, because just as number one under heaven and unparalleled under heaven had taken their seats, yet another voice came from above. Tut, tut. Looks like the Yun family has received quite a number of esteemed guests. This was a lot more lively than I expected. That haughty voice carried a shrill edge, and if people heard it, they would feel unwell. That voice was followed by an aura, and the atmosphere immediately becomes sluggish. Xianxia clearly saw Yun Qinghang and Mu Yubai's expression change at the same time. A middle-aged man gently floated down from the air. This person was dressed all in green, and his facial features seemed to have an unspeakable strangeness about them. His face seemed to be tinged in green, but what caught Xianxia's attention was this person's eyes, as they were shaped like long and narrow triangles. And when their gazes met, Xianxia felt a cold sensation break out over his entire body, but this was definitely not the aura of an ice-based profound art. Rather, it was a kind of bone-piercing sinister aura which caused one's hairs to stand on end. For the Mu family to send someone was extremely normal, and while the Under Heaven clan being in attendance shocked the Yun family elders, it still was not anything out of the ordinary. But this person appearing caused all the gathered elders of the Yun family to nearly be stunned into insensibility. He slowly floated downwards and spoke in a hoarse and unpleasant voice. This time, I have come uninvited as well. I hope that all the present friends of the Yun family will not take offense to my arrival. Yun Weishan stood up to welcome him. Brother Helion, please do not say such a thing. Since you have come, you are naturally our honored guest. Please be seated. Helion Peng, what is your motive for coming? At this time, an unfriendly voice rang out, and the one who spoke was astonishingly Mu Yubai. Hess, Helion Peng's long and narrow triangular eyes narrowed even further, and he gave a cold and dull laugh. Mu Yubai, you can come uninvited, but I cannot. The Yun family was after all a great power all those years ago. I am naturally extremely interested in observing this family competition. All those years ago, those words had been emphasized heavily on purpose. Mu Yubai gave a cold snort and did not speak any further, but his brows began to furrow together, because the appearance of this person was definitely far out of the ordinary. Helion Peng, the Helion family patriarch generations rank 3. Yun Qinghang explained to Xianxia. Their original form is that of a 9-headed demon snake, and their physiques possess an extremely high innate potential and an extremely strong power. But for the past 10,000 years, they have always been suppressed by our Yun family, and they have always been the eternal number 2. But after our Yun family's situation changed, they have become the head of the 12 guardian families. Helion family, 9-headed demon snake clan. Xianxia silently marked this person called Helion Peng and noted down his appearance. The battle between the two on the stage also came to an end. With an ear-piercing ripping sound, the orange-colored profound handle shattered. Along with a wretched scream, a silhouette was thrown from the sacred cloud arena, smashing heavily onto the ground. On the stage, Yun Xiao held the galloping lightning sword and slowly walked to the edge of the sacred cloud arena. Though he was panting a little, his expression still seemed calm, and his brows still contained some imposingness. Brother Yun Han, you let me win. The Yun family disciple who had lost, clenched his teeth in an unreconciled manner, stood up and left silently. Now, beneath the stage was not just the younger disciples. The elder council and people from 3 families were beneath the stage too. These younger disciples, before taking part in the family competition, naturally had the intentions of exhibiting their skills in front of the elder generation. They did not think that the first to be in the limelight was actually Yun Xiao. They even more did not expect that the Yun Xiao who never retaliated after getting bullied would actually be hiding such strength. HMPH, this fellow. Beneath the stage, Yun Hao had an unsatisfied expression as he looked at the Yun Xiao who always got mocked by himself, be in the limelight. His gaze swept across the area that the elders were seated. Then, he laughed coldly and pushed off the ground with both feet. His body rose into flight and landed on the sacred cloud arena, where he crossed his arms and said calmly amidst the chaos, "Xianxia, your performance today isn't bad. Come, let the two of us spar for a bit." Xianxia scrunched his eyebrows, his expression becoming heavy. Yunhao and Xianxia were both half-step overlords, moreover. Yunhao had stopped at the stage of a half-step tyrant for 4 years, whilst Xianxia had in only one. On top of that, Yunhao possessed a profound handle. Xianxia had fought in 2 consecutive battles and expended a large portion of his profound strength. If the two of them sparred, it would be a situation where one side had an obvious advantage. Xianxia simply had no chance of winning. Your third son, isn't he simply bullying others?" At the elders' seats, an elder sitting at the back row said to the person to his side. Yunhao's father was one of the 36 core elders of the Yun family. His ranking was slightly towards the end. Yunhao was a genuine heir of an elder. After hearing those words, Yunhao's father sighed weakly and said, "They are all young. While mutually sparring, there is only the matter of being strong or weak. What is there to bully about? If their strength is not sufficient, no one can be blamed for being bullied. What's more," he said in a soft voice, "today is the day Yun Qinghang steps down. It's better if this bastard of his goes down early too." Xianxia had never sparred with Yunhao before. His heart, too, was especially nervous, as a gentle voice arrived in his ears. "Yunhao is frivolously using his strength to seek some glory. He is definitely seeking to defeat you in the shortest amount of time. That's why he will probably use one of the strongest killing moves of the Purple Cloud arts immediately. Use the Wrapping Lightning arts, which I have made you practice diligently. Whether you will be able to come out victorious from behind will depend on how well you can operate the Wrapping Lightning arts." Yunxia's gaze shifted, and he looked towards Yun Qinghang. His expression was calm, with a slight smile. From the start, no one had realized that this family head, who was supposedly crippled for tens of years, had just employed an incomparably advanced profound energy sound transmission. Yunxia's nervousness disappeared as his gaze became cold and determined. His arms moved slowly, and the galloping lightning sword tilted horizontally in front of his body. Yunhao took out his own weapon and said beamingly, "Yunxia, you have just fought 2 matches. I will also not be willing to take advantage of you. If I do not manage to defeat you within 5 moves, then just take it as my loss. If you are not even able to receive 5 moves of mine, then you can't really blame me." Even a fool could clearly hear the disdain in Yunhao's words, and this was in a situation where Yun Qinghang was present. The surroundings of the sacred cloud arena went into a fit of sniggers, as various gazes of amusement and pity landed on Yunxia. Yet in contrast, Yunxia had a face full of calm. He stared straight at the sword in Yunhao's hand, as if he had not heard the words he just said. Not achieving the results he had expected, Yunhao was not satisfied. He clenched his teeth and sneered secretly. "This good-for-nothing, he can sure act well. Let's see how you can withstand my one move." Yunhao moved his arm. His body abruptly sprinted forward, instantly rushed up to Yunxia as he released a lump of lightning profound energy he had secretly amassed on his body. It violently exploded, causing 5 terrifying and malevolent lightning and thunder pythons to appear. "Wah! He used the purple fiend lightning handle immediately. Seems like Yunhao wants to smack that fellow down with just one move. If Yunxia deflects the blow, he will definitely be smacked off the stage. If he receives it head-on, it's possible that he'll lose half his life." Facing Yunhao's sudden release of the purple fiend lightning handle, Yunxia did not dodge or run. Only his eyes opened wide for a moment, exploding with lightning profound energy that clearly shone within his pupils. He raised the galloping lightning sword, bringing along with it a magnificent purple sword silhouette. After the 5 lightning profound powers which contained terrifying might touched his sword silhouette, they did not explode and instead drew away gently like the flow of water, following Yunxia's body, scattering as he flew backwards. Even Yunhao's sword was tugged on strongly by an indescribable force. The profound strength on the sword which was about to be released was also scattered. Yunhao, who originally wanted to smash Yunxia away with a single move, momentarily turned pale with fright. But without even giving him enough time to fully react, the tip of Yunxia's blade abruptly pierced forward, right at his chest. Sudden lightning sword? Yunhao had immediately employed one of the Purple Cloud art's strongest killing moves, and it was precisely then, when his profound defense was at its weakest, that his protective profound defense was immediately torn apart under the sudden lightning sword move. Yun Hao let out a muffled groan and flew away, his head landing on the ground, smashing disastrously beneath the stage with a crack sound, smashing a wooden seat into pieces. Yun Hao sprawled on the floor like a dead dog, stared blankly and did not stand up for a long time. This was in the presence of everyone. All the elders were present, along with 3 other guardian families. It could even be said that he had disgraced himself to the extreme. The surroundings immediately became silent. All of the Yun family disciples were thoroughly dumbfounded. Yun Hao's profound strength was thicker than Yun Zio's, and he also had a profound handle. The opposing Yun Zio had also wasted a big portion of his profound strength, and they had all thought that it was very possible that Yun Zio would be defeated in one move by Yun Hao. They never thought that the one to be defeated in a single move would actually be Yun Hao. And after the shock had passed, the elders who were seated revealed unusual expressions one after another. Yun Zio had just employed the purple cloud art's toughest skill, wrapping lightning art. Comprehending and cultivating it was extremely difficult, and even if he succeeded, it was tough to use in the battlefield. As such, many Yun family disciples chose to totally give up on the wrapping lightning art, and even some elders did not recommend their children to practice it. However, they had just witnessed Yun Zio use that move, and it was actually used so beautifully, giving him a miraculous victory over Yun Hao. They were totally caught unprepared. Yun Qingheng nodded towards Yun Zio, his face revealing a slight smile. Yun Hao finally crawled up from the ground. His lips trembled and his face was already the color of a pig's liver. Feeling all the strange looks from his surroundings, he clenched both his fists and suddenly roared explosively. "Yun Zio, I was just testing the waters just now. Let us spar again from the start." After his roar faded, just as he wanted to rush up onto the sacred cloud arena again, his father snorted coldly. "Back down, you've already lost, moreover, it was a huge defeat." With his own father having just berated him, Yun Hao's body immediately stopped. With a completely red face, he clenched his teeth and said, "Father, that was just a big mistake just now. I did not even use half of my strength. Yun Zio doesn't even have a profound handle. How could he be my opponent? He—" "Shut up!" Yun Hao's father was extremely angry. He said with a heavy face, "You yourself are aware that Yun Zio does not have a profound handle. He is younger than you and had already fought 2 matches, yet he smashed you down with a single move. Have you not lost enough face? Hurry up and get off from there." Yun Hao quivered from head to toe. He slid his eyeballs over and stared hatefully at Yun Zio. Then he clenched his teeth and retreated. However, he had clearly felt Yun Zio's transformation. When he was glaring at Yun Zio, he noticed that Yun Zio was unexpectedly undisturbed. There was even some pressure from his eyes. He was absolutely not like before. It was as if he suddenly had absolutely no apprehension. What a beautiful wrapping lightning art! A praise could be heard, and the one to speak up was impressively unparalleled under heaven. He nodded his head unhurriedly and said, "I have heard that the Yun family's wrapping lightning art is extremely difficult to cultivate. I did not think that a Yun family junior could use it so proficiently. He certainly lives up to the name of the Yun family's young patriarch." "Of course, why don't you see whose nephew he is? How could he possibly be bad?" Mu Yubai continued unrestrainedly. Helian Peng's triangular eyes slanted. He put on a false smile and said, "There is a junior disciple from the Yun family at such a level. That's still not too bad, a pity that it can't be compared to our Helian family. It seems to be a little more inferior." The moment the words were spoken, the elders present all revealed expressions of fury. For 10,000 years, the Yun family was the head of the 12 guardian families, Helian being second. The Helian family had been pressed down by the Yun family for 10,000 years, and now that they could finally fight back, they would definitely be unusually proud. They did not lack in ridiculing and despising the Yun family in the past few years. Yun Weishan smiled faintly and said, "Brother Helian's words are somewhat wrong. Although Yun Zio's strength is still considered not too bad, it is far from representative of our Yun family junior disciple's strength. Even if he could wield the power of the profound handle, it is still impossible for him. Xinyu, let everyone have a look at the strength of Yun family's younger generation." "Yes, father." Yun Xinyu stood up from his seat, then flew up into the air. He did not land on the sacred cloud arena, instead. He extended his arm while floating and said in a gentle voice, "Young patriarch, you have already fought multiple battles, so it will not be fair for us to battle. Let me use the profound handle to spar." Yun Xinyu pushed out his left arm, and cyan-colored profound handle shot out like a meteor. As it neared Yun Zio, it transformed into a ring with a diameter of 1 meter. At the same time, a ball of dazzling purple lightning brilliance radiated, causing the original cyan color to be completely swallowed. Unparalleled under heaven, Hellion Peng and the rest all noticed the cyan profound handle originating from Yun Xinyu cyan. This was the gifted profound handle which only the top geniuses in the Yun family would possess. Back then, both Demon King Yun Kanghai and Yun Qinghang, who shook the demon imperial city, had also possessed cyan profound handles. Yun Zio had always respected Yun Xinyu. He was even more aware that the difference in strength between himself and Yun Xinyu was extremely huge. Facing the attack from Yun Xinyu's profound handle, he did not dare to be careless in the slightest, as he waved his sword and charged. The profound handle, which took the form of a purple electrical ring, revolved rapidly, releasing circles of sinister and devastating electrical arcs wherever one went. The ear-splitting sound of thunder could be heard. Space was distorted, and even space was being ripped by concentrated, frightening lightning profound energy. Under such an oppressive profound strength, Yun Zio could not even near it, and was swept away by the boundless and oppressive aura. Even the galloping lightning sword was trembling from the attack. He almost could not hold it still. After the brief rotation of the profound handle, it suddenly flew towards Yun Zio, as tens of electric arcs were released from the profound handle. Only a clang sound could be heard as the galloping lightning sword within Yun Zio's hand was easily disarmed. Yun Zio's arm was completely numb from shaking and the electric shock. His body also flew back from the attack, stumbling as he landed on the edge of the sacred cloud arena. Yun Xinyu waved his arm, and the profound handle immediately flew back. Without making a move himself, he simply used the profound handle to easily defeat Yun Zio. Yun Xinyu did not reveal any hint of arrogance and simply nodded towards Yun Zio's direction. "Young Patriarch, please excuse me." Yun Zio immediately waved his hand and said sincerely, "As expected of Brother Xinyu, you're truly too impressive." The Yun family disciples all started cheering, and the name Yun Xinyu resonated within the Yun family compound. The glory which Yun Zio had acquired from winning 3 matches in a row was completely drowned by Yun Xinyu's magnificence. All of the 36 Yun family core elders nodded their heads. Their faces revealed expressions of approval and hope. Yet facing such cheers and praise, Yun Xinyu remained completely calm, absolutely not proud or arrogant as he calmly returned to his seat. His talent, strength, and personality was seriously perfect. It was no wonder that he was named the Yun family's hope for re-emergence. Yun Qi narrowed his eyes. Only until Yun Xinyu reached his seat did he move his gaze away. Then, as if he had some thoughts, he looked towards Yun Qinghang and coincidentally made eye contact with Yun Qinghang. From the look in each other's eyes, it was like they knew something. After the short visual contact, they looked away at the same time. Without exchanging any words, they were extremely clear on what one another meant. Or perhaps this was some sort of chemistry between father and son. Alishu. When Yun Zio says, "You let me win," that's just something polite someone says to the loser of a match. "Good, very good." Hellion Peng nodded strongly and even clapped. "I had long heard that dear nephew Xinyu's talent is outstanding. Seeing it personally today, I must say that it is indeed true. You are even slightly stronger than my useless son, and it looks like as long as Xinyu dear nephew is here, the rumor that the Yun family has fallen completely is but a joke." Seeing Yun Xinyu's performance, Hellion Peng revealed shocked, praised him greatly, and rated him even more highly. He even addressed him using the intimate phrase, "dear nephew." Although Yun Weishan found it weird, it could not hide the delight in his heart. "Brother Hellion is too kind. My son Xinyu is still young and lacking. I hope Brother Hellion can guide him in the future." "Brother Yun is too humble," Hellion Peng said laughingly. "HMPH, although Yun Xinyu's talent isn't poor, the Yun family has not been able to enter Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley for the past 100 years. The fact that they can produce such a young talent who possesses an innate cyan profound handle is admirable. However, Hellion Peng is praising him a little too much." Number 1 Under Heaven commented. "Haha," Unparalleled Under Heaven laughed slightly and said, looking forward, "You don't have to think too much. We're only here as guests today." The various Yun family elders enjoyed Hellion Peng's praise very much and felt that Yun Xinyu had helped the Yun family, who were at their lowest, earn some face. All of them naturally looked upon him even more highly, and the younger members of the Yun family looked at him with brightly lit eyes filled with admiration and envy. Yun Zio returned to Yun Qinghang's side, his expression not showing much disappointment, because for him, losing to Yun Xinyu was not something unacceptable, but instead something very normal. Yun Qinghang looked at him and said, "Zior, you must remember no matter when, no matter who you're facing, never think that you're the weaker one, and even more so think that your defeat is a normal thing. That's the mentality of a coward and trash." Yun Qinghang's words were like thunder that struck beside Yun Zio's ears. He straightened his body and replied, "Yes, Father, this child will remember it well." As the time neared the official start of the Yun family competition, the three grand elders that everyone was waiting for had finally arrived. Above the sacred cloud arena, three purplish clouds floated over silently. All members of the Yun family, from the core elders to the junior generation, stood up and looked towards it respectfully. Then the three clouds dispersed, which caused dense purple lightning to rain down. Among the purple lightning, the figures of three men floating in a straight line gradually appeared, and three strong auras that were stacked together slowly and silently filled the place. The auras did not pose any threat, yet they were as vast as the starry sky, as majestic as the ocean, and the people under the aura seemed as though they were basked under holy light. Some even knelt down and acted like they were praying. These three people seemed as though they were saints for another world, overlooking the entire Yun family from midair. Unparalleled under heaven, Mu Yubai, Heli and Peng all stood up, because in terms of seniority, in front of the three from the Yun family, they were just juniors. The three of them looked middle-aged with black hair and black beards, but their auras were filled with the deep stability that came with age, allowing others to clearly feel their strong ancientness. Yun He, Yun Jiang, and Yun Zai, the only three remaining grand elders in the Yun family. 100 years ago, among the grand elders of the Yun family, their strengths were but the weakest few. However, after the strongest 10 members of the Yun family and Demon King Yun Kanghai passed on within the profound sky continent, they became the three strongest of the Yun family and also became the strongest cornerstones of the Yun family. Yun Weishan slightly floated and bent over, respectfully saying, "Greetings, grand elders." "Greetings, grand elders," the entire Yun family echoed in unison. "Zior, help me up," Yun Qinghang said. With the support of Yun Zio, Yun Qinghang gradually stood up. From midair, the grand elder standing in the middle said, "Qinghang, your body is unwell. You don't have to bother with these customs. Sit down." However, Yun Qinghang shook his head, stood up straight, then bowed respectfully towards the three grand elders. "There is an order for elders and juniors, a difference between seniors and juniors. My Yun family has flourished for 10,000s of years. The heavens and earth are witnesses. As Yun family's patriarch, how can I not follow basic customs?" Yun He, Yun Jiang, and Yun Zai could faintly tell the hidden message in Yun Qinghang's words and looked at each other while secretly sighing helplessly. Yun He raised his hand and said, "Qinghang, your nature is upright. It's good, yet bad, all right. Everyone sit. Esteemed guests, our Yun family welcome you here. However, today's matters are Yun family's personal affairs that might affect our family's future. You're welcome to observe. But please do not interfere," Yun Zai said coolly. Obviously, the arrival of the Hellion and the Under Heaven family caused them to be cautious. "Of course," Hellion Peng said matter-of-factly. Yun He, Yun Jiang, and Yun Zai descended and sat at the center of the sitting area. Among the three, Yun He was the eldest and also the strongest. After entering their seats, he nodded slightly and said, "Since everyone is already here, let's begin." Yun Weishan stood up and was about to approach the sacred cloud arena when a frivolous yet somewhat authoritative voice rang from midair. "The Yun family seems lively today. Looks like this king didn't waste a trip here by coming here in person." Yun Weishan stopped moving and looked towards the sky with a face of disbelief. A young man dressed fully in silver, wearing a silver crown and holding a fan gradually appeared. He looked scholarly and not any older than early 20s. However, his gaze was fierce, and a sense of innate nobility came from his body. Even though he was facing the three grand elders of the Yun family, his fierce gaze was not one bit withheld. Behind him, another figure appeared. This person was bent, with a small stature. His hair was withered and yellow, and the grayish-yellow clothes he wore was covered in dust. The most eye-catching thing was that his neck and arms were actually covered in sallow yellow scale-shaped patterns. No, they were indeed scales. "Duke Hui Yi and the venerable stone dragon," Yun Weishan exclaimed in shock. All the elders of the Yun family, including the three grand elders, were shocked as well. He, I came here uninvited. You wouldn't mind, right? The young man said laughingly. His actions and tone of speech was mild, yet each of his words contained an indescribable sense of pressure, causing one to not dare to oppose to what he had said. Another uninvited guest. Today's Yun family competition had a little too many uninvited guests. The Mu family's arrival was considered normal. Under Heaven and Hellion family coming was already shocking, but the arrival of the Duke of the Glorious Night something no one imagined. By now, even a fool could tell that there was something wrong. Of course not. Yun Weishan's voice started to tremble slightly, and his shock and agitation could easily be seen. Duke Huiyi personally paying a visit to our Yun family is our Yun family's good fortune. How would our Yun family mind? I wonder why your highness has come down personally. If you have anything you need help with, our Yun family will definitely do our best. Nothing much, actually. Duke Huiyi laughed. I just heard that today was the Yun family's family competition, and since I had some free time, I decided to come take a look. Looks like the competition has not started yet. That's good. I wonder if you could arrange seats for me and company so we can enjoy the competition. Of course, your highness. Please enter the seating area. Yun Weishan hurriedly guided him to the seat personally. Who is that person? Yun Qi asked. Yun Weishan was still an elder of the Yun family, yet he treated this person with so much respect, and even called him your highness. He was clearly not a normal person. Illusory Demon Royal Family's Duke Huiyi, Yun Qinghong explained briefly. Illusory Demon Royal Family does not have any grand princes, hence. The title of Duke is simply only second to that of the Demon Emperor's direct bloodline. If it was simply any Duke, Yun Weishan wouldn't act this way. However, that Duke Huiyi is not from any normal family. He is part of the Illusory Demon Seven Scions and is ranked third. His elder brother is the strongest of the Illusory Demon Seven Scions, and his father and grandfather are not normal as well. Currently, their factions combined strength and support within Illusory Demon Royal Family might be able to suppress that of the Little Demon Empress. Even the Little Demon Empress would find it difficult to command them. Yun Qi wrinkled his brows. Illusory Demon Seven Scions. I know that. Yun Zio replied. The Illusory Demon Seven Scions are the 7 strongest members of the Illusory Demon Royal Family's young generation. Once a person is listed into the Illusory Demon Seven Scions, he would obtain an exceptional position within the royal family and be exclusively trained. Duke Huiyi is ranked third, which means he's super strong. I also heard that currently in the entire Illusory Demon realm, other than the Little Demon Empress, their bloodline is the purest remaining of the Illusory Demon bloodline. That's right, Yun Qinghong nodded. The person following him is called the Venerable Stone Dragon. Since 10 years ago, he became Duke Huiyi's personal bodyguard. His true form is a 30-meter-long true dragon which possesses the power of earth, and is very strong. His eyes closed slowly as his gaze became downcast. First it's Hellion Peng. Now it's actually Duke Huiyi. Looks like it's going to get lively here. Yun Qi's eyebrows raised as he slowly exhaled. In his 2 months within Demon Imperial City, he obviously could not completely learn all the details about Demon Imperial City. He did not even get to know much people outside of the Yun family. All he knew was the predicament of the Yun family and the Illusory Demon Royal family, and basic knowledge of the other 11 guardian families. He did not actually know just how strong the Illusory Demon Royal family was. However, the appearance of Duke Huiyi helped him understand that whatever he was going to face next would be far more complex and difficult, much more dangerous than what he had expected, but he would never change his decision because of that. The Little Demon Empress 100-year reign ceremony would be held in less than a month's time, and that would be the best stage to rebuild the Yun family's reputation. However, before that, he had to help Yun Qinghong keep his position as patriarch no matter what, and not let anyone else steal it. Alishu. Chinese letter equals this king is used by kings, princes, and people of high nobility when referring to themselves, even when they're not really kings. From the moment the Duke Huiyi had arrived to the time he took his seat, Yun Weishan had been the one to take the lead and welcome him. Yun Qinghong did absolutely nothing. In this period, the Duke Huiyi did not even take a glance in the direction where Yun Qinghong was seated. It was as if he completely disregarded the existence of Yun family's true patriarch. It was time. Yun Weishan bounded onto the sacred cloud arena, and he faced the ancestral monument, declaring with his head held high, "Today, The Yun family competition is about to begin. And as the reason for convening this competition, I am sure all those who are present already know. In another month's time, it will be the Little Demon Empress 100-year reign ceremony. This is a grand affair which involves the entire illusory demon realm. As one of the 12 guardian families who have guarded the illusory demon royal family for generations, our Yun family will also be participating in this grand ceremony. At the appointed time, a royal banquet will be held and guests will come from all over. Even though our Yun family does not play the leading role, at that time, we will reveal our splendor to the Little Demon Empress, as well as all the outstanding heroes gathered there. So in order for us to not lose our family's might and prestige, only the most excellent individuals from the same generation will have the privilege of going to and participating in this grand ceremony. Because at that time, the ones who will be participating in the grand ceremony will be the strongest of each corresponding generation within our Yun family, especially our young generation. The weak will not be allowed to disgrace themselves at the grand ceremony for all to see. That will only bring shame to our Yun family. Regardless of the place, the strength of the next generation would always be the most important factor for any great power. This was because the strength of the current generation had already been measured and settled. What heralded the winds of change was naturally the strength of the coming generation. This family competition will be the most direct and fairest method of selecting the cream of the crop of each generation. Who wins and who loses, who is strong and who is weak, that will all become apparent. All right. No more unnecessary words need to be said. Let us address the main issue. Grand Elder Yun, he abruptly said, cutting of Yun Weishan's words. The arrival of the Duke Hui had caused Yun Weishan to speak with extreme prudence. So when Grand Elder Yun he abruptly spoke, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded in the direction of the 3 Grand Elders and did not continue from his previous words. He instead said, "Since this is the case, I will not continue talking about unnecessary things, however." He changed the topic and declared sternly, "Before the family competition begins, there is a grave matter that concerns the future of our entire family that has to be addressed right now. And the Elder Council has already begun discussing this matter many months ago." "Oh, a grave matter concerning the future of your entire clan? I wonder what such a huge affair this could be." Helian Peng narrowed his eyes and said in a tone that was full of interest. Once Yun Weishan had said these words, many people present immediately held their breath, and many gazes, whether direct or covert, were shot in Yun Qinghang's direction. Practically everyone present knew what the grave matter Yun Weishan spoke about concerned. And this day, at long last, had finally come. Yun Weishan's gaze swept across all who were present, before finally fixing itself on the location where Yun Qinghang was presently seated. He said with a solemn expression, "Our Yun family has flourished for 10,000 years, and our might was known throughout the land. But due to the calamity that transpired 100 years ago, 11 cornerstones of our Yun family collapsed in one night, and that caused the total strength of our Yun family to decrease drastically in an instant. And in these past 100 years, we have carried guilt on our backs, while our young generation went under the most extreme of restrictions. 22 years ago, our patriarch's profound strength was crippled, and the guilt that we carried grew even heavier. And now everyone knows that our Yun family is on a quick decline. Our patriarch has been crippled and barely has any strength left. If this situation continues, our Yun family may not even have the qualifications to truly continue on as one of the 12 guardian families. So the main event that our Yun family needs to undertake is the choosing of a suitable new patriarch to lead the Yun family and rouse our Yun clan once more." "Wait!" Before Yun Weishan could finish, a rude and loud bellow cut his words off. Mu Yubai stood up and said with a steady expression, "Choosing a new patriarch. Yun Weishan, what do you mean? Are you trying to force Yun Qinghang to abdicate his position?" No one felt surprised that Mu Yubai would step in. Yun Weishan's expression did not change, and he replied calmly, "Young Patriarch Mu's words are too heavy. How could we dare use the word force in regards to our patriarch? But our esteemed patriarch's entire body is disabled, and he scarcely has any mental, physical, and emotional strength left. And I am sure young Patriarch Mu will not be able to deny that. This period also happens to be a crisis of existence for our Yun family. How can we burden our already powerless patriarch with the responsibility of raising our Yun family up once more? Thus, for the sake of the entire clan, and to preserve the health of our current patriarch, the time has come for our Yun family to select a new patriarch." Mu Yubai was, after all, the future patriarch of the Mu family. Given the current declining power of the Yun family, they were unwilling to offend any of the 12 guardian families. So Yun Weishan still remained calm and prudent in the face of Mu Yubai's lack of respect. Mu Yubai instead responded with a cold laugh. Your Yun family, for the past 10,000 years, have had over 70 patriarchs in succession, but every single patriarch was from the line of your original patriarch. Mu Yubai pointed at the Yun family ancestral monument and said, "Underneath your Yun family's ancestral monument sleeps the spirits of all the heroes in the line of your first patriarch. Yun Weishan, why don't you tell me in the entire Yun family, aside from Yun Qinghang, who else is a descendant of the bloodline of your patriarchs? You cannot seriously be telling me that all of you are prepared to force Yun Qinghang to abdicate his position and select someone who is not from the line of patriarchs to be your new patriarch. Heh. If I remember correctly, 10,000 years ago, your Yun clan was just a tiny barbarian tribe from the northern passes. And the one who created the purple cloud art, lead your entire clan from the north to dominate the entire realm, then established your position as head of the 12 guardian families, was the very ancestor of the line of the Yun family patriarchs. And from then on, every single patriarch, without exception, had been of the descendant of that first patriarch. If not for the leadership and guidance of this line of patriarchs, your entire clan would still be struggling to eke out a miserable existence somewhere out there. And now, even though Yun Qinghang is crippled, he is not dead and is still extremely young. And yet you want to force him to abdicate his position as patriarch. Aren't you lot worried about how you will face your ancestors after you have passed on?" Mu Yubai's words were ruthless and relentless. He had basically scolded every single member of the Yun family besides Yun Qinghang. Even though Yun Weishan was restraining himself with every single fiber of his being, his face had become faintly flushed. At this time, Heaven-Defying said in a loud voice, "Mu Yubai, it is not that I want to criticize you, but the words you have just spoken are ridiculous to the point where I can no longer take it. The Yun name belongs to everyone in the Yun family. Who was it that decreed that the Yun family patriarch must definitely be from Yun Qinghang's line? Even if the Yun family does have this tradition, Yun Qinghang has already been crippled to the point where he can't be crippled any further. To allow him to continue on as patriarch, even if you ignore the ridicule of the rest of the world, will sooner or later lead to the complete crippling of the Yun family as a whole. Moreover, besides in Yun Qinghang, there seems to be no one else in the Yun family who comes from the bloodline of the first patriarch. Oh, and as for Yun Qinghang's son, don't tell me that after Yun Qinghang has passed on, that the Yun family will never be allowed to have a patriarch again. Or do you actually hope to see the Yun family being led by someone who hails from the profound sky continent, Abasta?" "Shut up!" Mu Yubai roared, not letting Heaven-Defying finish what he was saying. He said with a calm expression, "This is a matter concerning the Yun family. The Yun family patriarch is our Mu family's son-in-law, so I have the right to speak, but you, Heaven-Defying, have no right to open your mouth. If you dare to continue to say words which are unpleasant to my ears, do you believe that I won't force you to leave this place on your knees?" Mu Yubai's temperament was upright and unyielding, and he was never willing to suppress his own emotions. If he said something, he would do it. Even though the other party was someone from the strongest Hellion clan, his words were still unyielding and strong to the point where it left no room for leeway or graciousness. In regards to strength, Heaven-Defying was categorically not even in the same zip code as Mu Yubai, but he did not show any fear, and he gave a cold laugh instead. "Mu Yubai, do not think that I am afraid of you. If we truly fight, the one who will leave kneeling is not set in stone. You are courting death." The words that Heaven-Defying said undoubtedly caused Mu Yubai's temper to erupt completely. What's more, Mu Yubai was also looking for an opportunity to turn this place upside down. He yelled in anger, and profound light burst forth from his entire body as a thick and solid chain of ice soared into the sky. "Everyone, be quiet. This is the Yun family's grand event. It is not a place for you to quarrel, much less exchange blows." With a voice as tranquil as water, yet still carrying a pressure and might that was hard to resist, Duke Huiyi said his piece. By his side, the venerable stone dragon's eyes flashed and a beam of yellow shot out, colliding with Mu Yubai's ice chain. With a gentle ring, the ice chain disappeared in midair. After the Duke Huiyi had spoken those words, Mu Yubai was unable to take further action. He coldly stared at Heaven-Defying, returned to Yun Qinghang's side, and fixed his gaze on Yun Weishan. "Big brother, you are too impulsive. Mu Yuru said in worry as she mildly rebuked her brother. "Ha, Yubai may be impulsive, but he has never been one to act foolishly," Yun Qinghang said with a mysterious smile. "After all, it is brother-in-law who understands me best." "Heh," Mu Yubai said with a low bark. Could it be that Uncle's sudden flare of temper was done on purpose?" After hearing what they had said, Yun Zio whispered this into Yun Qi's ear. "Yes," Yun Qi nodded his head. "The more impulsive and irascible Senior Mu acts, the more they will be put at ease. It looks like Senior Mu is trying to test some of his theories." "Test his theories? Test what theories?" Yun Zio was completely mystified. Yun Qi gave the faintly smiling Duke Huyi a sidelong glance and he whispered back, "In no time at all, his questions should have answers. Yun Zio, no matter what happens after this, do not be alarmed." Yun Zio had grown even more confused. "Patriarch Yun." Duke Huiyi spoke once more, and this time he faced Yun Qinghang directly. In terms of age, the Duke Huiyi was one generation younger than Yun Qinghang, so for him to address Yun Qinghang as Patriarch Yun was no big deal. But his tone clearly did not contain a single drop of respect. After all, Yun Qinghang was a complete cripple. "In my humble opinion, because of your body's condition, you have long ago become unsuitable to continue leading the huge Yun clan. I very much endorse Elder Yun Weishan's words. To choose a new patriarch to lead the Yun family would be a good thing, not only for the Yun family, but for Patriarch Yun himself as well. What is Patriarch Yun's opinion on this?" "Sigh." Grand Elder Yun, he gave a dull sigh. "For 10,000 years, the Yun family has been led by the bloodline of our patriarch. But given the current circumstance that the Yun family faces today, to change leaders has become an inevitable thing." Grand Elder Yun's, I said, "Qinghang, it is about time for you to have a proper rest." Grand Elder Yun Jiang followed. "This is definitely not what we wish for, but given your current strength and physical condition, it has already become too hard for you to continue bearing the burden of leading the clan." The Grand Elders had spoken, and even Duke Huiyi was in support of the Yun family changing patriarchs. It seemed that the case for a change of patriarch had already been nailed shut. Everyone present was waiting for Yun Qinghang's reaction, but they discovered that his expression was serene. He did not seem the least bit lost or disappointed, and he did not even sigh. Instead, he gently and calmly said, "Since the Grand Elders and His Highness has already spoken, it would naturally be hard for I, Yun Qinghang, to have any objections. Since all the gathered elders have already begun discussing the matter of changing patriarchs months ago, it must be that my successor has long ago been decided. Since that is so, please do tell me who it is. If it is someone who can instill sufficient confidence in those who are present, then I, Yun Qinghang, will gladly abdicate my position." "HMPH, do you even need to ask?" Mu Yubai said with a cold laugh. "Of course it is the person who has gone through great pains to set up this so-called family competition, the one who is truly pushing for your abdication, Great Elder Yun Weishan. The matter of changing patriarch is not a suggestion made by me personally. It is something the entire Elder Council has decided." Yun Weishan said with an unchanging expression. "I, Yun Weishan, lack the virtue or the ability, and I have never once dared to covet the position of patriarch." Great Elder's words are incorrect. Just as Yun Weishan had stopped speaking, a Yun family elder quickly followed up and said, "Based on prestige, strength, and contribution to our Yun clan, you are definitely the most suitable to be our next patriarch." "That's right," another elder also hastily said. "In terms of rank, Great Elder is the leader of the Elder Council. In terms of strength, you're also the strongest in our family. Furthermore, ever since the patriarch became crippled all those years back, all the matters concerning the clan has been handled by Great Elder. Therefore, if we were to choose the most suitable candidate for patriarch acknowledged by everyone, it would no doubt be Great Elder." "I think so as well." A few elders carried on, speaking one after another, recommending Great Elder Yun Weishan to be the next Yun patriarch. Gradually, more and more people spoke for Yun Weishan. Only a minority of the elders did not speak up and sighed in secret. Following that, all the middle-aged and young generation of the Yun family began echoing out the Great Elder's name. 100 years ago, Yun Kanghai left and never returned. Yun Qinghang had to succeed as the next patriarch. At that time, in terms of prestige and influence within the family, 10 Yun Weishan could not even match up to 1 Yun Qinghang. Within the family, any command by Yun Qinghang would be fulfilled immediately, and no one dared to defy him. Although the Yun family 11 strongest cornerstones disappeared overnight, and their strength faltered massively, and they even carried the name of sinners. The entire family believed that with Yun Qinghang leading the family, the Yun family would definitely rise once again. Outside of the Yun family, there was no one that would dare belittle the strength of the weakened Yun family, because at that time there was the unrivaled talent, Yun Qinghang. However, 22 years ago, Yun Qinghang was crippled. In a world where strength meant everything, even if a person whose strength was lower than that of dirt, who could never be strong again, possessed the title of patriarch, he would not be really respected and feared by others. The reputation he had built up for himself quickly vanished within these 22 years. The high regard, respect, reverence, adoration, and fear others had toward him turned into size, disregard, and even insult and gloating after he was crippled. The Yun family elders, peers, and junior who held him in high regard were all extremely disappointed and sighed. As the epitome of a profound, cultivating family in illusory demon realm, who would actually allow a crippled person to lead them. Even among those who vowed to forever stay loyal to Yun Qinghang had secretly went away. The others who still vowed to stay with him till death were chased away by Yun Qinghang, because at that time he knew the condition of his own body, and that those who stayed with him would have no future. How would he be willing to delay the prospects of those who were sincere toward him? Until the end, he kept his status as patriarch, but only his wife and son remained by his side. 20-odd years ago, who could imagine the Yun Qinghang, who was probably the brightest star within the entire illusory demon realm, would be in such a pathetic state where no one would bother to look him in the eye. Due to being crippled for 22 years, until now, not one person in his own clan stood up to support this man, who used to lead the Yun family, to continue as patriarch. However, even when facing such a reality, Yun Qinghang did not blame anyone. After all, he had been crippled. Whether it was the Elder Council or the Grand Elders, their main motive for doing so was for the future of the Yun family. After all, letting a crippled person lead the Yun family would invite ridicule and also bleaken the future of the family. When compared to the future of the Yun family, the bloodline of the patriarch did not seem as important. The cheers supporting the great elder grew louder and louder. Yun Weishan found it hard to remain calm as he humbly said, "Towards everyone's support, I'm truly humbled, but with my weak strength, I'm not capable to take on the role as patriarch. Instead, seventh elder, whose strength is outstanding, is the most suitable person for this role." The seventh elder, who was mentioned by Yun Weishan, quickly waved it off. "Great elder's words are too kind. Pardon my honesty, but within the entire Yun family, with great elder present, it would not please the masses if anyone else was patriarch." "That's right. We support great elder to succeed as patriarch. Great elder, don't refuse anymore. The position of the next patriarch is undoubtedly yours." The Yun family cheers sounded once again, and Yun Weishan cupped his fist together as his agitation had exploded. Since 22 years ago, when Yun Qinghang was crippled, he had the thought of becoming patriarch. For this 22 years, he had worked very hard for this goal while gaining more and more of a reputation for himself. If he were to become the patriarch, the bloodline of the patriarch that had existed for 10,000 years would change. 100 years later, his son Yun Xinyu would become the next patriarch, and after that it would be his grandson and his descendants. Facing the crippled Yun Qinghang and his son that was unable to use his profound handle, he knew that this day would come eventually. However, it had finally arrived today. As the cheers of the Yun family grew louder, a disharmonious, cold laughter suddenly sounded. "Since great elder Yun knows that he's not suitable for the position of patriarch, why do you people have to make noise blindly and cause trouble for great elder Yun? If great elder Yun can't resist it and choose to go back on his words, and accept when this spreads, won't others gossip that the Yun family great elder is actually eyeing for the position of patriarch, and even hypocritically acted as though he did not want it? This vicious and cunning title does not sound particularly nice. Don't you agree, great elder Yun?" Mu Yubai's words were actually quite vicious. The entire Yun family supported Yun Weishan to be the next patriarch, but since Yun Weishan kept pushing it away, this had been attacked by Mu Yubai. Using his own words, Mu Yubai made it such that if he were to accept the position of the patriarch, he would become a vicious and ungentlemanly hypocrite. The corners of Yun Weishan's lips twitched furiously. Just as he was about to say something, an insolent voice rang from the right side. "I agree with young patriarch Mu's words." The one who spoke was Helian Peng, as he squinted his triangular eyes and spoke slowly. "I heard that after Yun Qinghang became crippled, great elder Yun took over all the affairs of the Yun family. No matter how important the matter was, he handled them by himself. Even though he's only a great elder, he acted more like a patriarch than the patriarch himself. Tusk. From more than a decade ago, I have already heard rumors that the great elder of the Yun family had been eyeing the position of patriarch. After so long, the amount of such rumors only seemed to increase. If great elder were to suddenly take over the position of patriarch, it would prove such rumors to be true. At that time, the patriarch name would be very respected within the family, but his reputation outside would be harshly tarnished. The Hellion Peng, who had previously helped Yun Weishan speak and nearly fought with Mu Yubai, was now actually helping Mu Yubai, and the words he said towards Yun Weishan were even more vicious and straightforward than what Mu Yubai had said previously. The color of Yun Weishan's face darkened, and all the core elders looked at each other. Mu Yubai frowned, glancing at Hellion Peng. He would not naively believe that Hellion Peng would happily go along with him. Could this guy be here specifically to make trouble today? Mu Yubai's words made Yun Weishan seem as though he had swallowed a fly, but Hellion Peng's words made it seem as though he smeared shit on his face, causing his hatred and indignation to be unbearable. He thought that if he were to really attempt to become patriarch, he would face resistance from Mu Yubai, but never had he ever expected that other than Mu Yubai, there was also a Hellion Peng trying to stop him. The corners of his mouth twitched as he tried to suppress his feelings in order to look less awful. He forced himself to say, I, Yun Weishan, did everything all these years for the Yun family and have never ever fawned over the patriarch position. Sigh. After remaining silent for a long time, Grand Elder Yun Jiang sighed and said, Weishan, within the Yun family now, you are indeed our most suitable candidate. Whether you're willing or not, you becoming the next patriarch would be the best result for the Yun family. You don't have to reject it. As for what others say, we simply don't have to listen to it. A Grand Elder's words naturally carried supreme weight. Yun Weishan was secretly overjoyed, and just as he was about to go along with the flow, he heard Duke Huiyi speak up. Concerning this matter of the Yun patriarch, this Duke has a small suggestion. I wonder if everyone from the Yun family would like to hear it. Once Duke Huiyi spoke, he caught everyone's attention. Yun Weishan stopped his attempt to speak, turned to Duke Huiyi and respectfully replied, What suggestion does your highness have? I'm sure everyone would like to know. Duke Huiyi was calm as he smiled slightly, swung the fan in his hands, and spoke slowly. In my opinion, what young Patriarch Mu and Elder Hellion had said isn't unreasonable. Even though Great Elder Yun has done a lot for the family, and no one can match his reputation within the family, he's indeed not suitable for the position. Otherwise, going by what young Patriarch Mu and Elder Hellion had said, it would become the laughing stock of the others. The human tongue is powerful. If it only concerned Great Elder Yun, it could be overlooked. However, the current situation within the family is already dire. If the public starts to gossip even more because of this matter, it wouldn't be beneficial to the Yun family. Duke Huiyi's words caused Yun Weishan's heart to clench. He looked down in an attempt to hide his ugly expression that looked worse than crying. What your highness said is true. I'm truly unsuitable for the position of patriarch. Duke Huiyi quickly continued. Judging from the Yun family's current predicament, there's a need to change patriarchs, and in my opinion, there's an even better candidate. I wonder who your highness is referring to? Grand Elder Yunzai asked. Duke Huiyi closed his fan, stood up, and paced about. Since Great Elder is not suitable, and there's no one that can please everyone from this generation of elders, then why not nominate the new patriarch from another place? You highness is saying? Duke Huiyi replied. Back then, your family lost your patriarch and the 10 strongest grand elders. The strength of your family weakened drastically overnight, and you all had to carry sins for 100 years. If the Yun family were to rise again, it would undoubtedly require a long amount of time and an exceptional leader. An exceptional leader requires a long time to groom. From what this Duke sees, since it's difficult to make a choice from the older generation, why not choose one from a younger generation? It is known to the whole city that the eldest son of the great elder, Yun Xinyu, is a gifted talent who has strong aptitude, and possesses the same cyan-colored profound handle as the Demon King. His personality is also humble and not arrogant. He is undoubtedly the pride of the Yun family that heaven has bestowed. More than once, this Duke has heard him being praised as the biggest hope of Yun family's future. If he were to become the next patriarch and be guided by Great Elder and all the other elders, this Duke believes that within 10 years, he would become an exceptional leader. The days of glory for the Yun family won't be long away. Furthermore, although Yun Xinyu is young, his talent and personality is obvious to the entire Yun family. If he were to become the next patriarch, this duke believes that there would be less people dissatisfied with this as compared to Great Elder. What does everyone think? The words said by the duke, Huiyi, immediately caused waves among the Yun family members who were present. After most of them had recovered from their momentary surprise, their eyes suddenly began to shine with the light of emotion. Many of the core elders from the Elder Council began to look at each other in consternation, after which they all began to slowly nod their heads simultaneously. Even the three grand elders, Yun He, Yun Jiang, and Yun Zai, had sunk into deep thought, but they did not show any sign of rejecting his words. Amen. Yun Qi rested his hand under his chin as he looked thoughtfully at the completely relaxed Duke Huiyi. He gave a faint chuckle, and then said in a low voice, "Ah, so it was like this after all. Before, I only had a grasp on about 90% of the situation, but now I can see the entire picture." Yun Qi's soft words were fully transmitted into Yun Qinghang's ears. Yun Qinghang looked askance, giving him a deep, long look. If father must truly abdicate his position, letting Brother Xinyu take over as patriarch doesn't seem to be a bad idea. Yun Zio said softly. His Highness Huiyi has truly presented an excellent proposal. After the noise had begun to die down, a core elder began to clap his hands while standing. He said with a voice filled with admiration, "For all these years, every time the occasion arises for one patriarch to succeed the other, that person is almost always above 100 years of age. So this has caused us to unwittingly overlook such an excellent candidate." "That is right." Another elder also stood up. "Xinyu is the best amongst our young generation, and it can also be said that he is perfect in every way. Even though he is not the son of the patriarch, he is still the son of the great elder. Whether it is regarding aptitude or background, you will not be able to find another candidate who can compare to him amongst his peers. As for his age, Xinyu is indeed still young, but why can't we consider this a kind of advantage? In regards to his shallow qualifications, as long as we put in every effort to assist him, this shallowness can be completely compensated for. Even people from outside, the Yun family has called Xinyu the great hope of our Yun family. This is definitely not idle talk or lies. Letting Xinyu be the next patriarch may truly bring about an entirely new beginning for our Yun family. His Highness Huiyi's suggestion is truly sublime." In the current Yun family, which had greatly declined in strength, the halo surrounding Yun Xinyu was indeed dazzling without compare. Countless praises and the greatest hope and expectation for the Yun family's resurgence was gathered in that halo of light. And under such a light, even the problem of his age was easily covered up. The seniors of the Yun family already did not feel that the suggestion for him to be the next patriarch was too inappropriate. And following the approval of one elder after the other, they felt like it was more and more feasible, to the point where it could be said that he was an excellent choice. As for the younger members of the Yun family, it was natural that they exhibited an incomparably excited response. Yun Xinyu becoming the Yun family patriarch caused a fierce pride to well up in the hearts of all of those young disciples. The present cheers were even louder than the ones given when Yun Weishan was presented as the successor of the title of patriarch. After the grand elders had given this matter careful consideration, they all slowly nodded their heads as well. Yun Jiang said in a gentle voice, "Our Yun clan has never had the precedent of allowing someone from the younger generation to take the seat of patriarch prematurely, but that does not mean that such a precedent cannot be set. Xinyu's temperament and talent are enough to compensate for his lack of experience. After serious consideration and taking into account the present condition of the Yun family, Xinyu seems to be even more suitable than Weishan to take over the position of patriarch." "I also concur with what has been said." Yun He nodded his head. "I can expect no less of Duke Huiyi. His suggestion has enlightened us, allowing us to see something that we had not been able to see before." Yun Zai added as he nodded his head as well. "To be able to attain the recognition from all three grand elders is this Duke's fortune." Duke Huiyi said as he gave a faint smile. "This Duke merely gave a simple suggestion. I did not expect to receive such a vigorous response from your entire clan. It looks like all of you ladies and gentlemen of the Yun family has an even greater appreciation and respect for Yun Xinyu than I had previously anticipated. Since this is the case, Great Elder, for your virtuous son to succeed the title of patriarch seems to be the perfect conclusion to this matter." Duke Huiyi's words had undoubtedly speedily changed Yun Weishan's previous melancholy into sheer joy. Letting Yun Xinyu become patriarch naturally filled him with even more joy than his own appointment as patriarch would have given him. He strongly restrained the ecstasy in his heart and said in a polite and modest tone, "Duke Huiyi has such great love for my unworthy son. For that I, Yun Weishan, am eternally grateful. However, my unworthy son is simply too young, and the reality is that his ability is still currently lacking." Yun Xinyu stood up, and it was clear that he was at a loss. He said in a deferential tone, "Everything that my father has said is true. For Duke Huiyi to show me such great love, Xinyu is simply grateful beyond words. However, Xinyu is not even 30 years old yet, and my power, ability, and experience still fall far short of the required mark. So how can I be worthy of receiving the huge responsibility of becoming the new patriarch?" Xinyu is truly unbearably perplexed. "Oh!" Duke Huiyi's smile quickly receded, and a displeased look soon appeared on his face. He gave a cold snort and said, "HMPH, looks like those rumors are after all in the end merely rumors. This duke had originally thought you, Yun Xinyu, is indeed an incomparable genius who was bestowed to the Yun family by the heavens, but it looks like you are nothing more than this. The Yun family currently exists in the boundary between life and death. The entire Yun family is willing to entrust such a heavy burden to you. Even the 3 grand elders have given their approval. But alas, you do not even have the courage or the nerve to take on this task. Ah, it's too bad that the so-called great hope of the Yun family is nothing more than a joke. This hope is merely a fool to be despised by all." Duke Huiyi's words caused Yun Xingyu's face to become stained a crimson red. He clenched his fists tightly and said through gritted teeth, "Xinyu does not recognize what your highness has just said. To bring about the revival of the Yun family is my life's greatest wish. If I am allowed to accomplish this wish, I will not hesitate to pay any price to make it come true. This duke has never bothered listening to useless words that are beneath my notice." Duke Huiyi replied with a bland smile, "This duke only wants to know one thing, this position of Yun family patriarch. Do you dare to take it?" "I dare. Why would I not dare?" As if he was severely jolted by Duke Huiyi's words, Yun Xingyu's hesitation disappeared, and he replied in a manner that was extremely resolute and decisive. He furrowed his brows and said with a solemn expression, "As long as all the seniors of the Yun family, as well as my fellow brothers and sisters, think highly of me, and is willing to let a junior like me be patriarch of the Yun family, then I will dare to throw caution to the wind and say that I will cause the Yun family to rise to ascendancy again within my lifetime." Once Yun Xinyu had uttered such strong words, all the Yun family members present naturally went into a frenzy, and they blanketed the arena with roars. Several core elders stood up one after the other, and as they nodded their heads and laughed, they announced as one body, "Who would have thought that this major event concerning the patriarch would reach such a resolution? Even though it was beyond our expectations, it is indeed a perfect ending. All of us will commit our greatest strength into supporting the new patriarch." Yun Weishan drew in a long breath and said in an incomparably agitated voice, "Since this is the current state of affairs, if my unworthy son still chooses to decline, it would instead seem like a pretentious and cowardly act. And since today this heavy burden has fallen upon the shoulders of my unworthy son, I, as his father, will exert 10 times my previous effort, in hopes that this father and son will not become guilty of perpetuating the decline of our Yun family." The inner circle within the Yun family all knew that the true motive of this family competition was to replace their patriarch. And before this, everyone had assumed that the new patriarch would be Yun Weishan. Who would have thought that, under the urging of Duke Huiyi, they would reach a conclusion that seemed to be even more perfect? Duke Huiyi gave off a big laugh and said, "For a clan to change patriarchs is originally a huge affair that is dealt with within that family." This duke did not expect that, as a stranger giving a rather superficial proposal, that my proposal would receive recognition from all the members of the Yun family present. This duke is overjoyed and extremely honored. And since this matter was precipitated by this duke also has a burning desire to see it through to completion. Since all those who are present feel that Yun Xinyu is the most suitable candidate to assume the role of patriarch, and every single member of the Yun family, including the grand elders and core elders that are present, the esteemed guests who are visiting shall bear witness. The stars have truly aligned, and people from every corner are gathered in witness. Since this is so, I do not see why we should not, on this very day, at this very time, proceed to complete the ceremony of succession for the new patriarch. Everyone, do you have any objections?" In this entire process, the current patriarch Yun Qinghang had the least attention paid to him. No one asked him for his opinion and no one cared about his feelings, because even though he was the patriarch, he had long ago become a useless cripple whom even a beggar could ignore, because at least a beggar could still move under his own power. The suggestion that Yun Xinyu should become the new patriarch was met with raucous approval from the entire Yun clan, and there was not a word that was said in opposition. And the one who had given this suggestions, who had brought it to conclusion, was Duke Huiyi himself, so it was hard for anyone to feel that it was inappropriate. In fact, given the current situation, forget about shouting out one's objections. Those present would hardly even dare to express their objection in any way. However, as everyone was on the verge of witnessing the fall of the old patriarch and the beginning of the inauguration of the new patriarch, there was one unenlightened person who stood up. "I have an objection." These four bland words utilized the power of profound energy to possess an extremely strong penetrating effect. And amidst the noisy environment, it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears, and even caused the great clamor to instantly die down. All eyes turned at the same time to the origin of that voice. Yun Qi stood up and unhurriedly strode forward 5 paces. He gave a faint smile to Duke Huiyi and Yun Weishan, whom he faced, while he exposed himself to the gaze of the crowd at the same time. Yun Qi had, after all, stayed with the Yun family for 2 months. Even though a large proportion of the Yun family had never seen him, they had all heard that Yun Qi had become Yun Qinghang's godson. It was just that the godson of a crippled patriarch was simply not enough to draw the attention of those within the Yun family. For him to step out all of a sudden and say those 4 earth-shattering words, "I have an objection," caused everyone to be stunned in place. Following that, however, the gazes filled with shock were increasingly replaced by gazes filled with mockery and no small amount of schadenfreude. "Who the hell is this kid? He has an objection? Heh, what does he mean? Who does he think he is? Who does he think the people who are standing in front of him are? Oh, this seems to be the godson of Yun Qinghang. Could it be that this person is some sort of retard? Perhaps he just wants to steal some of the limelight. Heh, speaking out is easy, but let's see how you handle the fallout now. It's time to watch a show." As for Duke Huiyi, the branch of the royal family he was from was extremely formidable, and it was public knowledge that it rivaled the power that the little demon empress held. Even the stately great elder of the Yun family had to be polite and respectful to young Duke, and would not dare show any sign of slighting him. Even those who had never heard of Duke Huiyi before would still understand what kind of background he had. So when he asked if anyone had any objections, no one thought that someone would actually really step forward. This was undoubtedly a rude slap delivered to Duke Huiyi's face. Big brother," Yun Zio cried in alarm as he moved forward to drag Yun Qi back. Yun Qinghang extended his hand to block him, after which he silently shook his head. Oh, Duke Huiyi had also naturally did not expect that there was someone who was willing to sing a different tune. Moreover, this was after the entire Yun family had recognized the proposal that he made. He turned around and casually measured Yun Qi with his eyes. In a voice that contained only amusement and no anger, he said, "And you are?" Yun Weishan fixed his eyes upon Yun Qi and his brows wrinkled up. Then he continued by saying, "Your Highness Huiyi, this person is actually not part of our Yun family. Moreover, he is only a foster son who was taken in 2 months ago by Yun Qinghang. We also have no idea where this fellow came from, but Duke Huiyi, please do not bother with what he is saying." At this point in time, Yun Weishan had abandoned even addressing Yun Qinghang as patriarch, and directly called him Yun Qinghang. "Foster son?" Duke Huiyi faintly narrowed his eyes. "This is truly strange. This duke has never heard of someone from the Yun family taking in a foster child. For Patriarch Yun to have set such a precedent, it seems that this foster son of Patriarch Yun must truly possess some exceedingly extraordinary qualities." "You flatter me," Yun Qi said laughingly. He stayed perfectly composed in the face of Duke Huiyi's mighty aura, as though he wasn't even facing someone who stood at the peak of the illusory demon realm, but rather a peer who couldn't be any more ordinary. "I am only a nobody, so Duke Huiyi obviously does not recognize me. Even though I am not a member of the Yun family, my surname is also Yun, with my name being Qi." "Yun Qi," Yun Weishan deeply uttered. "Today is a major event for our Yun family. Whether or not your surname is Yun has no meaning, for you are still just an outsider who has no right to butt into our Yun family affairs. Apologize to Duke Huiyi immediately for your offense, then scram, or else. Even that godfather of yours would not be able to protect you." Yun family's great elder berated so angrily, and even caused the rest of the young generation to end up trembling with fear while drenched in sweat. However, Yun Qi merely gave him an indifferent glance and said without a change in expression, I, Yun Qi, am not a member of the Yun family, nor am I a citizen of Demon Imperial City. I've only arrived at Demon Imperial City 2 months ago, and just happened to save Yun Zio from ambush outside the city. Yun Zio and I were compatible, so we became sworn brothers. Since I saved his son, the Yun Patriarch accepted me as his adoptive son. Since I have become the Patriarch's godchild, then I can be considered to be a half-member of the Yun family. If you want to talk about outsiders, I believe that this Duke Huiyi should be the true outsider, right? If an outsider could decide the Yun family's succession of Patriarch with a few words, then why do I, a half-insider, not have the right to speak up? Once Yun Qi's words came out, Yun Zio instantly broke into cold sweat, while those elder-class characters who were a few hundred years old were all struck dumb into speechlessness. Insolence, Yun Qi's words stunned everyone present. Yun Weishan became angry and bellowed. Insolent brat, how dare you offend His Highness Hui Yi? If it were not for Yun Qinghong, based on those words you said, I would have personally give you a few tight slaps. Yun Ched willfully laughed, showing no signs of panic. Great Elder's anger is truly great. Did I say anything wrong? This Duke who is completely unrelated to the Yun family can bother with your Yun family affairs, but I, a half-member of the Yun family, cannot. Furthermore, the person who asked if there were any objections seemed to be that Duke as well. Seeing that Yu Qi did not back off, and instead continue, caused Yun Weishan to laugh in anger. His Highness Hui Yi is a Duke, and his words are like gold, enlightening us, the Yun family, about the matter of the next Patriarch. Who are you to compare to yourself to His Highness Hui Yi? If there were any objections, my Yun family elder council would object. Since when was it your turn, you ridiculous little thing? Hurry up and scram. If you are to say another word. Duke Hui Yi lifted up his hand to stop Yun Weishan from speaking, his facing still maintaining its calm. He did not seem even a bit angry. However, a brat whose background was unknown, who was only at the sky profound realm, was indeed not even fit to cause him to become angry. If he were really to become angry, others would find it weird instead. He laughed and said, Great Elder doesn't have to get angry. Changing patriarchs is a huge matter. Someone having an objection is just normal. Even though Yun Qi is not a member of the Yun family, he's still the godson of the current patriarch. Saying that he is half a Yun family member is indeed not too much. Furthermore, his godfather would be the one that is giving up his position. For him to have something to say is normal. Why not let us listen to what he has to say? Your Highness, I heard that this brat came from the southern borders to Demon Imperial City 2 months ago. There are not many people from the Yun family that knows him. There is no need for a man with such high status as you to listen to rubbish from a brat. Yun Weishan said. No, Duke Huiyi shook his head. Letting Xinyu succeed as patriarch is not something your Yun family decided, but something this Duke suggested, and what Yun Qi said was not wrong. This Duke is still an outsider, and something an outsider suggested leading to objections is something normal. Furthermore, this Yun Qi is the godson of the current patriarch. If he were to be really chased away by you like this, wouldn't it seem as though this Duke is narrow-minded, bullying others with authority and cannot take objections? Clap, clap, clap. A loud applause started, and as Yun Qi clapped, he praised loudly. No wonder you're a Duke. Such magnanimity and boldness is indeed commendable. Unlike some others who lived a few hundred years for nothing, you're much stronger. You! Yun Weishan instantly flew into a rage. Him offending Duke Huiyi in public could be understood as being ignorant and rash, but his last phrase was obviously criticizing him. However, after he said, you, he did not continue, but instead laughed coldly. He thought that with his status, flying into a rage because of a junior in public was just embarrassing himself. Furthermore, him offending Duke Huiyi would obviously not do him any good. This Duke Huiyi was definitely not some kind and magnanimous person. Is he really the youth that saved number 7 that day? On his seat, Unparalleled Under Heaven looked at Yun Qi and asked. Yes, it's him. Number 1 Under Heaven nodded. This youngster is a bit reckless. Unparalleled Under Heaven said. Number 1 Under Heaven thought for a while before replying. Even though I only met him once, he doesn't seem to be a rash and thoughtless person. Ha ha! Unparalleled Under Heaven laughed slightly as he turned his attention to Yun Qinghong, then thoughtfully said. If he really is someone Yun Qinghong made godson, then he's definitely not simple. Your father has more than once said that even though Yun Qinghang is completely crippled, he is not a person to be looked down upon. Even though the current Yun family seems as though the control is with Yun Weishan, it's only a superficial view. Your father and I strongly believe that it is not possible for Yun Qinghang to not have backups. If Yun Qinghang is willing to accept this child as his godson, this child is definitely not normal. Number 1 under heaven. This Duke has said before that this Duke does not want to hear any useless rubbish. Duke Hui narrowed his eyes and looked at Yun Qi with a playful glance. That glance was like someone getting interested in a toy. You said that you had objections. That means you don't agree on Yun Xinyu becoming the next patriarch. Then, let us know the reason why, or you could suggest someone who is more suitable to become patriarch. If your reason is reasonable or that everyone agrees with you, then it would be the best. Otherwise, if your words were merely objecting for the sake of objecting, for such a huge matter being treated as a farce by you, let's not say the Yun family, but even this Duke would likely get angry. As Duke Huiyi finished speaking, a sense of dismay was released, causing the younger disciples on the seats to shudder. Duke Huiyi was a part of the illusory demon's 7 scions, and his strength didn't need to be questioned. Being born in the royal family, his innate and acquired royal aura was not something that an ordinary person can withstand. Yun Qi was unfazed as he said, "I am half a Yun family member. Naturally, everything I say and do is for the sake of the Yun family. The patriarch is the most important leader of the family. The choice of patriarch affects the future of the entire family. It's not a matter where even a little negligence can be allowed. When choosing the patriarch, although strength is important, it is not the most important. Instead, the most important is personality and character. Duke Huiyi, on this point I'm sure you agree as well." Duke Huiyi smiled slightly and said, "Of course, however, from what you said, are you questioning Yun Xinyu's character? From what this Duke knows, not only is Yun Xinyu a gifted talent, his character is flawless. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no one disagreeing with the proposition of Yun Xinyu as the next patriarch. Do you mean that the understanding of him from the clan members who stayed with him for tens of years is inferior to you, an outsider who has only been in Demon Imperial City for 2 months?" Yun Qi laughed strangely and said thoughtfully, "Everyone knows that in this world the hardest thing to see clearly is the human heart. I said before, the reason I had become Yun Qinghang's godson was because when I first arrived in Demon Imperial City, I had saved his son Yun Xiao. That day, other than Yun Xiao, Under Heaven clan's princess, number 7 Under Heaven, was attacked as well. Yun Xiao and number 7 Under Heaven were both direct descendants of their patriarch. The news of them being attacked together is not something trivial, and I'm sure everyone present has heard of this news." "This Duke has indeed heard of it, but does this have anything to do with whether Yun Xinyu can become the next patriarch?" Duke Huiyi asked with a slight smile. "Yes, of course it does, and it's even greatly related." Yun Qi did not stop and continued. His words caused the brows of Yun Qinghang, who was sitting on the wheelchair, to knit closely together. His gaze was cold, but it all dissipated quickly. Number 7 Under Heaven and Yun Xiao were attacked together, and the attacks were very vicious. It was obvious the motive was to kill them. That way, the Under Heaven patriarch would undoubtedly rage and investigate his matter thoroughly. Yun Xiao's uncle, Senior Mu, would also meddle in this matter, but Yun family's actions. It doesn't matter if we don't talk about it. However, the 3 black-clothed men who attacked Yun Xiao and number 7 Under Heaven did not reveal their profound skills. Therefore, it was exceptionally difficult to track their identities. Now 2 months have passed, and whether it's the Under Heaven family or Senior Mu, they did not uncover anything. "What exactly is your point?" Yun Weishan impatiently bellowed. "This is my Yun family's great assembly. We're not here to listen to your rubbish." "Great Elder, calm down. The main point is coming." Yun Qi said neither quickly or slowly. "Yun Xiao is my sworn brother. Him being attacked, Yun family can ignore it, treat as though nothing happened, but I, as his big brother, cannot. In these 2 months, I kept trying to find out who was it that tried to assassinate Yun Xiao and the Under Heaven family princess. Lucky for him, a while back, I finally figured out the identity of one of the culprits." From the seats, the faces of number 1 Under Heaven and Unparalleled Under Heaven changed instantly as their gaze became serious. 2 months ago, number 7 Under Heaven nearly lost her life to the black-clothed men, and greatest ambition Under Heaven exploded with anger. But even though he personally investigated this matter, it did not come to any results. Yun Qi's words instantly captured their attentions. Number one under heaven immediately stood up and asked, "Brother Yun, are you serious? The person that you had found out, who is he?" Mu Yubai stroked his chin as he muttered with a frown. "This brat, just what medicine is this brat concocting? Even that old man under heaven could not discover anything, but he did." "Ah, Big Brother really discovered who it was?" Yun Zio had a face of confusion. "But he has never stepped out of the house much in during these 2 months, this. Husband, what is Chair trying to do?" Mu Yuru was equally perplexed as well. "No need to ask, let's just watch on." Yun Qinghang looked on with knitted brows as his grip on the handle of the wheelchair grew tighter. Yun Qi turned around and said while facing number one under heaven, "Brother under heaven, with one of your family members nearly being assassinated, I believe that even if you and your family were to stab the culprit to death with 1,000 swords, it would not quell your anger. But today, I have to ask Brother under heaven and our under heaven seniors to maintain your composure, since the identity of the culprit that I have figured out is shocking. When I say it, you might not even believe me." Yun Qi shifted his attention to Yun Xinyu and looked at him intently. "One of the culprits behind the assassination attempt of Yun Zio and number 7 under heaven is not anyone else, but the imposing and prestigious son of the great elder, Yun Xinyu." Once Yun Qi mentioned the two words, Yun Xinyu, it seemed as though someone randomly tossed out 2 bombs. The entire plaza became a field of silence. Then, it was replaced with deafening, world-shaking noises. However, this was not sound of shock, but rather the sound of deafening laughter. "You scoundrel!" It came as no surprise to anyone that Yun Weishan burned with indignant fury right there and then. "You arrogant little kid, how dare you spout such absurd, laughable, and presumptuous words? Do you really think that I would not dare to kill you? This is truly preposterous." The 7th elder, who was normally on the best terms with Yun Weishan, stood up and rebuked Yun Qi with fury. "In my life, I have never heard such ridiculous words being said before. This is simply absurd, absurd. Xinyu is the most illustrious disciple among all the young ones in our clan. Both his temperament and talent are unquestionable, and he has never even bullied any of our fellow clan members before. In fact, he is especially close with Yun Zio, and even if there was really some kind of grievance that existed, how could it be possible for him to actually try to murder a fellow clan member? To try to assassinate the princess of the Under Heaven clan, this is easily the most absurd joke I have ever heard. This is truly laughable and aggravating all at the same time. Ah, it really infuriates this old man." A senior from the Yun family, who was hundreds of years old, sighed. "A bastard kid who came out of nowhere dares to slander our impending new patriarch in public. This is just too much. The disciplinary elder needs to drag him down and subject him to a heavy punishment right now." A young disciple roared in fury. His words immediately provoked a huge response, and all sorts of mockery, abuse, and cries of anger rang out. The sounds were so loud that they blanketed the entire area. Yun Zio had stared blankly into space for a good long while before saying in a quavering voice, This, how can this be? How can it be Brother Xinyu? Big Brother must have gotten it wrong somehow." Even though Yun Zio had a deep reverence and respect for Yun Qi, and despite their close relationship. Yes, even though it was Yun Qi, Yun Zio still had a hard time believing what Yun Qi had just said. After all, he had only known Yun Qi for 2 months, but he had known Yun Xinyu for over 20 years. And for all these years, Yun Xinyu had left an extremely perfect image within his heart. He simply could not believe that the assassination attempt he had met with the other day had anything to do with Yun Xinyu. Yun Qinghang looked at him and gently said, "Zior, remember what your big brother said to you before. In this world, the hardest thing to puzzle out is the human heart, and the hardest ability to cultivate is not profound strength. It is the ability to see through the hearts of other people. In this aspect, your big brother is simply much too superior to you. See with clear eyes the things that are about to unfold before you, and after that, carve today's lesson into your memory." Yun Zio opened his mouth, but he could not make a sound. His mind had sunk into complete turmoil. Yun Xinyu stood up, and it could be seen that he was greatly suppressing his rage. He managed to speak in a voice that was passably calm. "Yun Qi, I, Yun Xinyu, have never had any enmity with you in the past, nor do I have any grievance with you at present. In fact, we have hardly even spoken, and when we have occasionally bumped into each other, I have always treated you with civility. So why do slander me in such a manner? What exactly are your intentions?" A universal chorus of taunts and criticism came flooding in from all sides, but 2 years ago, when Xianxia was in the territory of the Divine Phoenix sect, he had already dared to take on the entire Divine Phoenix sect by himself. This kind of situation was not even enough to make him flustered. Facing Yunzinyu's question, he looked sideways and sneeringly replied, "Whether what I am saying is true or false, you know better than anyone else. But I can't help but admire your acting skills. Your expression, gaze, movements, and words, they are all unassailable. No wonder you have been able to bluff all these years without getting caught out." "You!" Yunzinyu was so angry that his entire body trembled with rage. "Laughable, this is simply too laughable. Your coarse and despicable entrapment, I can expose it with a few simple words. You said that the one who planned the assassination attempt on Yunzairo that day was me." He pointed to Yunzairo and said furiously, "But you can ask Yunzairo yourself. When have I ever had any grievances with him? You can also ask him if the ones who tried to assassinate him that day were from the Yun family or not. If it was someone from the other families, then if they hid their profound art, it would be hard to recognize. However, if it was a member of our Yun family who did it, even if they put in their entire effort into hiding their profound art, as someone from the same clan who has cultivated the purple cloud art for nearly 20 years, how could it be that Yunzairo did not notice it? I don't even need to ask." Yunqi curled his lips and replied, "The ones who attacked Yunzairo and number 7 under heaven that day were naturally not from the Yun family, because it was a combined effort between you and members from other families who laid this trap for them." "Bullshit!" Yun Weishan was thoroughly infuriated, and he ground his foot into floor as he suddenly launched an attack at Yunqi. An incomparably robust and solid burst of lightning profound energy surged out violently, instantly forming into a roiling current of lightning, which explosively sped towards Yunqi's neck. Yun Weishan had been standing close to Yunqi, and he had made an abrupt attack out of extreme anger, so everyone else hardly had any time to react. On one side, there was a powerful sovereign profound realm. On the other was a mere sky profound realm. Under Yun Weishan's attack, Yunqi did not even need to think about surviving, because even having his body torn up and all his bones broken would be considered getting off lightly. But Yunqi had made his preparations far in advance. Once he had stood up to oppose Yunzinyu, his nerves had been on a razor's edge, and his profound energy had been actively circulating as well. So once he felt Yun Weishan's profound energy surging, his profound energy exploded at the same time, and his body instantly shimmered. SSSSS. Yun Weishan's lightning current shredded space and shredded Yunqi's afterimage as well. Everyone was stared at the space, and even Yun Weishan himself was caught staring blankly, because even he did not see clearly how Yunqi had dodged that strike. A stately monarch had suddenly struck out against a junior in the sky profound realm, but he did not even touch the corner of his robe. And this was witnessed by all who were present. Yun Weishan's shame turned to anger, and with a fierce turn, he attempted to grab the Yunqi who had appeared at his back. "You little liar, die! Stop!" A huge, icy cold, profound formation appeared instantly in front of Yunqi's body, and as it activated, it completely reflected Yun Weishan lightning profound energy back at him. A figure appeared in the air in a flash, and Mu Yubai descended like a bolt of lightning, shielding Yunqi. He smirked coldly and said, "Yun Weishan, you are after all a great elder of the Yun clan, but you actually launched a sneak attack against a junior. You have truly thrown your ancestors' face all over the ground and used it as a dish rag." Yun Weishan said with a solemn expression, "This bastard slandered my son, and he actually wanted to frame him for the crime of collaborating with outsiders to kill someone from his own clan. This is not only insulting my son, this is impugning the honor of my entire family. If this can be tolerated, then what would not be permissible? My family's honor is 1,000,000 times more precious than this mongrel's life. Let's not talk about killing him. Even tearing his body apart would not be the least bit overboard. The words that great elder Yun have said, this Duke approves." Duke Huiyi gave a dry chuckle. "Honor. This is something far more precious than one's life. The extent of Yunqi's slander, is such that if he dies, no one would regret it. If this Duke was in a similar situation, this Duke would also have struck out in anger." After saying his piece, Duke Huiyi suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "Young Patriarch Mu has protected Yunqi to such an extent. Could it be that you actually believe the words he has said? Since he dared to say such a thing, he should have some basis to go upon." Mu Yubai coldly eyed Yun Weishan, not waiting for him to finish but suddenly striking a vicious blow. "Ah, could it be that this is what you would call acting on a guilty conscience? Ha 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 ha. A shrill and wanton laugh pierced the air. Helian Peng stood up and said between his guffaws, "Your Highness Hui Yi, Great Elder Yun, don't tell me that you don't see it already. It is obvious that this former patriarch is obviously not willing to relinquish his seat. Because he saw that the new patriarch enjoyed the people's support and his ascension was imminent. He became anxious and pushed this so-called foster son forward to upset the apple cart. But this so-called foster son is truly too pitiful. He is only considered to be cannon fodder to be used by other people. In order to prevent the new patriarch from assuming the position, he actually spouted such patently ridiculous accusations. Ha 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 ha, truly it makes me laugh so hard that my teeth hurt." Helian Peng's bout of mockery actually sounded reasonable and fair, so immediately many people began voicing out their approval. Mu Yubai's face turned dark and he coldly sneered, "Helian Peng, are you sincerely courting death? Oh, is it because I have exposed you for all to see, so your shame has turned into wrath?" Helian Peng's expression was filled with mockery. He turned to the seated Unparalleled under heaven and said, "Elder Unparalleled, your esteemed clan's princess was also involved in the assassination attempt on Yun Zio 2 months ago. I think it would be obvious that you, more than anyone else, would wish to know who the true man behind the curtain is. But to say that Yun Xinyu was the one who was pulling the strings, such preposterous words, even you would not be able to believe them, am I correct?" Unparalleled under heaven said calmly, "Empty words naturally lack the power to persuade. I will only trust in concrete evidence. Yun Qi, since you have said that Yun Xinyu is the scoundrel behind all of this, what evidence do you have to back yourself up?" "Evidence? He is merely trying to blacken the name of the new patriarch on the eve of his election. What evidence would he have? Elder Unparalleled, do you actually believe that he could take out some concrete evidence for us to see?" Helian Peng said in a voice which dripped with contempt. Duke Huiyi let out a cold snort and said, "HMPH, since young Patriarch Mu has actually come forward to protect you, Yun Qi, this Duke will give you one chance. You said that Yun Xinyu was the scoundrel behind the assassination attempt on Yun Zio and number 7 under heaven 2 months ago. So why don't you show this Duke some real proof? If it is something that can convince all who are present, then the Yun family will naturally deal with Yun Xinyu impartially. I believe even if it is the Great Elder, he will definitely not act unjustly due to selfish considerations. But if you cannot show us any evidence, and you are merely maliciously trying to smear Yun Xinyu's reputation, HMPH, much less the Yun clan, even this Duke will not let you off lightly. The celebrated son of the 12 guardian families, how can we let an outsider humiliate him without good cause? If it is evidence you are talking about, I naturally have it. In fact, it is right before your very eyes." Yun Qi once again said something shocking in an unperturbed manner. He pointed at Yun Xinyu and said, "Yun Xinyu himself, isn't he the best evidence?" "What do you mean by that?" Duke Huiyi said as he eyed Yun Qi darkly. Yun Qi replied in a gentle tone, "The entire illusory demon world knows that the Yun family possesses one completely unique special ability, the Profound Handle. And the Profound Handle can not only be used for attacking, it also has uses in regards to one's mind. Even if it is someone who has just started cultivating the profound arts, the words Profound Handle Soul Search should reverberate in their hearts. As long as we use the Profound Handle Soul Search to seize his mind and force his consciousness to drift free, then no matter what you ask him, he will answer truthfully. There will not even be a hint of falsity or deception. By then, whether he has anything to do with the assassination attempt on Yun Zio and number 7 under heaven will be solved with a simple question. And at that time, everything he says can be counted as the most indisputable, ironclad evidence in this world.